At the end of February, a 125-page Google Doc was released on Zack James, aka Brody Foxx, the creator of Yo Mama. This document covered all of his controversies from the past 3 years, from public disputes with former employees, his content using children's media IPs, alleged crypto scams, to more ridiculous claims like him quote-unquote believing aliens ruled the world. Unfortunately, there were a decent amount of inaccuracies within this document, only looking at it with a cursory glance. I spoke to the document maker, Kim, behind the scenes, and one of the animators who previously worked for Zack, RedMinus. It seemed only natural to get Zack's own takes on all of these issues. So, last weekend, I got Zack on my stream, and we broke down the document section by section. Here is that interview in full. I hope you enjoy.
Yo, yo.
Hey, Zack, how are you doing tonight?
Dude, I am tired as
I cannot blame you. Yeah, that's totally fine, man. So you were kind of indicating to me that you wanted to kind of start things out just talking about your experience with the person who made the document, Kim. And so I figured that we could probably just go ahead and start with that, if that's cool.
Yeah, totally. So I guess, sorry, I'm still kind of waking up a little bit.
No, you're fine.
Obviously, I've been awake for a few hours, but this is my first time talking throughout the day. Yeah, so basically, this individual that made this document, a lot of it I didn't really know the contents of until you and I had talked last week, and that's just me being transparent to the live stream. But up to that point, this was somebody who had, I'm trying to remember, they had DM'd me on Twitter, which, you get a bunch of Twitter DMs all the time, so you don't always respond. And then I guess they had sent me a DM on Discord that I didn't know about until like later. And then they also emailed me. And so this is somebody who was just like not leaving me alone, but they weren't really presenting anything for me to kind of work off of. It was pretty much like, I have some questions. And I'm like, okay, well, if you got questions, just go ahead and ask them, type of thing. But sure enough, when you and I talked last Sunday, I was having a slight back and forth with her about, here, I'm actually trying to pull up this tweet that she shared about, potentially doing like a follow-up conversation with her. So yeah, like approach it a little bit more, a little less charged, I should say. And then, yeah, this is her tweet that she had put out where she shows all of our emails and everything. And basically, as I had told you as it was happening, I decided not to move forward with this conversation with this person because I think at the end of the day, if you want to put together like 111 fucking pages of a document, and then you kind of circle back around and be like, well, I'm not going to ask you questions about X, Y, and Z because the people involved don't want me to talk about it. At that point, I was just pretty much fed up with that person. Because you kind of understand it, but like from my perspective, it's like if you're going to put this in a document and then you're going to tell me like you're going to take their word for it because of like quote unquote power dynamics or whatever you want to call it, one of those woke terminologies, it just seems to me like, like what are you really trying to talk to me about? Like obviously, it's just, and this was somebody who, and we'll cover more of this in the doc because obviously they mentioned it a few times, but there's been situations where this person has like straight up defamed me. They pushed out the whole narrative like I didn't pay a commission, and that was proven to be false. They acknowledged it's false, but they're refusing to remove that viral tweet, which is legally speaking, not a really good thing for them.
Right.
But they don't have money, so why the fuck would I go after them, right?
Right.
But overall, like, I would say as somebody who is on the spectrum, I would say this is somebody who's on the complete opposite side of the spectrum from me because, like, just the shit that they will not let this go. They're like nitpicking every little tweet I put out. They're taking things out of context. They said they were gonna drop it, and they keep around. They even made like a Brody Foxx account to try to troll me with, and I'm just like, this is not some YouTube commentator, even on the smaller scale of things. No. This is like a 20-year-old art student who can't even follow like some basic journalism standards that you would want to follow if you were trying to become a journalist, as they would say.
Well, and they're extremely clearly like very like I think that even they would admit they are extremely biased against you, right?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you can't really influence everyone's opinion. Like, you can't make everyone happy with you. But if you want to sit down and have a good faith conversation, you definitely want to do that with somebody of sound mind, right? With some standards or practices. And this is clearly not that person.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing that I've been saying too is as far as what you said about, you know, not talking about certain things and stuff like that, not mentioning, you know, like the whole like interpersonal like workplace stuff that was literally in the document. I mean, it's as you said with again, it's in the document, right? So it, you know, and on top of that, when it's being publicized very widely like that, it's being promoted on subreddits, it's being, you know, circulated pretty widely. I mean, you have every right to respond to it. So it's like, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me, as you were saying, to not want to talk about that, especially as the person who made the doc. So that was something I still don't really understand, but.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, play devil's advocate. The only way I could see it is like they as an art student probably have a lot of empathy, if you will, towards other artists, and so they think anybody who doesn't do art full time as a job probably wouldn't. I don't know. It's like one of those things like, oh, this person fits XYZ category on a checklist, so they're a bad person, so fuck them. And it's like, yeah, I'm not an animator. I know that. I mean, I am an artist, but it's more so like they just kind of see me as like some dude with money who's just like a jackass. Yeah. And that's just not going to create like a healthy conversation overall.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, and then is there anything else you wanted to go into before we kind of start asking questions?
Not necessarily. I mean, like I said, I'm still kind of waking up. So I'm a little bit off like my brainwave game, if you will.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something to me about Odd Ones Out or something like that. I don't know if you wanted to talk about that still.
Yeah, I think that's just something that we'll kind of bring up naturally. I mean, obviously, the Odd One Out situation happened this week, and it's pretty clear like a lot of people see it. I mean, like, look, like when you gotta like let go of a team, it sucks. But there's a lot of people that have you can kind of see like this clear divide of people that think, oh, when you hire somebody, you are completely indebted to them and you need to like go bankrupt and you need to do all this stuff. And basically, there's a group of people that feel that you need to be homeless before you can fire anybody type of thing, right? Which is a really odd extreme. I think in a lot of ways they try to compare any business owner to like a fucking multi-billionaire like Elon Musk. And I think this is like such an extreme camp to be in. And then you see people on the other side who are like, yeah, it's a business. Like at the end of the day, you got to do X, Y, Z and keep a business going. And I think we're just going to naturally touch on that to a degree. And I just found it very interesting that the odd one out situation happened this week. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, yeah, I've been in that same boat. I get it. It's not fun. But there's a lot of people that are quick to just try to demonize you because you are quote unquote employer, like some sort of satanic term, if you will.
Yeah. No, I get you. Okay. Well, with that, let's just go ahead and get into it. So obviously, we're going to go in chronological order. So we're going to start out with this section, the animators and their stories. So I'm going to read the excerpt of the voice note verbatim in a second. It's not too long. But first, before I do that, and let me go ahead for you and share my screen so you can be looking at what I'm looking at here.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see our full screen that fucker. Okay.
Right. So there's that for you. So
okay, so we are skipping this a little bit.
Yeah, we're not, because I mean the beginning section of just like, you know, this is Zack James thing, this Yo Mama thing, it's really just kind of introductory. There's not much to say about it. So before I read the voice note itself or the voice note excerpt, um, I it's a little odd that it's not like included. I'm assuming that it's maybe in this tweet. I don't know though. So I wanted to ask you, where was this voice note leaked from Red?
Where was it leaked from? I think I understand your question. So, this, I'll give a little context as well. So basically, sorry, I had a motorcycle drive by,
You're
but
fine.
basically, there's been some pretty tense exchanges with Red over the last couple of years. And when I say exchanges, I mean like him like making a bunch of tweets about me, deleting them. He would put me in these situations where I felt like, okay, I do need to publicly talk about it. And when I would publicly talk about it, he would get more upset at me. And it's like, yeah, this is a guy who has literally sent me threats, like threats of like, I'm going to embarrass you, I'm going to ruin your reputation, type of thing at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. He's a night owl, so this is a guy that's already been up all night. And for me, it was pretty much like, from my personal perspective, just me getting frustrated with him because it's
Mm-hmm.
gotten to this point of like, yeah, guys, look, it has not been healthy communications with this individual. Um, and yeah, that was something I had posted up, but I also like deleted it because
Right.
at the end of the day, it's like I might feel a certain way, um, but there's always this type of standard that I try to follow, and I don't always follow it. And that's just me being human and just kind of being a fuckhead sometimes. So that's why I try to practice more like, hey, write it, sit on it for a bit, don't upload it type of thing. But it wasn't like a spur of the moment. It was like, yeah, this has been building up for a couple of years, if not longer.
And
And this guy is just really being aggressive with me across the board.
sure, sure. And so when you say that you posted that and you deleted it, are you referring to your statements on it, or are you referring specifically to that voice memo? Like, I think the
The
thing
voice
that
memo.
okay, so you did okay, so that's
Yeah.
probably okay. Got it. And just so the audience is clear, Red was a former animator on your team, correct? Was that his main purpose on your team?
Yeah, I would say even animator might be a little bit of a understatement. Like this is a guy who literally designed a lot of like what we use in Yamama, like the branding, etc. So he was like
Right.
a tent pole of the team, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Okay.
throughout the years.
Okay.
So art
Foundational
director
member.
to an
Yeah.
extent. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead. I'll go ahead and read the voice note, and then we'll go from there. So excerpt from this, Red says, right, I just happened to have a conversation with this person that happened to go in that direction, and it begs the question, how many people are out there? How many conversations that I won't have with people could there be where Zach's been running his mouth all over town just telling whoever the fuck he pleases, right? More than zero, that's for sure. I mean, I know you told Brock and Max because Izzy told me that. Right away, you just yap, running your mouth like it's your story to tell, even though you know it's not, and then acting. The nerve of you to act like this is somehow something that I did to you. That is textbook narcissism, and I think you should reflect on that. You should reflect on what it is and what it is that when you're caught doing something that you know you aren't supposed to do, that you have no excuse for, that you sit there and think about why it's someone else's fault. This is on you, and there's no excuse for it. There is no excuse for this breach of supposed friendship because a friend would not do this and then refuse to apologize and blame it on the other person. And there is no excuse for this breach of professional ethics and conduct, deeply, deeply unprofessional. There is no excuse for it. You can apologize if you want at this point. You've made it pretty clear that the only thing that affects you is public embarrassment. And there's plenty more coming your way if you don't keep my name out of your mouth. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
so the first question I had is there anything else in this voice note that isn't included that changes the context at all?
I mean, there's like a whole. I guess someone had maybe saved the recording to this because that's really interesting that they got this. But yeah, there's that voice note that is quoted is the 129, the minute 29 at the bottom. So there's like a whole 4.5 minutes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Um, and yeah, so that's the answer to your question.
Okay.
Obviously, I have other thoughts and things, but I'll let you ask the questions and then I'll
Yeah,
fill in the
so
gaps.
right, just to kind of like walk the audience here who may not be familiar with it through. Explain your side of kind of what exactly happened with this, what spurred this on, what you told your coworkers, which coworkers you told, and why that happened, etc.
Yeah, so basically, with any sort of animation operations, you have what you call a pipeline. Traditionally, you have a pipeline, right? And a
Mm-hmm.
pipeline means you basically go, okay, we're going to do some writing, and then we'll do like maybe some creative notes, and we'll get a voice actor, then we'll get the voiceovers, and we'll start the animation, and then there's sound design and audio engineer at the end, right?
Right.
So when you have a pipeline with multiple people involved, because some people can handle a pipeline on themselves, but typically you have multiple people involved in a pipeline. And so when you start getting a project going, you want things to hit like certain time frames to where you're making sure that pipeline is properly managed and that you're getting content out um, on a reasonable, consistent basis, right? And so for context here, these, when I was running this pipeline, the way it was is that everybody was on a retainer payment, pretty much like you're paid X amount of dollars per month, right?
Right.
And then within that month, we figure out what's reasonable, what can be done, what type of content we can get up, and how often we can get it up on YouTube, etc. And what was happening is that Red, very talented, obviously very creative in many rights and regards, but Red would establish a timeline for deliverables, and then that timeline will, that day will come to check in, be like, hey, do you have it? Where we at? Type of thing. And he would just ghost us, literally not talk to us for like days at a time. So you're like, okay, well, I had this thing scheduled in. I was supposed to have it, let's say, on Friday. It's Friday, I'm not hearing back from him. It's Saturday, I'm not hearing back from him. It's Sunday, and he's suddenly sending me this stuff, and he hasn't talked to me in like 48 hours. And then I have to turn around and coordinate with Max, who handle audio and sound design, and be like, hey, Max, we just now got it in. And so now you're having to move his pipeline around. And that was more of a straightforward case scenario. There would be other cases where there might be stuff where Izzy would be waiting to hear back from him on assets or notes or deliverables, and she wouldn't hear back from him. Or what would often happen is Izzy felt that I was giving him too much leeway. So like we would all show up weekly for like a touch base, like a creative meeting, be like, hey, okay, this is what we're gonna do this week. Here's how we're gonna tackle it, etc. And he would just not show up, and Izzy would get like really frustrated with him. And when she's frustrated with people, like she holds on to that, and it affects her ability to work with other people. So this was a situation where after 18 months of trying to resolve this in a way, it was like, hey, I am having these communications with you. Hey, I'm just not getting from you what I really need, and I'm trying my best to be understanding and manage this, but I feel like it's just falling on deaf ears. And he just randomly told me a thing about his life that I personally did not expect to be told. And when he told it to me, it wasn't, in my humble opinion, like that big of a deal. It was one of those things like, yeah, I'm not just going to go around and tell everybody, but it was one of those kind of where you kind of start to realize, okay, this person's a little bit more, I don't want to use an insult here, but where they're a little bit more paranoid about just certain aspects of their life being known about than what a normal healthy person would be.
Sure.
And so it basically put me, I was basically in a really tricky situation where Izzy was getting pissed off at him. And I tried to navigate that situation as much as I reasonably could. And looking back, there's definitely a different way I could have gone about it. But I'm like, look, guys, this don't tell anybody type of thing, but this is what he deals with. He does have a certain responsibility he takes care of outside of work. And just, try to be more lenient, try to be more understanding type of thing. And when he found out about that, he got pretty pissed off at me. Now, it's one thing to be pissed off, which I think to some extent could be reasonable. But he definitely like he just didn't get pissed off. He like used that as like a fucking revenge grudge to an extent to where I can show you these messages when we get to them, but where he threatened to withhold assets that I had legally paid for, and he was just not giving me those assets. And when I kind of put my foot down after like a year and a half, I was like, look, bro, you got to get these to me. Like, I know you go through XYZ. I'm trying to be understandable and reasonable. And he's like, I'm not going to give you anything until we talk about this. And it's like, okay, I get you're pissed off about it, but come on, you got paid for it. It's been a year and a half. You got to give me this shit. There's a lot of layer stuff to it because you get into like human emotions and that shit can get messy and you don't want to discredit emotions, but from like a logical perspective, it just went way outside of it went way outside the scope of what it should have gone in terms of his application of his anger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In my humble opinion.
Yeah. Right.
And
yeah.
look, I haven't publicly said no one knows what I'm talking about, or at least I haven't publicly attributed it to him. So,
Right.
I felt like I've done my best in regards to that.
Right. Okay. Um, and then at one point, it is talked about that like Red talks about you telling another content creator about this. So can you elaborate on that and explain what that's about?
Yeah, Daft Pina. So
Daft Pina.
actually, I'll
Correct.
add a little bit more context than the last time we talked. So that whole Daft Pina video was not something I had went out of my way to do because I think for some reason people seem like they're like, oh, Daft Pina made a Yo Mama video. That's something that Zack wanted to do, type of thing. No, it was a weird situation where I got on the call again, one of our weekly calls, and this was after Red had already left, and Izzy had like randomly brought up like, yeah, I would reach out to Dax to talk about Yo Mama, and I'm going to talk about it with him. And then Max is like, oh yeah, I was reach out by him too. I'm going to talk to him too. So at this point, I'm like one of the last people to hear about this, and I'm like, okay, he's making a video, he's reaching out to people to talk. I guess I'll talk to him too. And so, when I got on a call with him, we started talking about stuff. I was very much like, yeah, there was a situation that happened that made it very incredibly difficult to work with Jesse Red. Everyone knows his name's Jesse. Um, but it was incredibly difficult to work with him. And Dak just kept pushing and asking questions. And I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. And then it got to the point where I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to mention anything, it has to be an off the record statement. Do not put it in your video. Don't tell it to anybody else, type of thing. Um, and that's a pretty big thing in journalism. Like when you say I'm going to go off the record and then someone acknowledges, yeah, it will be off the record. It's supposed to be off the record. That's just really what it is. I know this is a YouTube dude, but you get a lot of these people that think they can do journalism and they can't follow like the very basic shit of journalism that you're taught like in a high school class.
Right.
And so he had mentioned it to him in his call with him to Red. And I was like, you stupid son of a bitch. You, again, off the record, you don't talk about it. You don't talk about it. And I made it very clear, like, you don't put that in your video. You don't bring it up. And, obviously the reputation that Daft Pina has, I can see why someone would be upset. But that was a bigger learning experience for me where I thought, okay, if I ever have to have this conversation again, I'm not doing off the record shit. I'm just going to avoid it as much as I can
Right.
within reason. And again, it's not public information. And, I've done my due diligence to make sure that's not public information.
Right. Right. Okay. So during in this voice note excerpt, he blames you. So what he says is that you blamed him when he came to you initially angry about this. Can you elaborate on what actually happened with that conversation and if that was the case?
Yeah, I would have to assume what that conversation was because I don't know if he's referencing like a very specific conversation that I don't have. Sorry, I'm just kind of looking at my communication logs with him.
Yeah, you're fine.
Let's see here. So yeah, I mean, he did. Let's see, open messenger. See conversation. Let me go here. And then, yeah. So basically, I didn't blame him. I mean, in my humble perspective, I did not blame him at all. Basically, it was like, hey, I am. Let's see here. So that was November, and then yeah. So I was talking to him for a while. Okay, so basically, it was June of 2023, June 13th. And I was like, hey, dude, I'm aware you have XYZ that you're dealing with. That said, our verbal agreement was established in January 2022. It's been over 7 months since our final agreed upon payment was submitted. So basically, I was just straight up expressing, like, I need these assets. Like, I paid for them, etc. And in my communication with him regarding this, he like sent me over a bunch of messages that were kind of scattered, emotionally speaking, and he was pretty pissed off. And not trying to discredit his emotions or anything, but I basically responded like, none of what you said at the beginning pertains to the issue of the payout for the rights, the assets created. I'm attempting to offset the issue with this. Attempting to offset the issue with this will not get my attention or a response. So basically, I was trying my best to just focus on a legally required deliverable. And sorry, I got my alarm going off.
You're fine.
So basically, no, I never blamed him for it, but I definitely have to acknowledge, or maybe I have acknowledged, like, yeah, this was a situation outside of my control. And it was kind of dropped on me in the sense like, oh, I'm going to trust you with this information. And it's like, well, this is affecting the entire team workflow. And I could let the team be pissed off at you. And again, I could have navigated that better by saying, look, he's going through something, and if you want to know what that is, you should go have a conversation with him, because that's not my place. But it was definitely creating like a lot of issues in terms of internal friction. So no, I don't blame him for it, but I also think like the way he's handled this has been so immature and erratic that it's really hard to navigate. And you're just like, I don't know, you just kind of sit there and you're like, I'm in such a weird, fucked up human situation that there's really no guideline to follow for this.
Right. Right.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I understand what you mean. And like essentially what you're saying too, if I'm wrong here, correct me, but like it feels like you didn't blame him for like having this personal issue or any of those like actual delays or anything, but it became an issue once it was kind of the aftermath, and you're just trying to get what you have paid this guy for, and it's like, kind of herding cats sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's also like I just feel that if you are dealing with something and you don't want anyone to know about it, just don't tell anybody, period, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So if you're telling me, a guy who's trying to manage a team over here, and I got like a team that's getting pissed off at you, I'm not doing it to like save face, I'm doing it to like humanize you. Because obviously like what you're dealing with is like a pretty human thing. Like it's nothing complicated. It's something that people deal with in their lives. Not everybody, but they deal with it. And it's like, come on, like, are you, like, I guess in a way he's looking for like an apology, and we never really had that conversation to have an apology, because like it was just never brought up in a good context or a situation where it could have gotten more heated. Where it would have gotten more heated. But it's like, yeah, if I blame anybody, I blame myself more so than I would blame him. And if I put any blame on him, it's like, come on, dude, like, manage your fucking life better. Like, just shoot the shit straight. Like when you're part of a team and people are relying on you, try to think like how you're going to navigate these situations. I don't know. It's weird. being a human being and managing other humans, it just gets complicated pretty quick in the creative world.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. So, and we'll get into this without really getting into it a little bit later, but just to establish this, did you ever talk about these private details disclosed to you publicly in any way, even if just alluding to it without naming Red specifically?
That's not a question I'm really comfortable answering because
That's
again,
fine.
that gets into like his private stuff and obviously like this doc does kind of like jump to like random conclusions or include random shit here that has like no front facing attribution. So I just want to avoid that, respectfully.
Yep, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to move on to the two statements that you made on your two accounts, as well as the comment that Red left on Chibi Reviews, of all people. So first, just getting into your two statements here. So
Yeah, let me look those up too.
right, and and I'm showing them on screen here as well. So what
Yeah,
I
I
want
know
to
you had asked me a question about the timestamps.
Yeah, because it feels a little bit deceptive on the doc maker's end. So the way that this is arranged is the Brody Foxx statement looks like it's made first, and then the Zack James statement, which is a little bit softer, it seems a little more understanding, etc., seems to have been made after, given the way that they present it, right? But the problem is there are no timestamps on either of these. So I want to just go ahead and ask, when was your statement on the Zack account made? When was your statement on the Brody account made? What was kind of the thought process behind that? And the order of those two?
Yeah. So actually, I'm getting everything in my view. So they're actually made within like 24 hours apart from each other.
Okay.
Yeah, let me double check here. Okay, so that's boom, and then that's yeah. So they're definitely made within 24 hours apart of each other, and typically, sometimes when you're like, let me put it this way, like with the Brody Foxx account, you're just consistently insinuated, like just consistently like hit with like so much noise, if you will. And so like if people get pissed off at me, they're going to let me know pretty quick via like this account. And it just got to the point where I'm like, okay, this comments keeps getting popped up. I've tried to ignore it. So I'm just gonna straight up like talk about it. And then it just escalated further to the point where I'm like, okay, this is no longer being handled in a way that I feel happy with. And what I mean by that is like, am I showing up? Am I like really talking about it, but not trying to like fuel the fire more? Or like
100%.
fan
Zach, real quick,
fun.
before you get
Yeah.
into it a little bit more, which one was
Yeah.
made first, the Zack one or the Brody one?
The Brody one.
Okay, the Brody one was left first, and then the Zack
Yeah.
one was. Okay.
Yeah, so the Brody one was made around 2:30 a.m. and then the Zack one was made oh, here's the timestamp. The Zack one was made about 13 hours later.
Okay.
And that Zack one was made not as a main tweet, but as a response to a tweet.
It was a reply.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So it wasn't necessarily meant to be a statement in so much as a response to somebody else asking something or saying something.
Yeah, and looking at the context of it, the person has privated their profile, so I can't really show the full context.
Sure.
But if I had to make a guess, it was pretty much me chiming in on something that someone had tagged me in on.
Sure. Because the way that it is presented here almost makes it sound like, or seem like I should say, that it's like the first Brody one is pretty aggressive. It's, you're standing your ground kind of thing. Whereas the way that it's portrayed in this document is as if this Zack one isn't as a statement that's made after, that's almost like taking back some of the stuff that you said and like walking it back and like trying to show some understanding, but doing so on a smaller platform. But knowing the fact that it's a reply rather than a, you know, a strict statement or a walk back, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I will also like add the context, like, you know, if I'm tweeting like super late at night, I probably have like, you know, a couple beers in me, so I do definitely get a little bit more looser on my words.
Sure.
You know, as my parents always said, a drunk man's words is a sober man's thoughts. So it was definitely one of those things where it was like sitting in my head for a while, and then I just kept seeing shit about it, and I just ripped it off. And then the next day, I remember seeing like this tweet with over 100,000 likes, and they're like, the Yamama guys are fighting the furries with the abusive meme, parents are fighting type
Right.
thing. And I'm like, okay, this is really getting out of hand. And at the end of the day, like, I may have my issues with Red, but I don't want to demonize the guy. Like, it's one of these situations where I think people, like most situations, they want to go, there's a good guy and a bad guy. And I'm like, no, just two people dealing with stupid shit that could be handled a lot better.
Right.
Right. So when I'm
Right.
talking about it in the afternoon the next day, I'm like, okay, I really want to put my best foot forward and not just be an asshole.
Yep. Okay. And this was all spurred on. This specifically was spurred on by Red leaving this comment on Chibi reviews, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Which like
Yeah.
I don't really know the context of why he would leave this on maybe Chibi was talking about you or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean Chibi of all fucking people, man. Okay, but whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as you can imagine, like with that audience, I mean, shit, it's like this for both sides of the political aisle. But with that audience, like I was just getting spammed nonstop with that
Of
shit.
course,
And
of
what really
course.
pissed me off about this comment is that he speaks in such a way to where he talks for everybody. And that's kind of like a situation here that I don't think people understand. It's like I've worked with a lot of different people, right? So like Izzy and Red are just two animators I worked with. You know, I worked with like another 6 animators across, you know, projects at any given time. Um, and it's like, okay, if you have your own things that you have an issue with me on, that's totally like your prerogative to talk about, even if I may disagree on the perspective of those issues. But the way it was framed is he kind of like made it seem like, yeah, it's like for the sake of myself and others, I feel important to say, uh, blah blah. And it's like at this point, none of the people who actually made the channel content are involved with it anymore, which is not true. And we can talk about that later. And the way he kind of frames this whole comment, it's like him taking a big step back on what he would do with me. And I'll give an example. There was one time where we had like a team trip where it was a very small team trip, like a core team trip. Brock had already lived in LA. I lived in LA. So I flew out Izzy and Red to meet us in LA. We got an Airbnb. And oh, yeah, Max lives in LA. So I did like a cheers. And I was like, yeah, none of this would be possible without you guys type of thing. And Jesse like literally flipped it back on me. He's like, well, none of this would be possible without you type of thing. And I don't like that type of credit. I really think everything takes a team effort. But there was a lot of times where he would consistently tell me, like, yeah, if not for you, we wouldn't have this channel. Like, this shit wouldn't be possible. And you hear that all the time. And then when you see him kind of make a comment like this and be like, yeah, he has no involvement, he has done nothing for it, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, you're just now kind of walking back a lot of your perspectives on me that you've publicly expressed to me. Or you expressed to me, like, in public settings, I should say. So yeah, you know, it kind of sucks because you don't want to sit here and be like, yeah, some of the things you say do have merit, but it'd be nice if you could just focus on the things with merit and just not get like really pissy shitty with me and just kind of like walk back a lot of what you said and try to make it seem like you speak for everybody. And I think that's kind of like the issue that bothers me a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean that segues well into my next question here, which is at this point where Red was tweeting about you a lot and leaving these comments and stuff like that, were there attempts made behind the scenes to contact him and try to resolve things, or at this point was it kind of just too late?
It was. Let me make sure I understand my dates correctly. Let's see here. This would have been. Yeah, at this point it was a little too late. So I'll tell you what kind of happened. So again, I was fighting to get these assets, and then he finally like sent over a bunch of assets within like a couple month period. And what I got to do is I got to sit down and review those files, and they can take a while, right? And then one day he just randomly revoked my access from like these files, which to some extent I kind of get it, but you know, when I reach out to him and be like, hey, I need access again, I haven't been able to review everything, I think there's things missing, he wasn't communicating with me. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck this. Like, you've been paid. It's taken you nearly 2 years to get this shit over to me, and now like you gave me a undefined timeline to get this taken care of. I emailed him. I saw him messages on Facebook. I saw him messages on Twitter DMs, or tried to. At that point, he unfollowed me, so you can't DM anymore. And so I couldn't get his attention. So I had to like publicly like respond to him under one of his tweets. I'm like, dude, this is taking way too much effort, etc. And then he got in my DMs, pissed off, and I sent him over the legal firm that I had retained for his jurisdiction. And you know, it's the top legal firm for trademark and copyright cases in Canada. And so that's when he kind of opened up and gave me that shit again. And so we were on good terms to an extent. And then, unfortunately, I've just kept hearing stuff from like mutual friends or colleagues where it just kind of like bothered me. And I let them know like, hey, I can't have this relationship. Like, if you're going to keep talking about me like this. And I know I'm kind of speaking in general terms because I don't want to get anyone in trouble. But I will give like a very interesting example. So I think in 2000, it must have been 2015. Yeah, 2015, I had produced an event at VidCon, which we'll touch about on later. And I think I've flown Jesse out. Maybe, I don't know if I flew him out or he was coming out. Maybe I flew him out. But he came with a friend. And I met him and his friend, had a great time with them. Never had any ill moments or odd situations. And then about a week later, his friend had reached out to me. He's like, hey, I had a falling out with Red. And the thing is, like, Red's, like, really mean. He talks really ill about everybody. He's constantly, like, talking shit about you. And I told him, like, why would you talk shit about this guy? Like, he's been really nice to you. He's been really nice to both of us. And, you know, somebody who's, like, I think being a little too emotional, but felt like they needed to tell me this stuff. And my response was, you know, look, I appreciate you telling me, but at the end of the day, if he needs to vent about me, you know, that's his prerogative. Let him vent to an extent. But it was put on my radar, like, okay, this is somebody who has issues with me, and he's not going to talk to me about those issues, but he's going to, like, rant about them to other people. And it became clear to me, like, this is somebody who's going to potentially make it hard for me to work with, you know, mutual colleagues and stuff. So I had another conversation like that with somebody else around the same time. And one of the agreements that we had in place that he himself brought up was, look, in this kind of buyout agreement, one of the things is I would uphold your reputation. And I have that phone call recorded. Canada is a one-party consent state. So I have that phone call recorded. I can use it in court if I need to. But basically, he outlined all of his deliverables, and unprompted, he mentioned, I would uphold your reputation. And it became clear to me, like, he did not try to do that whatsoever. And I could tangent on for a bit, but it just, like I said, it became clear to me, like, this is somebody who is not going to, you know, follow his word.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got paid for it. And at this point, it's like, if this guy's, like, shit-talking me publicly and shit-talking me privately, that's a big part of the agreement that got thrown out the window.
Right. Okay. Makes sense. All right. So Now, in this comment that he left on Chibi here, you know, here, let me, for the sake of clarity for the audience, because I know it's a little smaller on their screen, I'll just read it real quick.
Yeah.
Former animator for the Yo Mama channel here. For the sake of myself and others, I feel it's important to say, because quote-unquote Brody Foxx sure isn't going to, that first of all, he is not the animator of the videos, the artist who designed the characters, or the voice actor who did almost all of the voice work. He's just the channel owner, and at this point, none of the people who actually made the channel content are involved with it anymore. Many of us distanced ourselves intentionally years ago. And so per that comment, have you ever acted like you are more than just the producer and obviously a big part of the creative team for Yo Mama and Anime?
No, no. I even kind of I think I shared the story with you last time we talked.
Yeah.
So I'm always consistently correcting folks on this. In LA, we have a weekly pickleball gathering with creators. Really cool folks. Actually met the voice actress for Toph from Avatar. She goes to this shit every week. So it's pretty much like this executive, a few executives, right, that put together this weekly thing. Try to get more to the point. Basically, the CEO of my credit card called Carrot, they're an influencer banking service for people like me. He always introduces me as an animator, and it pisses me off. And I corrected him many times, and I'm consistently having to say, like, I'm not an animator, I'm a producer. Those are two different things. So, unfortunately, there are situations where people who just don't have knowledge or don't have, like, yeah, I guess knowledge or really understand the clear distinctions between the two, they consistently introduce you as the animator. I've had people think that I was a voice actor for Brody Foxx because I have like a certain cadence in the way I speak sometimes, and I have to tell them no, I'm not the voice actor. So no, there may have been a couple times where someone may have introduced me as XYZ, and I haven't quite caught it, but I've always been very persistent in making it clear, like, no, I am not the animator, I'm not the voice actor. I just create and produce, and I do other things behind the scenes.
Okay, right. And so per that, can you go ahead and explain in your own words why you stopped doing the intro credits for the Yo Mama animations? And for those who don't know about that, that had kind of the different animators as well as, you know, Brock Baker, the voice of Brody Foxx on it. Can you explain why you stopped doing those intro credits?
Yeah, so those intro credits were tailored to the episodes that they were being attached to. So obviously, you know, I know people think like Izzy and Red are the only animators to work on it. That's not true. There's been other animators involved. There's been other voice actors involved. I'm trying to think if there's definitely like situations where we have like other people that are involved, like on music and things of that nature. So pretty much like when you're just uploading straight up compilations, it's just like a cut of everything that scales across like 850 episodes. You don't have custom credits to allocate towards all those people, right? So there could be a situation where I have like a bunch of animations in there that are made by D-Tunes. That's the name of another content creator that I worked with. Or I could throw in segments from Anime, like the Anime rap battles at the end of an episode. And that's an entire different animation team that we worked with.
Right.
So it's more so like these credits are not being added to the compilations because they don't reflect everybody that worked on all the content in the compilation.
And on top of that, from, you know, our previous conversation, weren't you saying something about how just algorithmically it didn't make a ton of sense as well?
Yeah, so there is an aspect to that where you have what you call drop off rate, and that is like how many people still stick around from a percentage viewership perspective in the first 30 seconds. And so if you just have like this whole 10-second thing that shows up at the beginning of every video, it does have a bigger, clear drop off rate. So that's one of those things, right? But it's I feel like that's something that could potentially get kind of worked on around a little bit more.
Sure.
And we'll talk about that later.
Sure.
But yeah, there's an algorithm standpoint. I mean, a lot of the ways that YouTube videos used to work, they don't work the same way today. And typically, if you want to do credits, what you should ideally do is just limit it to the description and potentially put them at the very end. Um, though it can be a little tricky with that, and I'll explain that too. But it's just one of those things where you got a shit ton of content, and you just want to make sure it's credit properly. Um, yeah.
Okay. So, so in that same vein, like kind of the first reasoning that you were explaining, is that why you didn't kind of move those intro credits to make them outro credits, for that same reason of like kind of the compilation and using many different animations that were using different teams and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's just kind of tricky to figure out like how do you create like a good master credit list.
Right.
Um, you know, it's it's almost like you know, there's going to be situations where if you create like a master credits list, you're going to credit people that are not involved in any of the content that you put in that upload. And I don't know, people can be cool with it, some people cannot. And when you're dealing with like with a lot of different creative personalities, you're just like, okay, I don't want to piss off anybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So moving on from that, did you, and you, I think you pretty much already answered this earlier, but did you allow Jesse Red to set his own deadlines?
Um, Somewhat. I mean, I always consider it like open communication. So basically, in a situation, it would be like a Monday, and I go, okay, cool, it's Monday. This is what I'm thinking that I could potentially give to you. How many days do you think this would take? Um, okay, if you think it will take like 5 days, we agree that we're going to touch base on Friday. So the deadlines are not just set because I'm just trying to set them. It's more so like, hey, I know that I can get X number of episodes from Izzy this week. I know I can get one from D-Tunes this week. I need a fifth one that I can slip in which case I'm happy to put you at the very back end slot. AKA you could have longer time. And so what would happen is, again, you know, we would have this like predetermined agreement ahead of time. Like, okay, we talked, we agree like 5 days should be good enough. And then, yeah. So it wasn't like, hey, I'm going to give you a deadline, you got to work on it. It was more so, hey, I have a pipeline, I have a goal in mind, and I want to talk to you about it. Can you fit within this goal? What's reasonable? What's not reasonable? Just talk to me. And a lot of times he wouldn't meet those mutually discussed deadlines because he wanted to do more for a cartoon than what I would ask for him. Like he wanted to add an extra bit or an extra scene or an extra bit of animation, and that's what would throw shit off.
Okay. Okay, I see. All right. So, how did you try to address communication issues in the 18 months that you talked about in your post? And this is, again, I think something that you illustrated a little bit, but just to go into a little bit more detail with that, because you talk about that in your post.
Yeah, just have an open conversation. Like, hey, man, you know, I haven't heard from you. I'm trying really hard to communicate with you. What can I do better? You know, how can I talk to you? How can I communicate with you? What do I need to do on my end to make this easier for you? So in a lot of situations, you're thinking, um, you're kind of thinking like, okay, you know, if I'm trying my best to have a conversation with you, if I'm trying my best to resolve this, I'm trying to put the ball in your court and not blame you for anything, but just kind of give you an opportunity to take control. And I saw someone kind of ask a question that kind of caught my attention, where like someone's giving, you know, animators giving you more content. How is that bad? You gotta understand, like, adding more content is not simply having more content. It was like, hey, I'm gonna talk to you on a Friday, let you know where I'm at. You go quiet for 2 days. You disrupt the audio engineering pipeline. So you got somebody else sitting there waiting for their workload to come in, and you find out like 2 or 3 days later, you didn't get that because they want to add an extra little animation gag, but they weren't communicating with you on that. They ghosted you. They don't talk to you, and now you got to go and talk to another person in your pipeline to try to explain it to them, and try to make sure that their pipeline's not stressed. So at the end of the day, just because someone wants to do something a little more doesn't mean that it doesn't affect other people.
Right.
You know,
Especially when they're taking long and you guys have, deadlines that you need to meet. Yeah.
exactly. And look, if it was something as simple as like, hey, it's Friday, I don't have it done yet. I need another day to figure it out. Like, just shoot straight with me, right? Like, just be honest with me about it. But if you leave me in the dark, I look like a dumbass to anybody else I work with, because they go, Zach, this is your team. You control this. How the fuck do you not have your finger on the pulse with this? You know?
Right.
And
Right.
it can create a lot of doubt.
Yeah. Okay. So did Jesse immediately receive his final payment, or were there issues around that? Because he alleges that it took you a year to pay him. That's what he alleges.
Okay, so I paid him exactly on the payment schedule that he agreed upon. A matter of fact, let me just do this real quick. So I'll shoot you over the screenshot. So he had quit. Funny enough, he literally quit on my birthday, January 11th. And so, like, that doesn't really matter. But the point I bring that up is, like, it's the 11th of January. You're about midway through the first month of the first quarter. You have all your budgets put into place. And then he's like, hey, I'm going to leave. So we jump on a call. Tell me what he wanted. Like, he gave me his price. I didn't negotiate it down. I was like, you know what? That sounds fair to me. I'm cool with that. Seeing that this is, being brought up to me at this time of the year, I'd be happy to split that payment with you across a payment schedule, which he agreed to.
Right. Okay. And then
And I have all those invoice receipts as well, so you can see, like, let me see here. So you can see throughout this entire thing, because I know there's a thing that got brought up too, is like whether or not I paid people and I paid people on time, etc. So the way it worked is you would send me an invoice and I would pay it, and I would typically pay it within a day. Sometimes it might take 2 or 3 days, depending on different reasons, but for the most part, they were paid pretty quick. So this screenshot I sent over to you is a record and history of that payment being made. So you'll see, like, email notifications being like, you got an invoice from RedMinus, and you see where I paid the invoice. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I didn't just pay him $15,000. I actually paid part of the PayPal fee that was processed on top of that. So I paid like an extra $500 on top of that.
Okay. So this time where he says, I'll pull it up specifically in just a second, just showing the audience this part here. It shows all these receipts. Let me pull this up. So this part in particularly, his tweet on May 19th of 2025, where he says, it took him a year to pay me also. What do you have any guess as to what he could be talking about there?
It took me a year to pay him.
Yeah.
Is that the question? Yeah, no, I paid him on the schedule that he agreed to.
Right. So it's like, what do you think he's talking about there? What is he referring to, or do you just have no idea? Is this just kind of coming out of left field?
No, I think he's just pissed off that, this is me obviously guessing here, but like, if you agreed to a payment schedule and I fulfilled that payment schedule, that's what you agreed to. That's what you wanted. If you wanted a different payment schedule, you should have told me. You had room to talk about that. So why is he bringing it up? I think he's trying to make it seem like I was just dragging out payments, or like I was refusing to pay him. And it's like, no, dude, we literally agreed on it. You even typed it back to me in the chat, which I showed to you. So he got paid exactly the way we discussed how being paid. Now, if you want to get paid sooner, it could have been something like, hey, I would prefer, I don't know, if I was him, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds good, but could I potentially get like half of that right now? Or
yeah, he could have negotiated it, is your point. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, he told me what he wanted, and I just told him where I was at, like from a budget perspective.
Yeah.
And I asked if he was okay with it, and he said, "Yeah."
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. All right. So, can you elaborate on your two stories that you mention in your tweet a little bit? Which is specifically the Red's attempts to push out your co-producer, and then I think you already spoke on trying to pin the success on me part, but attempts to push out the co-producer. What's that about?
Okay, so this happened. I'm trying to remember the years. So the following year, um, so that story I talked about, like putting together that VidCon event and then meeting him and his friend, and then his friend telling me, what they told me. So a year later, I had produced another event at VidCon, and at the end of that weekend, Izzy, Red, and myself went to a steakhouse called like Roof Chris, right? We're just sitting there, and they had basically told me like, "Hey, we've had a conversation amongst each other, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to put this. Basically, they said, "Hey, we don't see Alex." That was my co-producer, business partner at the time on the animation side of things. They're like, "We don't see what Alex is doing. We don't know like what we don't feel comfortable with him," type of thing. And it was pretty much this situation where I kind of understood where they were coming from and kind of give more context. And we'll obviously dive into this more later. But Alex and I, we had worked with each other since 2011. We both co-founded and co-produced Yo Mama. We both co-financed it equally. So we ran things pretty much 50-50. And then we had a separate entity that we had spun off to handle social media work that was outside of the animation wheelhouse. It can get, we can go deeper into that later, but it was basically, hey, we want to pay you for X, Y, and Z. And we're like, okay, well, it doesn't fit in the studio, so we'll create like a separate entity from it. And then that separate entity was getting like a lot of traction, a lot of interest. And at that point, God, I would never do this again. But at that point, I was basically running both companies as like quote unquote CEO or head of things, right? Like president, CEO, what do you want to call it? And I was pretty much at my breaking point of like, I can't do both. I need to focus one or the other. And I think from their perspective, they felt like Alex was over the animation studio and just wanted to focus on this new entity, um, which I think could be a fair perspective to have. And they basically expressed like, yeah, we don't really see where this is going with him, but if you were able to take control of this and get him out, we'd be willing to stay on. I'm like,
Mm.
okay, it's one of those conversations I personally wasn't expecting, but I was already at that potential fork in the road where I'm like, okay, I need to decide what I'm going to do. And at the end of the day, I don't like to leave people behind. Like, if I'm going to like bring people on for a project, I'm going to work on it. I really want to work on it to like the best of my ability to the end as far as I can take it. And I was like, okay, well, that really stuck out to me because that told me what I needed to do from my personal perspective. But I just thought it was very interesting that these were two people that were staying at an Airbnb that we were both paying for, Alex and I, and that they had this conversation and then they approached it with me separately. And, look, I had my issues with Alex, but just so you guys know, like, we're still talking. Like, we literally had dinner with each other, like, about a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
We got camping trips coming up that we're planning together. So like even though we had a falling out, I always felt like Alex brought a lot to the table creatively. And the thing is, he's a very intelligent business person. He understands how to be tactful with a lot of different conversations. Because I'm autistic, he's not. Uh, and really, a lot of like what we have today as a cornerstone as Yo Mama exists because of him. So it kind of sucked because it's like in my mind, he brings a lot to the table, but he just wasn't bringing it to the table at the moment. and you got these two animators that you feel like you're responsible for telling you like, hey, you need to like figure this out, or we're going to kind of walk scenario, and we're willing to like stay if you take control of everything.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean that's a lot on their end. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those things. Like I kind of get where they're coming from, but I think they just kind of shift shit over to somebody else, and they're like, okay, look, who can we get mad at next?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, okay, so you already answered the question of what aspects of your agreement did he break? You already did that. Are there any other aspects of the agreement that he broke that you haven't gotten into yet that you'd like to elaborate on? Or
No, I mean, he didn't deliver.
Yeah.
In a reasonable time frame. And he also like, it's what you would call like I think it's called like a discouragement clause or whatever. Again, he presented that, he wanted that, and it seems to me like he just doesn't want to uphold that, which is unfortunate. Yeah, but outside of that, I can't really think of anything. But if I was an attorney, I'm sure I could look at it and be like, yeah, motherfucker, you screwed up XYZ.
Sure.
But from a layman perspective, no.
So, one of the things that he alleges in these tweets here is that you delayed or derailed deadlines at different times and missed a lot of deadlines on your end. What's your perspective on that?
Well, he doesn't give an example, so I don't know what he's talking about. What I can say is there has been some hiccups in the pipeline, because again, it's a pipeline; it's not just an animator. And so I'm going to bring up somebody else, not throwing them under a bus, but I can give like an interesting example. So love Brock, love working with Brock, great guy, voice actor. That's what's like his role, with some writing kind of mixed in, improv, if you will. And there would be times where like we would give him stuff to voice over, and then he'll be late on it, and then I would have to remind him like, "Hey, Brock, I'm supposed to have this in today. I don't have it in today yet. When can you get that over to me?" And he'll apologize like, "Hey, my bad, my fault. I'll get that over to you soon." And so he'll be delayed on that. And when you have a voiceover delay, you can definitely have like an animation start delay as well. So yeah, there would be delays like that. But what I would do is I would communicate back with the animators and be like, "Hey, we have this delay on this. I can get this over to you within 24 hours, but is there anything that you can move on right now in terms of that production?"
Right. Oh, you know what? It looks like it does give an example here. So he says many times he derailed things by changing something without warning, like opening up a Twitter contest to, quote, include a fan in a scene, quote, and only telling us after he had already announced it.
Yeah, that was like a thing I threw in, but like I brought that up ahead of time too.
Okay, so it's not the case, like, it's not what he's saying where you only brought it up after you had announced it.
No, it was pretty much like, "Hey, I have this idea. You're already working on this section, right?" So yeah, there's probably would have been better ways to potentially communicate. I would have to go back and look at the communication logs, so I'm just kind of shooting out my ass. But if that's like the one example he can think of, then that's like a really bad example, because that guy, like, again, it was one of those things where that was one of the worst project. I mean, it was a great project. It came out really good, but he just kept adding more and more workload to this project already. I think like the one thing he's pointing out is offsetting like a lot of the issues that we already have with that project. And going back, I probably wouldn't have done the same thing. So like, I don't necessarily disagree with him, but it was communicated ahead of time. It was communicated in the moment. But as somebody with a little bit more experience under my belt, I definitely would not do that again.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so for this next part, I understand that there's some things that you can't get into. So if you can't answer a question or whatever, just let me know and we'll just move on. Okay.
Yeah, totally. And just as a heads up,
Yeah.
um, let's see, we already been talking for like an hour, right?
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay.
Well, no,
So
no, probably I think more around 40 minutes, 45. Yeah.
okay, cool. So if you don't mind, in about 5 minutes, can I take a quick 7 minute break to kind of get up and use the restroom?
Of course. Of course, dude. Yep. Whatever you
All
need.
right, cool. I appreciate that.
100%. So yeah, so what, and again, if you can't get into it, it's totally fine. What was the nature of the legal call that you had, that you talked about, and filing in 2 states in Canada? In this tweet here, just wrapped up a large legal call, moving towards filings with 2 states in Canada. X's legal team now working with us to provide me the information.
Oh, so that's has nothing to do with anybody on the team. That had something to do with a dox and swatting incident.
Okay, interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
because the way that this is framed, right, makes it seem like this is talking about stuff to do with your employees, right? The way that this is shown, right, which is an
Yeah,
issue.
no, the only time I ever talked to X's legal team, um, I think I could say this. I don't see the issue with saying it, but basically, there's a docs of mine that's been sitting up on the platform. They haven't removed it, and typically they would, but they kept it up because it fucked with another police department. I don't know, some weird situation. They gave me like a weird answer. I personally don't agree with it, but yeah, no, that's been that situation. Was a dox and swatting incident with my docs still being sitting up on Twitter right now.
Got it. Got it.
So what we talked about for the most part, um, kind of hints on a role, what you would call like a pipeline producer.
Mm-hmm.
And a pipeline producer basically produces the pipeline. So what they do is they go in, they manage everything from beginning to end. And sometimes you would have someone that would just be hired specifically for that role, which we've done before, and we'll hit on that in a moment as well. So what might be described as like quote unquote micromanaging is what we would call pipeline producing. So you want to make sure like, okay, I get my voiceover in, I pass it off to the next person, the animator. I make sure they deliver the animation, and I pass it off to sound design, and then kind of give notes along the way. So unfortunately, there is a little bit of quote unquote micromanaging, but it's not outside the scope of a pipeline producer role, if that makes sense.
For sure. For sure. That makes total sense. Yeah. Okay. So we're getting into the Izzy section. So before I read the important, this is a long, rambling statement from Izzy, to be completely honest. But before I get into the important aspects of that statement, can you just go ahead and tell the audience what Izzy's role was in Yo Mama / Anime?
Yeah, so basically, so sorry, my chair is sliding. I got like an uneven floor.
You're
But
fine, man.
basically, yeah, I'm talking and my chair's moving backwards. So Izzy came on as one of the first, if not the first, animator I brought on for anime. And Izzy wasn't even an animator at the time; she was an illustrator. So played into her strengths, and she ended up learning animation as she was like working with me over the years. And then I think in the summer of in the summer of 2017, she approached me and she said, "Hey, I can work on the Yo Mama project, and if you hire me for Yo Mama, this is what I can do for you." So she approached me to work on Yo Mama. I gave her the opportunity, and then she started working on Yo Mama. And basically, Izzy's like really creative. She has a diverse art style. Her and I grew up on the same cartoon, so we have like a lot of similar humor, uh, and connect in that way. So basically, she was kind of like if RedMinus was going to focus heavily on like 1 or 2 jokes, Izzy would focus on repurposing assets and creating new assets to the best of her ability, and she would focus on more of like getting other content out a little bit quicker. And so she was really good at communicating on her workload. She was really good at communicating and meeting deadlines. So like if she couldn't meet a deadline, she would tell me. So she kind of like brought a lot of things to the table that Red didn't necessarily bring, and they just really complemented each other quite well as like a two-person team when it came to Yo Mama.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, and so we're going to do this the exact same way that we did with Red, where we're going to go ahead and read the statement, and then we'll get into it, and I'll ask you questions about it. Is that cool?
Yeah, totally. I'm just trying to remember when she made this statement. Um, I think she made this statement probably right after. Okay, actually, let me back up. So this statement was made, I think, the day that she quote unquote quit, and the day she quit was after like I already gave like a 2 weeks notice to everybody,
Right.
or whatever, however long they need it. So she definitely made this like in a heat of the moment type of thing, which I want to respectfully acknowledge. So yeah, that's the kind of the context in the situation.
For sure. Okay. So we're gonna again. This is a very long, rambly statement. If you guys want to find it yourself, it is in the document, and you can read it in full if you really feel like it. But I'm just telling you already. There's gonna be a lot of irrelevant information. So, you know, okay. So getting into the actual experience at Animeme here. I was very miserable at Animeme Studios. It's not a great work environment. The workers are constantly misled. The producer uses personal grudges in professional meetings. And there's a lot of stuff I had to fight from happening, such as Yo Mama Asian race jokes. My ethics, values, and intent rarely line up with the company. Which is run exclusively through one man's ego and is currently on the verge of going under because of it. All of the work wasn't to build IPs to be proud of, it was all so that this one person can brag and promote himself with the hard work others did. I was told that the studio needed to convert to a Web3 studio or be shut down. So holding my job over my head, I did ask for 3 times my rate to go against my ethics to work on NFTs, and he agreed to get what he wanted. But as usual, he didn't honor that agreement, moved it behind the success goal, and now I was working on a thing I hate, which could have got me blacklisted from the art community, and I had nothing to show for it. I resented myself for allowing this dude to constantly lie to my face, but I needed that stable income. I did try for looking up jobs in LinkedIn. Okay, this is just like insecurities and talking about like potential suicidality. Basically, I stopped having the will to live. Yep. Okay. Eventually, things did get better at Animeme because the company was able to convince their YouTube MCN to a big $250K grant for a cut of ad revenue for a few years. And because my producer was expecting to get a huge payout from the NFTs, specifically $500,000, he started carelessly spending, and I got a life-changing raise, and I got to direct something worthy of my skills, the Furby Chucky short. Small tangent, I really hate that because he didn't have any involvement with the Chucky short. He did absolutely no promotion for it. He buried it behind a bunch of traced memes and a Family Guy skit about how Disney bought Fox. 5 years too late, my dude. And Peter lets a homeless guy rape Meg. The Sonic short also had sexual assault as a joke too. And after that, he still had the balls to purposely leave out my director credit and give himself a writer credit, directly and indirectly. A director credit for the whole video. Asshole. Then the week of hell happened.
Yeah, she mentions where she had like a falling out with the Pizza Party podcast.
Yeah. So, I mean...
and she also mentions she got sexually assaulted, which I had heard about.
Terrible,
and
obviously. Right. But
yeah, absolutely terrible. But you can kind of see where like maybe that personal experience kind of caused her to highlight things in a certain way.
It feels. It also just kind of feels like you're laying it on a little thick. You know what I mean? And you know, I'm more of a cynical person. I see a lot of amplified or exaggeratory allegations and stuff like that, and so because of that, I see things from a tactics perspective rather than, you know, I'm a little jaded, right? But either way, so, you know, that all happened. ended Valentine's vacation early, and when I got home, I was let go of my job of 12 years. So Animeme's money ran out, and to keep the company afloat, the owner had to lay off his production staff so that he could coast off of what was left until he can trick some venture capital into thinking that his clearly failing company is worth investing in. I was given 2 weeks to produce a decent trans Harry Potter short that I pitched, but the following workday he wanted me to switch over to work on NFT assets. I asked him why I hadn't received my royalties for the previous mint. It was a failure, but I'm still supposed to get 4 to 5% of sales. And it had been 2 to 3 months since he received that money, and the artists still hadn't seen our payment. He said he was instructed by his tax to hold payments, and then implied that if I wanted to ensure payment, I needed to get a lawyer to take care of an unrelated contract. I've never signed a contract for the company, and legally still own all of my work and assets. In fact, none of his animators have. He's bad at business. I'm out. I quit that day and gave up the needed 2 weeks of pay. Now, for the first time in 12 years, I am unemployed. And then going into more of their personal projects, completely irrelevant. Blah, blah, blah. I'm listing my domestic partner to be my pseudo producer. That's fine. I don't care. Okay. That's pretty much
so there's a lot of so I'm going to let you ask your questions, but I just wanted to kind of point out there's a lot of like really odd contradictory statements in this. And we'll kind of get to those, but I think probably the most interesting thing to highlight would be, let me make sure. What was that MCN statement she made? Okay, here we go. Company was able to convince their YouTube MCN to a big $250,000 grant. So I think this is a good example to kind of point out right now. So first and foremost, it was not an MCN that did it. It was an MCN that helped negotiate the deal. And what I mean by that is they brought me the opportunity, and then me in legal got on call with them and this other entity, and then we negotiated a deal from there. And the reason I bring that up is what would often happen, as seen in this example, is that Izzy would listen or hear what I'm saying and then kind of like chop up and cut the pieces of the story in a completely different way. And it seems like very minor, like, is it an YouTube MCN or not? Doesn't really matter. But it shows like she's not listening to like the actual details. And then she kind of like just brings it all together in her own sandwich. And that happens a lot with her, where she will say XYZ, but we never talk about XYZ, you know? So she's just kind of filling the gaps in her own way. It's very minor in this situation, but it has been a very consistent thing to where she would bring up stories or recall events, and you can tell like she's not recalling them properly.
Right. And there's some level of assumption as well from what you're saying on her end. Yeah.
It's like she's kind of hearing it, but she's not listening to the full thing, and she just kind of pieces it together in her own way. She also mentions like, I'm bad at business, but also trying to get a contract signed and following tax advice and stuff. So it's like, am I bad at one thing or am I not? I mean, that's just me kind of like shooting off the riff here for a second, but I definitely love to go down the questions in a more organized fashion.
Right. Okay. So getting into the first one here, what do you think that Izzy is talking about when she says the producer uses personal grudges in professional meetings?
Okay, so I know exactly what she's talking about. I want to be respectful about this story. So there was a gathering, like a team trip that I put together at the end of 2019, right before COVID hit. And what had happened was we had a large Airbnb property that had like a big main house that most of us slept in. But there was a second house, like a smaller house at the beginning of the property. And Izzy decided to use that house for her and her partner that she had just met in San Diego at that time. So totally fine, whatever, do your thing. At this point, we got settled into the Airbnb property. And as people got settled in, I was like, okay, what I need to do is put together a quick like group meeting. Let me get everybody together. Let's talk about the weekend, so that we know what we're going to do for the weekend, and just so I can get feedback. I want to make sure everyone has a good time. And I was not able. So Red was staying in that big main house with us, and he wasn't in the main house anymore, and I couldn't find him. I'm like, okay, well, I still need to get Izzy, so let me go grab Izzy. Maybe Jesse's over there with him. I mean, with her. Excuse me. God, I'm going to sound like I misgender somebody. But basically, Jesse was over there with her, and I had went to go find him or her, and when I had went to go knock on a door that she was like the bedroom, the door that she was like the doors of the bedroom she was staying in, it was one of those like weird movie situations where like you're getting ready to knock on something and then you hear your name spoken to from the other side. And you're like, okay, well, I hear my name. Izzy's saying my name. I don't want to interrupt this conversation. I don't want to like walk into an awkward moment. And you kind of stop and pause for a second and you start to hear more of that, like what's being said. And what I had caught was her being upset at me for giving her work that required her to reuse animation assets, which is what she wanted to do, what she signed up for. And basically, I never told her that I knew about that moment, because what I did was like, I'm going to walk away, and I'm just going to try to let this naturally flow. I don't want to interrupt the conversation. Izzy and Red, they both work for me as animators. Maybe it's good for her to vent to him. Maybe he has some thoughts and insight. Like, that's a personal conversation. I want to get involved in it. But you also can't stop the fact that you heard your name and that you can hear her, like, complaining about you. And so what happened was Izzy would... God, this must have been, like, maybe... Let's see, that was at the end of 2019. I would say it's probably almost 2 years later, maybe 23 months later. We were having this conversation, and Izzy was getting to this point where she was expressing, like, I don't feel like you care about my feelings. I don't feel like you're listening to my feedback. These type of, like, communicative notions. And you think to yourself, okay, well, I'm trying to, etc. And then personally, I'm at a frustrated point because, like, I'm literally, like, stressed the fuck out. And these are my personal problems. This is not me to project on anybody else. But I was like, at the point of frustration, I basically said, like, Izzy, you don't care about anyone else's feelings but your own feelings. And the fact that, like, I took you on this trip, and within 30 minutes of being in our Airbnb, the first thing you wanted to do was pull aside RedMinus and, like, tell him, like, how horrible I am as, like, a boss. Like, that hurt me. That really hurt me. And I know that's like a private conversation. I'm not trying to, walk into a private conversation. But in that moment of, like, telling her this, it's me saying, like, look, I'm a human being too. I've heard the things that you guys have said about me over the years, and I consistently put it back. I consistently try not to bring it up. And, it hurts me. Like, I also have emotions. And I'm not just like some fucking white, straight cis man who acts like a brick wall. Like, no, I'm a human being, and I'm dealing with this shit. And I think that really threw her off that I brought that up. One, it wasn't professionally done. I could have done that so much better. I should have pulled that on into a one-on-one conversation. So many different ways I could have handled that better, no doubt about it. But it was more so like, yeah, it was something that stuck with me for nearly 2 years, because I do care about what you guys think and how you feel. And I'm consistently trying to adjust and pivot to make this work. But I feel like you guys don't see me as a human being. You guys see me as just like some fucking YouTube dickhead. A little bit of a tangent, but there's that's kind of the perspective. It's human shit. Could have done it better, but had a human moment.
And you let it out in a moment of frustration, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Did Izzy ever fight you on inclusion of Asian or racial jokes?
Okay, so what's really interesting is that this character asset model that she created, let me back up. There was this Your Mama joke called Your Mama So American, she wouldn't let you play with toys made from China. Really fucking cringy ass joke. But I had no uh, direction or indication that I wanted like this character model made. And Izzy randomly made this Chinese woman as like a opposite of the American mother. And it was part of an intro joke.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw that. And I'm like, okay, well, we're doing Your Mama So American. Um, I've seen some jokes over the years, like Your Mama So Japanese. She was, you were born cordless, or when she gave birth to you, you were born cordless. It's like a Wi-Fi joke.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Your Mama So Chinese. You weren't born in China. You were made in China. So I thought, oh, we could probably do like a simple little like one-off Your Mama So Chinese joke. And in my mind, as somebody who grew up in over 2 dozen countries, part of that, a good chunk of that over in Asia, in my mind, I'm like, okay, if we're doing Your Mama So American, why not do Your Mama So Chinese,
Mm-hmm.
right? And she was against it. And I do understand where she's coming from. She felt like that character model she made was like too ugly and stereotypical, which, I respect and understand where she's coming from. Even though she made it on prompt without me asking her to make it, I understood where she was coming from. And so I'm like, let me reach out to a few people that I know who deal with like ethic input situations. Basically, there's a group of I don't want to name them, but there's like a media company. I'm friends with the guy that runs this media company. It's a very Asian specific media company. And I was like, "Hey guys, I know you had like somebody that came on as like a cultural advisor. Can I get in contact with that cultural advisor so I can ask him like how I could go about this if I want to go about it?" So I took her feedback in, and then I reached out to somebody who gave me feedback, and he's like, "Yeah, as a Chinese person, it wouldn't upset me as long as like you showed a history of like actually like creating content that's of similar level." So it's like one of these situations where somebody who's like super woke, it's like, I made this character model. I don't like that I made this character model. I don't like that you want to turn this into like a Yamama So Chinese joke. And I'm like, okay, well, then let me go reach out to some people who are actually from China who deal with cultural advisement and get their advice. And their
Mm-hmm.
advice was, yeah, do Yamama So German, Yamama So British, then throw in Yamama So Chinese. It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be racial. And to that, on top of that, that was a conversation that I did take in wholeheartedly, and that conversation did lead to the creation of Your Mama So Rich, which, I mean, fuck, it's another stereotype. But like, we do have a Chinese mother, but it's Your Mama So Rich,
Mm-hmm.
and that character design in a very beautiful way. I actually brought in a Chinese voice actress to do some lines for her, so that it's like done in proper Mandarin. So I didn't like just take that conversation, throw it away. I just tried to learn from it and apply it moving forward.
Okay. Cool. Um. Okay. And so pushing back on, or just correcting, or whatever, addressing the so one person can brag and promote himself with the hard work others did. Did you ever promote the artist team? I know that you used to have these intro credits, but did you promote them further than just those intro credits?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
can you give
Anytime like
an example?
anytime I shared stuff on Twitter, I'd be like, made by XYZ.
Mm-hmm.
I would promote them to other people that were looking for animators. Um, if they asked me to share something, I would share it too. It's not like I had like a full guideline that I followed every day. Be like, how can I promote everybody every day? Um, but no, I've always been pretty straightforward and always been happy to help. Um, and matter of fact, RedMinus, when you first started working with us back in 2011, he had a YouTube channel, but it wasn't doing too well. And so Alex and I like dove into his YouTube channel and gave him like a bunch of advice to like up his viewership, and he took it and it worked. Izzy did the same thing. So I was consistently, and when I say I was consistently, like Alex and I, when he was part of it, we would consistently do what we could and help them in any way that they wanted to. And when Alex left and I was still a part of it, I did the same thing. always happy to help.
Cool. Can you elaborate on Izzy's line about converting to a Web3 studio or being shut down? What was that conversation like?
Yeah, no, it was basically like, yo, look, this I see that RedMinus is in the chat. He's gonna be nope, 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 nope. Yeah, Jesse, go ahead and talk. So, anyways, basically, it was at that point where I was going to decide where I was going to take the next 6 months of the calendar year. And the fact is that the YouTube channel wasn't performing as well. And there's a lot of different reasons behind it. A lot of it came down to algorithm reasons and like the way Wikipedia kind of worked. And I know Wikipedia seems random, but basically there was this new uh, algorithm that was basically taking attributions and contextualized keywords and data from Wikipedia, and that like really hurt the Yamama YouTube channel when they switch over from human review moderation to technology moderation during COVID. And then that application of the technology moderation was just killing the reach. Like we were not going outside of our normal audience. So at that point, I was also being spoken to by a few colleagues of mine and friends who were heavily in technology spaces. One of them was a former technology producer at Disney who did the VR, AR technology, and he had gotten into Web3, NFT type stuff. And the way it was pitched to me was like, look, you see all these different projects developing intellectual properties, and they're generating all this money off their NFT sales to develop their intellectual properties. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if we're all burnt out of the Amama shit, and there's an opportunity over here to work with different studios, or excuse me, different intellectual properties, then I think it would make sense to try to see an opportunity to link up with these different IPs in order to work with them to develop their ideas, to work on different ideas outside of what we're already doing, and not kind of get caught in this type of rat race scenario. So yeah, it was pretty much like, hey, look, we could do this, and this is my vision for it, and this is how I'm going to pitch it. And so that's what I did. I had a vision, I pitched it. And, you know, there was definitely some concerns because, like, there's some negative connotations behind it, which is totally fair. But at the end of the day, you know, when you have a vision, you want to pitch something, and you don't like it, and we're still moving forward with it, you have the opportunity to walk away. So, yeah, you can walk away.
Right. Right. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So you kind of got into that whole NFT thing already.
Yeah, totally. Actually, can I take a minute to turn on some lights? It's getting really dark in here.
Go for it, man.
All right, cool. Give me like 2 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, Red, as we discussed earlier, you're more than welcome to, I mean, if you wanted to come on here after, or if you just wanted to send a statement, you are more than welcome to. I am making no attempt to silence you. I just want to make that exceptionally clear to everyone watching and to you. Okay? I'm not going to silence anybody here.
Okay, thank you. So got to make sure my front door and everything's shut too.
Yeah, you're totally fine. Okay. So yeah, you already got into the NFT thing some. To get into a little bit of specifics, what does she mean by he didn't honor the agreement that you made and moved it behind the success goal? What does that mean?
Can you scroll up to show the full context?
Yeah, so I'll read the whole sentence too. So holding my job over my head, I did ask for 3 times my rate to go against my ethics to work on NFTs, and he agreed to get what he wanted. But as usual, he didn't honor that agreement, moved it behind a success goal, And now I was working on a thing I hate, which could get me blacklisted from the art community, and had nothing to show for it.
Yeah, so she was paid every invoice sent to me. That's just a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she asked for a higher rate. I paid it. She got it. There was... Now, here's the thing. That was something that she asked for. I paid it. She got it. And then I threw in, like, after the fact, I was like, you know what? I can throw in, like, an extra bonus based off of, like, percentage sales. And then what ultimately happened was I had for over a year, and I'm sure RedMinus can bring this up since he's in chat, but I've been bringing this up for over a year, like, hey guys, I need to clean up everything legally. Like, I need to get contracts in place. I need to do X, Y, Z. And I'm just giving you guys a heads up so that if I send over something for you to review, I don't want you to feel like you have to sign it. I want you guys to know, like, go out, grab an attorney, get a red line, etc. And at this point, I had gotten agreements from pretty much everybody. And the fact that Red took on payment and I had all that documented means that he also took on an agreement, whether or not he wants to sign it. And Izzy was the only one that was kind of hesitant, which I don't really blame her. But the thing is, like, if you're worried about money and you're worried about being taken advantage of, you're not going to move quick on getting an attorney involved. And it came down to the fact, like, okay, well, I need her to get contracts in place. And it's not like just a bunch of different contracts. It was like, okay, work for hire agreements. We're going to keep everything clean under one agreement. Send it over, get it red line, etc. And that way I can get over final payments to you, right? Because she's like, well, I asked for 3x my rate because of my ethics. But as usually under that agreement, no, that agreement was on her. She was paid for it. And then yeah.
So
anything else?
You're essentially completely disputing what she says here, correct?
Yeah.
Just to make sure okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. So, did Izzy ever approach you before the whole incident of being let go / quitting, where she made it clear that she was unhappy and potentially wanting to look for another job?
She definitely made it clear like she was unhappy. Not that she was looking for another job, which at the end of the day, look for another job. That's your prerogative, right? As someone pointed out with the odd one is out situation, them as a creative, as an animator, they're like, yeah, even when I have a steady job, I still look for like other ways to subsidize my lifestyle. So like that's a thing you got to do, no matter what. But at the end of the day, I can only do so much to make somebody happy. I'm not like big boss guy who's running NBC or Paramount, right? I'm a guy who's working against the YouTube algorithm. And being an animation channel with a YouTube algorithm is a pain in the fucking ass. And this is back in the day when Facebook didn't have monetization. TikTok monetization wasn't really worth it. Like, you got paid pennies on the dollar. So, like, our main monetization source was YouTube. And when you see there's things going on YouTube and you got to pivot and change, you got to make those pivots and change, right? And there was definitely situations where she would mention, like, she's not creatively happy. And it wasn't just mentioned to me. So I'll bring in another person. So there's another studio that I would work with called Tunocracy. Tunocracy Studio, Max, my audio engineer, was a part of as a co-founder as well. So he works over there. And this is a studio founded by just animators. Like, everybody that runs that studio is an animator. The guy who founded that studio, James Sharp, he did our production pipeline for Anime. He did our production pipeline for a couple of different things as well. But I remember when he was working with Izzy directly, his notes to me was, hey, I'm an animator. I understand where she's coming from, but she complains way too much. And I feel like I'm having more of a therapy conversation with her than I am having a work conversation. And it got to this point where, like, another animator was bringing it to my attention. So yeah, no, she was unhappy, but I'm not an animator. I'm a guy working with YouTube algorithms. I'm trying to do my best to balance the two. And then I got another animator a couple of years prior who worked with her, and it's like, yeah, this is becoming too much of an emotional like conversation. She just needs to do the work. Like I try to listen to her, he would say. I try to understand where she's coming from, but look, that's part of the job. You do shit you're not always excited about.
Yeah. Yeah. Were you aware of Izzy's potential suicidal thoughts or mental instability?
I'll answer it in two parts. So suicidal thoughts. I want to be respectful of this, because obviously, like well, not obviously, but well, as Izzy's made it pretty obviously clear, she's a trans woman, and that's just not an easy thing to deal with. Uh, I'm not trans. I'm never going to fully understand it. That's my philosophy. Uh, unless you're like the actual person, the best you can understand is like half of what they're saying. So, like, as somebody who's like sitting there listening to somebody else that's different than them, you recognize like, okay, they're going through, hard situations. There are things that happen politically and legally that can affect them from an emotional standpoint. So, like, I knew there was always a struggle there within respect, but none of us knew anything about suicide until like she brought it up like months later in a conversation with all of us. And it was like a pretty, I don't know, it was like a gut wrenching thing to hear about. Like she didn't really explain what led up to that situation, but she explained that it was a real situation. And again, you're like in a creative meeting, you're hearing this conversation. So you're having to like kind of adjust your mindset for a moment, process it. And it's not like a thing I would like to ignore, but it's also a thing where I don't know how to respond to that in the moment. Now, in terms of mental struggles, I think that's like a kind of a generalized conversation or a generalized topic. Like it's a bigger thing. I think all creatives deal with like some sort of mental struggle.
Fair.
And, Izzy, you could tell if she had a good day or a bad day because you could tell by the tone of her voice. Um, and, she had a lot of bad days and you would hear about it. And like we would open up the conversation for her to kind of like vent and share her stuff, like, try to relate to her, try to, talk to her, try to, I don't know, not necessarily be like a therapy outlet, but also more so try to be like a friend, uplifting outlet. And I don't say that for me. I say that for everybody else part of the conversation. So like, yeah, someone's dealing with stuff, but you just don't know everything unless they tell you, right? And in my perspective, it wasn't like a work related thing. It was like life related. It was everything in life that was just kind of adding up.
I gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We already talked about the MCN thing. Can you explain the story behind the Furby Chucky short that Izzy made? Was she left out of the director credit? Did you write any of it?
Yeah, so I'll go backwards. So I did write some jokes for it. That's just a fact. I did write some jokes for it, some of which got included. So you get like a writer credit for it. And then like the direction thing. So basically, Izzy actually gave me like a credit template to follow for animing, and I just follow that template, that credit template. So like, if I direct it like if I produce like an entire episode, I technically directed the entire episode type of thing, and that's what she had like pitched to me. And so this whole director credit thing was not a thing that she brought up to me in the conversation. She just kind of brought it up randomly to the public. I didn't know that bothered her. I didn't know she wanted like special credit for directing an episode or a segment of an episode, which could be argued for like everybody that's ever done anything under anime. And I think it's a fair argument. But no, I did write some jokes for it. I did produce it, and I credit myself the way I credited it myself in every episode. So It's not like I uploaded it by itself and be like, yeah, I'm the director of this one thing. No, it's like, no, I'm the director of this whole compilation episode.
Okay. Gotcha. And we already covered, you gave Izzy her royalties on the NFT she helped with, the NFT Mint. We covered that already. So moving on to your statement.
Yeah. So just so people are aware, she does have that money still sitting in her like her crypto wallet. I don't know if she lost her password to it or access to it, but like she still has like thousands of dollars sitting in there from the project that she hasn't touched in years. Uh, and you know, we could probably dive into crypto later, but I can say like pretty much everybody in the core team has like a crypto wallet. People have been involved in crypto, way outside my scope of work. Um, but yeah, I mean, like when you're giving crypto payments, you can track that pretty easily.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, speaking of which, good segue here. Talking about your statement here. What was the other crypto game or project that you worked on before you approached her with the Web3 projects?
Yeah, so I didn't know about that until like time had passed. Um, when you have a LinkedIn profile, you put up your credits, all your past work. She removed it from her LinkedIn profile. I can see if I can pull up my old laptop, which I got charging right now. It's God, it's an ancient son of a bitch. It's one of those things where if I unplug it, the battery dies instantly. But basically, what kind of caught me off guard was that she did artwork for a crypto mobile game. Um, I don't know if it was March or May of that year. I knew it started with an M, but she worked on the crypto mobile game, providing artwork. That was before I ever brought the Web3 thing. So, you know, she worked on something in crypto related
Right.
outside of me
And then
months before me.
seemingly like had a problem with you approaching her with Web3 work.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Um so we talked about this a little bit, but just so, you know, you can kind of give you know, the answer a little bit more publicly, I guess. Do you have any screenshots or anything that you're willing to show of her dragging out the project to get more money from you? Because here, I'll just read your statement real quick here. She admitted in her Discord to dragging out the project as long as possible to extract more money from me.
Yeah. So I have screenshots that I sent over to my attorney that has like additional notes written into the screenshot. Those I cannot share.
Right.
What I'll do here at some point that's reasonable, I'll open up my older laptop and see what I can pull up. That's like
Totally
just
fine.
kind of raw. But yeah, for context on this, basically, Izzy has started up a Discord for herself. Totally fine, nothing wrong with that. I mean, fuck, it's a Discord. Who gives a shit? But someone who we were both connected with made me aware that Izzy had dedicated an entire Discord section to what she called like behind the scenes of Yamama or Yamama behind the scenes. And yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable to want to keep track of that just to see what's being said. I mean, you're kind of curious overall.
Well, I mean,
Um,
especially if you're, I mean, from what you told me, you were hearing from other people that she was potentially lying about you, right? And she was potentially like, you know, kind of shit talking you behind the scenes, right? I mean, I think that you have every right to know what is being said. Personally, I don't think that that's some kind of violation of privacy, especially when it's being said on a, you know, public Discord server, right?
and yeah, it's like, you know, I'm always in the position like, yeah, if you got to vent, vent, you know, vent off your shit, right? But when you dedicate an entire channel within Discord to just your mama stuff, you're like, okay, this is actually kind of interesting. And from there, that's when I started to see over a few weeks, she started to mention, um, like, yeah, when Zach wanted to do the NFT thing, I gave him a rate that I thought he would say no to, and he said yes because he's desperate. Uh, And the thing is, they're on monthly retainer, so you're getting paid an amount every single month. And what she had basically expressed was that she was dragging out this project longer than what she could have done it for. Like she could have done it quicker. And she's like, "Yeah, I saw the company go under. I saw all these red flags, type of thing, and I figured if the company's gonna go under, I might as well drag out the project as long as possible to get paid more."
Right. And this was, to clarify, it was a public server, right? Like, I mean, and then that's why we have statements like talking about what her future as a creator is and stuff like that for her fans. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, it was a public server. She had like an invite link up.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, she tweeted about it.
Yep. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we clarified that. Okay. So.
And I should note that Izzy's X account, it has been deleted, so like we can't pull up those tweets anymore.
Right. Right. She just has a blue sky now. Okay.
Yeah.
So, can you elaborate from your statement here? Can you elaborate some of the things that she lied and twisted about you, such as this DJ story that you mentioned?
So that's where it seems so fucking stupid to me because it shouldn't matter. But it was such like a random lie that it just kind of becomes like part of a pattern recognition behavior. So basically, how do I explain it? So I did some music project type things, basically where I'm like, okay, I need some extra music that I can tap into from a ownership perspective, and for an extra few $100s, I can throw on some lyrics, and then I can turn it into like a music track, and I can generate some money off of it, right? That's a whole different thing. But the thing is, like with Spotify, they have I don't know if it's the same anymore, but they used to have like what they call like a location algorithm. So like if you're like based in Los Angeles and you dropped a music track and people in LA started to listen to it, it would show up in their recommended what do they call it? Like weekly recommendations, right? And so I was in Temecula, Wine County, with a girl that I have known for a couple of years. We went on we just had like a weekend together. We're at this bar. And again, it's just personal, her and I. No one there from the team. And one of my songs had started to play at this bar, and it really tripped me the fuck out. And it turns out this DJ had found my music through weekly recommendations, and because of the geolocational algorithm. And I thought it was like really fucking cool. I was like, this is so random, but it's kind of cool. So when you jump on these weekly creative calls, everyone's kind of shooting the shit about their week. And I mentioned this story. What happened was Izzy had taken that same story and told it on her Discord server. And she's like, yeah, Zack paid a DJ to play his music because that's how desperate he is. And I'm like, okay, well, if you think I'm desperate, that's fine, whatever. If you don't like me, that's fine, whatever. But the fact that like she took like a personal story that I had shared and twisted it in such a way was like, yeah, I was there and he paid a DJ and I saw it. It just kind of like reflects back on that whole thing of like the MCN where she kind of hears something but she doesn't really hear it, and then she kind of puts in her own spin on it, and then she tells it as a fact. And I just thought that was like one of those like blurring examples where like it really stood out to me. Because I knew exactly what she was talking about. There was other stories she would share that I couldn't really figure out where she was getting those stories from or what motivated her to share those stories. But that DJ music thing, I'm like, I knew exactly what she was talking about. And the fact that she just reinterpreted it in her own way just kind of like really threw me off. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, it does. And so it was those types of things like with that pattern of behavior that you had previously established in us talking. Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, like I personally don't give a shit, but it's one of those things like you just see it and you want to point it out. Like that's such a random thing to lie about. Mm-hmm. In my humble opinion. Like right. Be pissed off at me, bring up like some good shit, like give me some good feedback. I'll happily take it. But to take like a random story and twist it, it just seems so odd, and she kept doing that over and over again, her server.
Gotcha. Okay. Can you elaborate on feeling like you were walking on eggshells around her?
Oh God, that was a that was actually something that someone else told me. Um, I mean, we all felt it. Uh, and I'm not going to say who said this because I don't want to get them in trouble. And you know, they don't like drama. That's just not who they are. But the thing is that Izzy would consistently have this really, I'm trying to find the right words for it. She was very cold towards anybody new I brought to the team that was a man. My friend Joey Russo, uh, we were roommates. We hang out every week. Very strong professional guy. He worked with me at both Animeme and Rise 9. He's somebody that could have disagreements with me, but he's not going to hold it over my head. We can talk about it. It's like just a really good friendship. And this guy helped me do lyrics for the Friday Night Funkin' F&F spinoff series that we did. And he was like really cool, really chill in the sense of like, I love, you know, the fact that like, he would be like, the fact that I'm working with your creative team, I'm very humbled by it. He's like a small town Michigan guy. And he would always ask me, he's like, did I do anything to upset Izzy? And I'd be like, why? And he goes, well, I feel like Izzy doesn't like me. She doesn't answer any questions I ask her. She doesn't welcome me. She doesn't say hello to me. I'm like, okay. All right. That's a very interesting note. There was another time shortly thereafter where I hired Tristan Zammit. Tristan Zammit, he did one of our early anime shorts where like we animated the comments. He's a guy from Newgrounds. His story is very interesting. But he's one of those guys where he's basically like, yo, fuck this whole like animation scene. These guys are weird. He basically got nearly blacklisted from working with me by like Oni and G. It's like it's like a young dude who already went through like a lot of shit with Newgrounds. He's like so fucking over it. He's like, I'm done with this shit. I'm gonna go do my own thing. And then he went on to do a bunch of amazing animation music videos for a lot of different bands like Metallica, Marshmello. Who's that one guy? Juice World? Yeah, his fucking animation design for Juice World is the Fortnite skin that they're selling. Yeah. So this is a guy who's younger than me, but more professional in many ways. And I would hire him. And when I would hire him, I'm hiring him in this team. And there was a moment where an animator that worked underneath him, I won't say their name, respectfully, but this animator was trying to work with Izzy, and Izzy was just not giving them any notes. And then what would happen is Izzy would not give them notes and then do the notes herself. And the thing that was relayed back to me by Tristan was like, hey, I thought this was kind of weird. It kind of, you know, it kind of messed with my guy because my guy wanted to like learn from this. And it seemed kind of weird, like Izzy would like not communicate with us. And probably a better example was I gave Tristan and his team I mean, it was obviously a paid commission. But I wanted to test them out on an animation style. So like I did like a rough Joe Mama intro. Whole different story, but basically I wanted to test it on animation style and like an anime intro segment. I just want to see how it would look. You know, I had some problems with it. I definitely would have done it differently. But I'll never forget the time where I showed it with Izzy and Red. And they had a lot of notes. They had a lot of thoughts, which I appreciate it. And then suddenly, 2 days later, Izzy like sent me over a whole entire recreation of that same project. And she was basically like, look, I can do it too, and I can do it better. But they did it without me asking them to do it. Right. And that happened a couple of times. Like there was a time where I gave something to D-Tunes. D-Tunes is the name of a YouTube channel, but it's ran by one guy with a team. D-Tunes did a Yamama joke. Uh, and then like a week or two later, RedMinus redid the entire Yamama joke and just sent it to me as a way to be like, yeah, I'm better than this guy. And so it was a lot of those. I mean, like walking on eggshells, there's a lot of different ways to explain it, but there was definitely times where you feel like you got these two animators who are not happy with the other animators you're working with. And instead of like communicating with them or talking to them or trying to help them out, they would just like not give them notes and instead do it by themselves and give it to you.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, that's not what I was expecting.
Okay. Okay.
Give them notes yourself? Yeah, I would always give notes. But I think at the sorry, I'm just reading your chat.
You're fine.
Got an ambulance going by. But like, look, I'm not an animator. I'm a producer. So my thing is like, yo, if you have notes, I love to like just hear those notes, and I love to see people work together and communicate more with each other. So like I could micromanage notes between animators, but I think at the end of the day, like trying to open up dialogue between animators and have them work more collaborative off each other and be able to communicate with each other is really important, because I think it shows that one, when you hear it from like a colleague that works in the same field as you do versus like just a fucking micromanaged boss, that's more effective. Two, they may have questions I'm not able to answer in real time. And three, I think it's also important for people to learn how to communicate with other people. So at the end of the day, it's not whether or not I can give the notes, it's more whether or not are you able to work with other people? Are you, if you want to be an art director, can you actually direct the art and not just make the art yourself?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Why was Izzy unwilling to sign a contract with you?
I don't think she was unwilling. I think what it came down to is she didn't want to spend the money on an attorney. And I think it's more so because like at the end of the day, you're like, okay, guy, boss man over here wants me to sign a contract. I don't trust it. Totally understand it. Just so you know, contract typically requires what you call red lines. So red lines is pretty much the changes you want to make. An attorney knows how to go into a document and create like the red line document. Yeah, no, it was a situation where I think she didn't know what attorney to work with. She didn't want to pay for the attorney. She didn't trust me, which, you know, her own prerogative. I don't mind. It sucks, but, you know, I kind of get where she's coming from. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's, I mean, she went and worked on other projects. I imagine she had to sign contracts as well.
Right. Okay. So, to highlight the statement from the doc maker, I'll just read it and then I'll, you know, ask you. This point of mine is purely speculative, so take it with a grain of salt. However, Izzy is the only openly trans femme animator who has worked under him. Zack alleges that she made everyone uncomfortable, wasn't friendly, walked on eggshells around her, when most of her colleagues who worked at Anime have done work with her, including Brock Baker, who has done voice work for her projects. Zack is the only person who is alleging any of this bad behavior, and this reads as transphobia leaking into how he treats and discusses Izzy. So the doc writer is essentially saying that you are transphobic, and that is affecting the way that you are treating and talking about Izzy. Can you shine any light on that?
You know, I wouldn't know why they would say that. Obviously, this is somebody who has their own thoughts and opinions, and they don't really discuss them in a way that I think we could follow.
Sure.
But what I can say is that in the summer of 2016, before Izzy came out as like a trans woman, I was speaking with, I'm going to say them just to be respectful. I was speaking with them on a conversation, on a call. They were upset. I could feel they were upset. And it was pretty rare for them to show up upset in a conversation. So I'm like, hey, what's going on? What's the problem? Type of thing. Talk to me. And they came out as a woman to me. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. If that's who you are, that's who you are. I support it. And then probably a few weeks later, maybe about 4 weeks later, we had that VidCon event that we were producing, and it was the same week as that steakhouse dinner that I talked about earlier. But basically, Izzy had flown out, started dressing as a woman, and there were some people there that didn't really understand it, and I could tell, like you could just see it on their faces, or the way they were interacting. And I pulled them aside and was like, "Look, this is who Izzy is. Um, I don't fully get it or understand it myself because I'm not them, but we should support. They're doing nothing wrong. They're just coming out as a woman, and that should be totally a-okay. And I understand that you don't get it, but just try to show up and be there for them
Right.
in the best way that you can." So, no, I've always been very supportive of Izzy being a woman. Transphobia is kind of borderlines like a lot of weird shit that I've seen growing up in terms of like transphobic behavior. You know, I grew up with a stepfather that's pretty, like older school type mentality, who laughs and uses like certain terminology that I don't agree with. So I'm definitely in that in between generation where like you learn some things and you're out learning those things and you're growing up and trying to approach new things. But like transphobia or just phobia in general, when it comes to like people's identities, it's not really like a thing I prescribe to. Now, did I treat them differently? Yeah. Because I'm thinking just somebody going through hormone changes, someone going, taking HRT. This is some shit that's pretty intense and I don't know how to navigate it. So I'm going to try to be careful with my words and try to be a little bit more sensitive in a certain way, or more aware, if you will. But no, I'm not transphobic.
Okay. Okay, cool. So now we are going to move on to the content section of the document. And what's going to happen here, as we talked about, Zach, is I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I'm just curious about. And then we're going to have inut on to ask a few questions of his own, because he has a lot more experience with this kind of stuff. Okay?
Totally. Before you do, I just want to hit on a comment in here. Someone's like, you don't know their pronouns. Just kind of like reiterate the story in a moment. Like when I'm referring to somebody pre-transition and post-transition, I'm trying to apply pronouns that I think is appropriate for that entire story. So if Izzy came out to me as a trans woman, which they did, I'm just trying to acknowledge that transition by using they, them pronouns. If that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So walk me through the Lego orgy. How did this idea come about?
You gotta ask RedMinus. Yeah, so I'll shoot straight with you guys, just like I already did with you last week. So the whole Lego short, like Yamama's so short, she hooks up little Legos. That orgy gangbang scene was not in the script at all. Was never asked for it. We never wanted it. It's one of those situations where RedMinus sent us back animation, and he added something extra to the animation. And that scene was something that he had added. And we had no idea that we were going to get that. So I'll never forget, like, Alex and I, my former co-producer, we sat there and we were looking at each other like, what the fuck is this? Can we even upload this on YouTube? Won't we get in trouble? I remember thinking like, okay, well, I mean, for a really fucked up scene, it's done pretty well. It's kind of funny. We can try to run with it, but we told each other like, yeah, we can't have like anything this extreme moving forward. And there was another joke. This happened years later, but there was like a Yamama, not even Yamama, in Soviet Russia joke. In Soviet Russia, dog walks you. I'll never forget, like, RedMinus sent me this animation of the finished joke, and it was all BDSM shit. And I told Brad, like, hey, can we like just put them in regular clothing? So like a lot of this shit, not everything. Like there's definitely things like I've asked for and we did. Because I love fucking around with cartoons. But there's been a lot of moments where we never asked for like the extremes of what we got. And then suddenly we're sitting there, we're looking at a Lego itty bitty gangbang scene. And yeah, just because we published it, I mean, at the end of the day, doesn't mean I mean, yeah, quote unquote, we sign off on it. But at the end of the day, yeah, you got to recognize it's not us asking for this. It's creators. Like, we get told, let creators be creators. And then we let the creators be the creators. And suddenly we're getting these fucking R-rated fucking scenes sent back to us by these animators.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, okay, you guys need to chill the fuck out. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say no. And we have said no. And there's been a lot of shit that we did not post. But I'm just being straight up honest. Like, these are not scenes that we asked for. And when I'm saying, like, I have an animator who doesn't give me what we asked for, he takes an extra day or two to give us extra shit. That's an example of what we're talking about.
Gotcha. Okay. Was there always sexual jokes and innuendos in Yo Mama / Animeme content, or is that more of a recent development? Obviously, like, when I say recent, I mean pre kind of the compilation era.
No, it's always been there.
Okay.
Yeah, people just don't realize it. So probably maybe one of the earliest ones is Yo Mama See World Well of a Good Time. We had Afros on Our Nips. That was volume 2. I think that kind of goes into like a bigger discussion, like, is Yo Mama made for kids or not, type of thing, and it's not made for kids. But yeah, no, there's always been sexual innuendos. I mean, it's like Teen Titans Go. I mean, now we got that whole like Robin twerking toy that's like going viral on Twitter right now. It's like, yeah, no, I mean, whenever you have adults work on any sort of cartoons, there's always like a sexual innuendo kind of thrown in.
Gotcha. Let's see. Walk me through the Memulous and I'm Alex Yo Mama joke.
So how would I best describe that? So basically, Memulous uploaded his video. He's like, yeah, please put me in your mama joke. Please put me in your mama joke. I actually got on a call with him, and I told him like, hey, I'm happy to make a your mama joke, but it's going to be pretty fucked up. So we made that your mama joke. It's pretty fucked up. They did their video of it. They knew it was pretty fucked up. There was no ill will between each other. Matter of fact, after that whole situation, they even reached out to me to be like, hey, can we get like a Yo Mama cameo from you of like Brody Foxx auditioning for the E-Boys? So it was never like an ill will type thing. It was more like, okay, I see like what you're saying about the Yo Mama jokes. Let's try to push it further. I'd love to push it further. Would be cool with that. Yeah, we'd be cool with that.
Right. So they were cool with it. And you did, so you ended up having to post that on Pornhub, correct?
I mean, it was the only platform that would allow it.
Right. And
besides maybe Newgrounds, which we didn't explore until like later.
And did you ever promote that to your audience?
I mean, I mentioned it was there, but I never directly linked it.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I see that Kool-Aid Cam showed up in our little chat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I guess they're here. I guess they're here and they're leaving. They're gonna watch some baseball. Okay. Okay, and then walk me through your Keemstar Yo Mama joke.
Yeah, that one's a little bit more of a runaway project. Again, RedMinus want to add more stuff to it. I mean, look, it made it funnier. But no, this was pretty much like a. It was so weird because like we already knew Ethan and Keemstar had like beef with each other. And when we were making that cartoon, producing it, they started to have beef with each other again. So it just seemed more timely than what we were planning for. I mean, I don't really have any thoughts on it. I think at the end of the day, it kind of came down to the idea of like, okay, well, let's make a little bit more of edgy mama jokes, and let's try to tie it into like YouTubers.
Mm-hmm. And was that posted on YouTube?
No, that was posted on Newgrounds.
Posted on Newgrounds. Okay. Yeah. And was it the same kind of thing where it was, promoted to your audience on YouTube, or just like mentioned that it was there or something like that? Or was it just kind of
probably promoted the same way?
Yeah.
It was definitely like not as bad, but like there's a scene where RedMinus animated like Keemstar coming out of, God, if I remember this correctly, where Keemstar was coming out of Ethan's butthole.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, so it was definitely, and I think that was like kind of a reused throwback moment where like a Russian bear ate a dog and shit the dog out of the asshole. I don't know, pretty fucked up. Like in terms of like, yeah, it's a pretty fucked up cartoon moment, but it's not like, I don't know. I remember seeing that. I'm like, yeah, we can't post this on YouTube. It's gonna have to go somewhere else.
Sure. Okay. And so, all right. So those are my questions on that. And so I think that we are ready to bring in inut, if cool. That is cool with you.
Yeah, totally. Let me use the restroom real quick again.
Cool.
And I'll be right back in like 3 minutes.
That's totally fine. I'm going ahead and censoring this Keemstar thing so I can show it to the chat. So once Zack is back, we will add inut to this call. Here is this for you guys. I have actually No, I didn't. I didn't properly censor it. God damn it. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I just realized that Keemstar's wiener is out. So I'm going to have to censor a little bit more. Hold on. I'm actually like looking at these things now because you guys know what my past of not censoring things correctly is. All right, there you go. All right. So that's that. Midge, we didn't go over him having Pornhub links in his descriptions. At least that wasn't in the document. So I don't know if that's the case. I feel like that's against TOS, so I don't know that that would be the case. But, you know, Zack did say...
Oh, yeah, that definitely would be against TOS.
Right, right. But, yeah, so it was more just like a mention of the fact that it happened or whatever. Okay, so let us pull inut into the call here. I'll make a little group chat with all of us.
So what I will mention is like this right here. We had like the Russian bear shitting out of the dog. Pretty much kind of like a same animation delivery, but because it's a bear and not like a human ass, you can get away with it.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let me go ahead and add inut here. Okay. Hello, guys.
Hello.
So for this part of things, I'm going to, I'm going to be here and make sure, inut's a really fair guy. He's a really chill guy. So I'm not anticipating anything being crazy or debate broy or anything. But I'm here you know, as a, moderation slash, whatever guy, just to make sure we stay on track. And but I'll let inut kind of lead this.
All right, cool. And just to make sure, is your name inut or enut?
Yeah, it's inut, like an iPhone, but just
Okay.
inut. Yeah, new Apple product coming down the line, you know. But yeah, uh, I do want to point out, rolling into it, that your content is something that I had seen whenever I was like a teenager, like 14 to like 17, so like high school. So it's like I'm not unaware of the content, and at the time I thought it was pretty funny. Um, so with that, I'm thankful that you're willing to have me on and talk about this. So,
Yeah, totally. I would imagine we might have some slight disagreements, but whenever I do have a disagreement, I just want you to know, like, I will also acknowledge what you're saying with respect. So, like, I hope it's a good conversation overall, and that doesn't seem like I'm shutting you down.
yeah, thank you. And I don't intend to rehash like anything Himpleton said so far. I think your response to Red has been very good, in terms of how like how it's been framed and how they misconstrued it, whether it was Red or Izzy. So I have nothing to hit on with that. Um, but I guess just as a personal question before I get into like the whole like content slash audience section of the doc, how did you get the Avicii collab?
Dude, that was so random. They,
Yeah, no, I was like dumbfounded when I saw that. Like
no, that's
I
pretty.
found it like a couple months ago and I sent it to Himpleton.
Yeah, so basically, God, from my personal perspective, I knew about the "Wake Me Up" song. Um, I was sitting in a, how do I explain it? We're sitting like in a hotel in Aspen. We would do like this yearly Aspen trip for like snowboarding. And I woke up, I had my Big Mac open up, checking business emails. And I turned to the guys, and I'm like, "Hey, who's?" And I spelled out the name, like, "Who the hell is Avicii?" And they're like, "Yeah, you know the song 'Wake Me Up.'" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, well, Universal Music Group wants us to do like a music video collaboration of his 'Wake Me Up' remix." And so they had reach out to us when we did that.
Also, it is pretty cut and dry then.
Yeah, I know they reached out to Frederator Network at the same time, and Frederator Network was like, "Yeah, we can't animate anything." I know they reached out to Joe Penna, Mr. Guitar Man. I think it was his name. And they reached out to somebody else, a Lego animator, who they removed the music video from, and I don't know why. But yeah, they reached out to four of us at the same time.
That's fair, With I feel like with the animation industry, it's like it's kind of like the whoever does it, I guess. First come. So that makes sense. Um, so to kind of lead into what I want to talk about though, uh, I guess with like at the peak of your channel, would you say like what age range do you think was predominantly watching your content?
Can you just find the peak?
I guess like peak views, like just at the time the content was like most well spread, if that makes sense. Before I guess going into compilation style content like it is now.
Yeah. So I would say it was a pretty diverse audience. As I spoke with him on Sunday, basically, when you have like a really diverse audience, you have like those that watch your content and don't necessarily leave comments. And then you have people that watch your content and leave comments, right? And typically on the YouTube platform, you have a younger audience that's going to be more engaged by leaving comments, right? So that's why I would see a lot of like, I'll never forget, like, I'll see all these comments coming in for like Paw Patrol, Yo Mama jokes. I'm like, we're not going to touch Paw Patrol. That's like a preschool thing that's pretty recent. And obviously, that's like a really younger audience that's coming in. But from an overall perspective, like, Yo Mama is not a YouTube for Kids app content pipeline. Like, it doesn't get served on that application. So what you end up getting is you get like a lot of younger people that are more engaged with the YouTube platform that engage with you in terms of comments. But when you start to look at it from like a an overall demographic perspective, it's really wide ranging. So you get like these people that are like in their 30s and 40s that are watching, but they're not going to leave a comment on it. Even when we first started Yo Mama as a YouTube channel, and people like would recognize us for Yo Mama content, it was like a lot of college guys, like people that were like in fraternities and stuff. There was a lot of there's like a lot of people in like mid 20s to late 20s that were really engaged with it. That would like reach out to me as fans on different platforms, or would engage with us personally about it. Uh, so I think when you ask me like what was the peak demo during the peak time, the demo was wide ranging. But when you look at like what who leaves comments, it's definitely like younger people because they're the ones that are going to actually leave comments on YouTube.
Okay, well, is it fair to say though that were highly aware of having a younger audience by including like Lego characters like Baldi's Basics, that kind of stuff in the content?
I would say more of an autistic audience.
Okay, despite those being child themes. But yeah,
Well, I mean, that's a framing of a generalized exceptions. So that's like not a framing I normally agree with. What I mean
I
by
mean
like
even
having an
in Five Nights
autistic
at Freddy's as
audience.
well, to throw that in as well.
Yeah, but just so you know, like a lot of these properties have a mixed range of demographics. And you can see that
Of
through,
course, yeah.
you know, like I mean, when you have like people cursing at Friday Nights at Freddy's because they're like getting scared and shit, things of that nature. It's like how I reflect back on like me being like a 12-year-old watching Adult Swim. Like, yeah, a lot of younger people watch Adult Swim, but obviously it was not made for those folks. Or you look at Robot Chicken and how they would tap into a lot of intellectual properties that were aimed at younger kids, like Sesame Street, and then they would like flip it into like more adult oriented parodies that were still accessible to a younger audience.
Well, I would counter that just in the aspect of that it's availability, right? Um, any kid can boot up YouTube and get an animation recommended to their page, and they see, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria on the thumbnail, and it's like, oh, hey, it's my favorite character from Markiplier's videos. Um, versus Robot Chicken, like that was like if I watched as a teenager, it was like late at night on the weekends, like
Not
midnight.
necessarily. YouTube would push that content out a lot in their front page. Um, and then ultimately what you do have is you do have these two different platforms, right, that are catered towards the general YouTube audience and what they called YouTube for kids. And a lot of people, when they bring up ElsaGate, they don't realize that ElsaGate wasn't just simply utilizing Spider-Man, Joker, Elsa, in a weird-ass orgy and everyone's getting pregnant. No, these were videos that were able to get onto the YouTube for Kids app because they knew how to get around those algorithm metrics or those parental guidelines, if you will. So when you create ElsaGate content, you made sure that ElsaGate content actually got on YouTube for Kids. Whereas YouTube
Because it's
always
how to get all the
acknowledged.
views, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, even though the RPM might be lower, uh, when you see these videos with millions of views and only like a dozen comments, that's why, because you're not allowed to comment under YouTube for Kids. Whereas like YouTube always recognized Your Mama as a more mature channel. And because of that, we were never under YouTube for Kids.
I mean, I suppose not being on YouTube for kids, I mean, that's fair to an extent. But again, I think boiling down, again, the use of like FNAF, Baldi's, the third one I brought up earlier, I'm drawing a blank. Boiling it down to like an autistic audience, I think is a cheap way. I don't want to say you're dismissing it, but I think there is like some extent where like it is targeting children. I mean, to the point you did say the part of what is it, the like younger audience being in the comments. So I don't think it's worth staying on the topic of this, but I do want to put that out there though.
Well, and then that kind of argument would be, there's a reason why we didn't do Paw Patrol videos, right? Like we knew that was like a strictly kids thing. Whereas like FNAF or like Minecraft, you begin to realize there is a wider demographic audience there. So when I
Yeah,
say
but
like an
like
autistic
even pointing it
audience,
out,
so when I say
like
like an
as a
autistic
kid,
audience, it's more so like you got these people that are like, you know, they're younger
hyper
adults,
fixated on
or
like child interest.
no, just hyper fixated on what they do.
Kind
Like
of like
I
Disney adults.
well, it's like I collect Transformers, right? But would you consider Transformers a child IP?
I would say so, just based off the cartoons. I mean, yeah, you have like more
Okay.
mature movies, but like people, I would say, like, because I would assume you're like in your 30s, um, your age would be more into the cartoon, not so much the movies from like the mid 2000s.
Yes and no. The point being is like when you grow up on an intellectual property like Transformers, Pokemon, He-Man, etc., you grow up on that going into like your 20s, 30s, and 40s, and you still activate with it as an adult. So you can have these more adult theme IPs that kind of grow up with you to an extent, but or you might have like a nostalgic like recognition of that. So like when you go back and look at volume one of Your Mama, one of the jokes that we did was Your Mama's so ugly, not even Bob the Builder can fix her, right? Now that could be argued from your perspective that was aimed towards kids. But most people would go, well, no, that's not aimed towards kids. That's aimed towards people that grew up with that as a kid show, and so they're using it as a nostalgic, like joking point. Um, so it gets kind of tricky to where, like, I think Paw Patrol, like you and I could agree on that any day of the week. That's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
kid's
but
thing, right?
to,
But when you start to get into like things like Transformers or SpongeBob or things that were like exclusively to the 90s and then you kind of grew up on it from a nostalgic standpoint, you realize there's like a wider demographic there.
yeah, no, and that's it's fair, but going back to because right, I should look at your channel. Like Five Nights at Freddy's trailer one for or like you announced you're making Five Nights at Freddy's content. Um, let me see the date on this. May 24th, 2015. Less than a year after Five Nights at Freddy's one came out. Um, Again, I was in high school when Five Nights at Freddy's one came out, so that was a very big thing amongst my demographic at the time, and it still is a big thing in the demographic of children, right? I have like nieces, nephews that love the IP, right?
Exactly.
Um,
But it's
so
also like a big
I get
demographic
your
for like
point.
older
I
folks.
get your point of pointing out like again things like Bob the Builder, SpongeBob, being older topics, but there are these topics that are fresh. And sure, it's not going to make its way to the YouTube Kids app. However, most kids don't just use the YouTube Kids app because it's 90 like percent baby content, right? Um, Nieces, nephews, I'm not their parents, right? I don't control how they what content they indulge themselves in, right? If I see them watching something that's they shouldn't be watching, obviously I'm gonna step in as like their uncle. Um, but right, like they're most of the time. I don't think I've ever seen any of them use YouTube Kids, like in some of them being younger than 10. Um, sure, that may be on the parents, but it's still the application they're using. And I feel like that's very common amongst most young kids. None of them are really using YouTube Kids.
It's the same way with my little
So,
siblings. I will say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas like my
but I
family,
understand
they're
that.
very like they're very weird about like making sure like their kids are watching only YouTube for kids stuff. I mean, like when you get into like anything that's like jump scare, horror stuff, anything that can like drive up adrenaline, that's where it starts to kind of go up higher in age rating. Um, and then you got these people that are like playing this game and cursing as they're freaking the fuck out. Now, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with everything that you're saying, but what I am providing is a greater scope of perspective on the fact that you cannot just nail down a a demographic with these things unless you actually have like research data audience that can show it, right? And when I say like as an autistic audience, what I'm talking about is like, yeah, you do have these people that kind of grow up on this type of stuff and they latch onto a lot of these kind of themes, if you will, where they do like animatronics, they do like um, cringy, ironic gameplay. and you realize that, okay, that's like a later teen, early 20s demographic that really gets involved into it. Now, do I disagree with what you're saying? No, I don't disagree with it. I'm just giving a different perspective on it, which I think you and I could align with.
Yeah, overall point I was just trying to get to is like your acknowledgement of the fact that there was I would say a dominant child audience. I wouldn't say it was, or I wouldn't say it's dominant, but there is a very noticeable child audience when it comes to your content. That's the main point of what I'm getting at with this.
It's
I'm not trying to get you in a
when you
gotcha.
look, well, just so you know, like if you look at like any of the other platforms, you can see like a vastly different demographic, right? So, like I said, like younger people are going to be more engaged on YouTube. They're just the
Yeah.
type of people who leave a comment on YouTube. They're not the type of people to really engage with like an Instagram post or a Facebook post. Um, and when you look at like engaged audience versus like digestible audience, or the people that like actually watch the content, you realize it's a far greater demographic overall. So yeah, I agree what you're saying to the extent of regarding like, yeah, if you're younger, you're going to be more active in the comments on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Because you're a lot like more susceptible to like putting your opinion out there versus an adult. You realize no one really cares, right? Um,
To some extent, I
so
think it comes down to like whether or not like what do you engage with daily on our platform as an adult. You know, not many adults leave comments on YouTube versus like leaving a comment on
like
TikTok or
screen.
Instagram or Facebook. Though I will say
Yeah,
TikTok's a pretty diverse audience too.
yeah. Um, so I guess like to continue the conversation because I think we're at a good point with that. Um, so when it came to your content, were you kind of like the final say on what got released? To kind of loop back to what you mentioned about the Lego orgy, um, and how Red just kind of threw that in there. That wasn't like something that you even knew about, that you didn't ask for, and it was just in there. And you're like, well, it's okay enough to put on the platform. Um, so are you
In
the
those
final authority
situations,
though in releasing content though?
so yes and no, because like you got to look at it from like when I worked with my co-producer and co-business partner at the time. So like in those years, him and I would have to come to like a sort of agreement, right? Before we move forward with anything. Where it's like years after, yeah, I was final say or final say.
Okay. So, I guess could you give me some examples of content that you weren't the final say on, where it's like kind of everyone else is like, "Hey, this is good," and you were kind of iffy on it, but you decided to put it out anyways.
Um, I would say probably like the easiest thing to point back to would be like the anime rap battles. So that was a project that my co-producer came up with at the time. He led that project. I did some writing for season one, and then I did secure the budget for season two, and gave some creative notes to work off of. So it comes down to like, in that case scenario, it's like that's this project, right? I have my notes, I have my thoughts, I have my feedback, but ultimately what he uploads there is uploaded by him. And then when you look at like the Five Nights at Freddy's thing that we did, which is like probably about 6 minutes long, that was funded by Frederator Network. Um, that had like a lot of input from a lot of different people, but Alex and I were like final say on that. Um, and then there were definitely episodes where we worked together where we're like, okay, well, you know what? This is your episode. I'll let you have final say on it, and vice versa. But then we would like kind of agree, like, okay, well, we should like talk about this together. Where it's a little bit longer. And then probably one of the things that I had final say on where I would have gone back and done it differently would be your mama's so evil. She didn't whip you with a belt, she whipped you with a whip. I wasn't expecting a naked Brody model.
Oh, is that the
Uh,
one in the doc that's referenced, like the thumbnail of it?
oh, I don't know.
Uh,
Yeah, I think it is. It's
Templeton, if you,
Yo
I
Mama
feel
So
it's
Rich,
the second
Grounded. Yeah, Yo Mama So Rich, Grounded.
with Brody with his pants like down his thighs, getting
Down.
his ass whipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where like I wasn't like I got it back. I'm like, I'm not really sure about this, but if
Oh, so
you
you
two
received it and he was fully nude.
Yeah.
like initially. Okay.
Yeah, and I was remember thinking to myself like, okay, well, we should club him up, but this is like a unique asset position. I don't know how. It was one of those things where if I went back, I would have clubbed him up because it's not what I asked for, but I definitely made a final say on it, and I should have gone back and asked for him to be fully clothed, or at least something like having like boxer briefs on or something easy.
Okay. Um, so I mean, you answered it with Hamilton. But with again, I guess sexual innuendos and references, I believe, are okay. As you said, there's references and jokes in like all of kids' media, to that, like early SpongeBob having it, everything, right? But there's still more that's there's some that's not as much on the nose, and it's very like forward. Um, like looking back at it, is that stuff that you think would still like or was appropriate, uh,
Can you
despite having a larger
can you
child audience?
can you give an example?
Let me see. At one moment. I mean, just to the things of like again, all the characters twerking, that being I think it was like what Big Chungus, all that. More lewd looking things in the thumbnails, and then including, and I guess it's a more so recent thing, but including like the more sexual, anime type things in your content. So
Yeah,
if you
so
want to
like
reference, I guess thumbnails easily. Thumbnails are
so
an
I
easy
think
thing to
the
reference for
twerking thing
that.
is like such an odd conversation because it's one of those things where like you look at SpongeBob, you look at Teen Titans Go, they all have twerking scenes, right? That was literally like an actual like viral tweet this past week where a mom was like, "Why is there like a twerking Robin from Teen Titans Go as a toy?" So these are elements that other shows are using. They're,
But does that make it right?
I mean, it's
It's
not for
like
me to say.
again,
I mean, that's a framing
I
of a
like
conversation where like,
as a parent myself, it's like when my daughter gets older, do I want her seeing cartoon characters shaking ass on one of the biggest cartoon channels? No.
well, that's you
Um,
as a parent. But like when you're
yeah, but
asking me like,
I'm
is that?
saying like
But you're asking me a
that's
question
a
like
sexually
where you're like,
provocative dance.
you're asking me, is
So
that right? That's framing it as a way to where like I'm the person creating these standards and I don't, right? So like when you frame things like, do you think or don't you think this or is that right? It creates the notion that everyone agrees on that argumentative point, and not everyone agrees on that argumentative point. What I can acknowledge is that these are elements that are being shown up in other kids shows where they do have all these standards of safety departments that are in place to like review this and they still sign off on it. So if I as the Yamama channel am creating like a twerking rabbit and then you have a Cartoon Network show and a Nickelodeon show creating like a twerking Rob and a twerking SpongeBob and you're asking me if that's right, that's alluding to the idea that somehow I'm the one creating the standard and I'm not. The
so
reality is
I
that
mean,
these are cartoon elements. These are cartoon shows written by adults, and adults do put in things that they think are funny. Now, as you as a parent, you're right. Like you do have that responsibility to decide whether or not your kids watch this stuff. And I think that's a great responsibility to uphold and have. But I'm not the
just
person that
putting
sets
it
these
on the network's
standards.
shoulders though, saying that they have all these people in place that make sure this doesn't happen. Because someone in chat brought up the great point, right? You looking at Dan Schneider for Nickelodeon, right? He implemented his foot fetish into a lot of things,
Oh yeah.
alongside with the children. So I don't think it is a valid argument to say that these execs, the people running these channels, are thinking, yeah, let's put these in shows. It's okay. I think because again, yeah, the scope of content is there, right? Your channel has big reach. Used to have a far bigger reach. That's not an insult. Um, but the point I'm making with that is that you as an individual, smaller studio, I think can have the more. You don't have to follow the industry standard, if that makes sense. Because again, I don't think we saw many other channels or big studios following Nickelodeon's foot fetish.
Oh no, you do. You just haven't looked it up. The reality is like you're asking me, am I following standards that YouTube themselves haven't put in place, or any other network has been put into place. And so it's like a moral grandstanding perspective of like, do you as an individual feel like you have this responsibility? It's like, it's a Your Mama channel. The nature of Your Mama jokes in of themselves are not meant for kids. They're not. I mean, that's like going back to MTV in the early 2000s and being like, are you producing this Your Mama show and uploading it or having it air on TV after school so you can get like a school audience? It's like, no, the nature of Your Mama joke, if you're a good parent, you wouldn't let your kids watch anything Your Mama related. Like, it's insults. They're pretty fucked up. It's not really meant for kids. Now, there has been things over the years where YouTube has done some weird content community guideline stuff where no one knew what they could get away with, whether or not you were allowed to curse, for example. And those guidelines caused a lot of people to kind of pull back and water down their content. And that did invite younger audiences, not because they wanted the younger audience, but because they're trying to follow these shifting guidelines that were changing every 6 months to a year. And ultimately for me, you know, as a cartoon Your Mama brand, it's not meant for kids. It's meant for like people with really fucked up humor. And sometimes kids do have fucked up humor. But that's not the audience I want to go for.
I wouldn't say I'm stumped, but it's more of like going through all of like elementary school. Even there's like Yo Mama jokes are a thing. It's like poopy jokes, right? So I just don't feel like we'll see eye to eye on that, on the framing of it. Because I wholeheartedly see the Yo Mama thing as children's jokes. It's just like poop jokes. It's all that. Sure, you can look back at old MTV where, yeah, you would have like, you know, battle rappers that would go on and say things about people's moms. However, I guess let me ask this: How old are you, Zach?
36.
36. Okay, so you're about 10 years older than me. So when you were going through elementary school, so that would have been the late 90s,
My
or
elementary,
early 90s.
my shit was a little bit different than most people. I grew up in other countries, so I didn't grow up in the American culture
Oh,
system.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Then maybe that's just a difference of perspective on it. Because again, going through elementary school for myself, Yo Mama jokes were like a normal thing you would make to your friends. And again, your channel came out, I think, around when I was finishing middle school.
2011.
Yeah, that would have been like early middle school then. So it's like it predates even your channel, like the Yo Mama jokes being like normalized at like a children's level.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I can't say that again, like cultural differences there at that point, like early 2000s, me being like first to third grade, even making Yo Mama jokes with my friends.
I mean,
So
shit. First time I got internet, I was like maybe 12 years old. And one of the first things I looked up was Your Mama jokes.
then yeah. So like again, I'm not trying to paint you as like evil man, but I think there is some what is it, like realization or like some sort of like being able to reflect, like self-reflection that can be had to realize, okay, there is like this joke that is like a cornerstone of children's humor nowadays, alongside the cool S, right? Both of those things side by side for young kids.
Yeah, so
there's just part of
someone asked you a
reflection where you
question.
can see that like this.
Well, I'm curious.
You can go ahead, then.
Are you familiar with the history of Your Mama jokes, like where they actually came from?
Again, I pointed out the use of it because you pointed out MTV, and I associate that
But
with
like,
like battle rappers and everything.
but do you know like where it comes from, like the traditional Your Mama joke?
I guess I can. Again, I've seen like battle raps, and that's like old ones too, where again that's a predominant reference.
Okay, so the history of like the modern day Your Mama joke, where like Your Mama is part of the setup, is part of African culture back in the barbershop days of like Harlem. So basically, you had like these older black men that were like sitting around and they're just like roasting each other's moms all day. And I believe that went all the way back to 1930s, give or take. And then your mama jokes were more popularized through a TV program called In Living Color. It was kind of like a different version of Saturday Night Live, but it was more like Eddie Murphy and like Jim Carrey. And they had
Yeah.
this segment called Dirty by the Dozen. And so your mama jokes became popular through that segment back in the early 90s. And then basically what happened was you had like these older men, these fathers, if you will. That's how I was introduced to your mama jokes. Was like my stepfather grew up on In Living Color and started telling these your mama jokes because he loved the TV show. And so it's one of those things where it's a very immature sense of humor. Like it's just not refined, right? It's not meant to be like sit around and you have like the cream of the crop of like knowledge of pop culture and you can talk about it adequately. It's more so like how a bunch of like dumb dudes would just like tell jokes that they found funny because they were immature. And when you deal with immature jokes, you definitely invite like a younger audience to participate in that joke, right? But and I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's one of these like Ouroboros situations where like the snake eats its own tail, where the joke in of itself is so immature that kids can easily latch onto it and they want to make fun. And when you're younger, one of the first things you learn to do is learn how to insult people. That's really what you see like in a lot of American school systems, or school in general. Um, and so you have the situation where it's immature. You got like a father has immature humor. He introduces that immature humor to a kid. The kid latches onto it even earlier or sooner than the father did, and then it's like created the situation where I was in. Like, yeah, I'm a 12-year-old and I'm researching Yo Mama jokes. I think they're fucking funny. I'm watching MTV Yo Mama, where they're like saying like the most outrageous racy shit possible. And as you start to like produce an Yo Mama animated series on YouTube, you definitely get like a younger audience that's going to leave more comments than an older audience. And again, it's an Ouroboros
Yeah,
situation.
it's a layered thing too at that point. I don't want to loop topics, but again, then you're throwing on like, uh, you know, child pop culture characters on top of it with animation. I don't want to loop back to that topic, but I'm saying it becomes layered at that point of like the appeal for children to watch it.
Mm, yes and no, because that's a big issue right now happening with YouTube is that you have a lot of YouTube animation channels that are dealing with an AI moderation system that looks at their cartoons, and because of like
Yeah,
the
because
colors they
you'll
use.
mark it as like not for kids, and then it'll be like, oh, this content is for kids. You lied, and then
No,
fucking with
not
it,
even.
right?
I'm not even talking about myself. I'm talking about like other YouTube animation channels that are straight up not for kids, but because they are cartoons, they are getting like falsely categorized as like family content. Or like when
Yeah. I remember
YouTube
seeing tweets about that
and
where
when
people were
YouTube
calling it out because they automatically got set to kids content.
exactly, or like when YouTube followed the Kappa situation, I actually had to go back to YouTube and be like, hey, I do have videos that are more for kids and they're marked for kids. And I just want to let you know, like, I have to go through and like mark these as for kids content. And they're like, okay, well, just so you know, like, our system does not recognize your mama as anything for kids. We consider it like mature adult humor. So there is like an internal system over at YouTube where they do see our channel by the theme of itself as being a more mature content situation. And then we had to give them data or feedback to let them know, like, hey, just so you know, you are missing content that we're clearly marking are for kids. They don't have the curse words, they don't have any of the sex jokes. These are things that parents can like set up for the younger members of their family to watch. And so, like when you're sitting there working with a platform that looks at your content as not being child friendly content, and then you have to like go out of your way to market as child friendly, it kind of shows or better demonstrates the situation where you're in, where you're like, yeah, like I'm not making content for kids, but there are moments where I pull that content aside. It's safer for children to watch. And then YouTube doesn't even want to recognize that because it is a Yamama joke. And they're like, well, Yamama joke in of itself is more mature. you kind of find yourself in this weird situation where you realize it doesn't matter what I do. It's like on one hand, YouTube's always going to look at my content as mature, and on the other hand, I'm always going to have like younger audiences watching my content, regardless of how I try to market.
Well, yeah, I think because again, I feel like we'll keep looping on that topic of it. So I don't even want to loop back to it of the again the inclusion of kids characters, whatever. But I guess that is like a future like impact question of do you see yourself, I guess, when part 2 of Yo Mama finally comes out, do you see yourself still including like characters from children's media at that point?
No.
Okay.
No. Matter of fact, we
Because
are
again, like big things that stuck out to me again was seeing like the children's character, even like again Bugs Bunny's own character. However, Big Chungus was like topical with young ages right at the time, so like Big Chungus twerking, like again I would align that if it was just Bugs Bunny, sure that would be aligned with the whole argument of like Bob the Builder, SpongeBob, older stuff. But again, it was like Big Chungus topical meme right amongst kids. So stuff like that being included in the future. If that isn't being included, then I think that solves like a big part of my issues that I have.
Yeah, no, I would say, I mean, the Big Chungus thing is like, it's just a weird thing because it comes from Looney Tunes, and Looney Tunes is like such an adult sexual innuendo type thing. I mean, they literally have like shorts on like having bigger butts. They deal with violence. I mean, Looney Tunes is what led to.
Well, yeah, again, but the part of it being Big Chungus though, which it again was a predominantly like children meme. I think that also came out when I was in high school.
Again,
So
that would require like. So when you say like it's predominantly for children, I have no research or data that shows that, right? I'm just going off of you and your perspective. For me, it's an internet
being
meme.
someone that grew up during that time. Yeah, it's an internet meme, but being someone that grew up in that time, seeing like, oh, Big Chungus, oh, he's such a Chungus, like all throughout high school, like I died pretty fast, but like that.
Yeah,
was,
and I
like,
grew up
a
on porn in
widespread
high
thing.
school. Doesn't mean porn was made for kids. You know, it's like, yeah, you grew up on something in high school doesn't mean it's a high school thing. It's just what you dealt with as like a teenager trying to see themselves in as an adult. And you know, look, memes are obviously going to have like a wide demographic for things. But to kind of answer the main point of the question, yeah, there are 10 jokes that I am currently producing. And my direction on that was I really want to take it back to volume 1. I want it to be quicker, snappier, more like insults. And I don't want to touch on third-party IPs. I really want them to be a little bit more timeless.
Leaning more into like the Yo Mama cinematic universe, right?
Yes and no. I mean, like, I kind of understand the question you're asking, but like, it's more so.
Yeah, that part's a joke. That's a joke question, like
Yeah.
the Yo Mama cinematic universe. But like
Yeah.
original characters overall, I understand your point.
Yeah.
So, let me see. Yeah, I think a lot of it boils down. Like as you said, I don't think we agree on the earlier part. I think it's a matter of perspective. So I don't think it'll change your mind on like those past stances. Also to like another side of it, I like again, I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha, man. It's more on a personal level, but you have, I feel like, giving a solid stance on it being not harmful, but viewed by like children and everything. I do think you have some to lose that, so I can understand some responses. Like it gets to an extent where I can't tell if it's like a corporate answer, like to protect the studio, or if it is more on like a personal, what is it? Not opinion, but personal like beliefs. So
Yeah. No, I'll shoot straight with you. Like, I'm a pretty. Like, I'm on the spectrum, right? And so I don't think in words, I think in patterns and colors. And so whenever I talk to somebody, it's definitely some sort of translation involved. And I try to be very careful with my words because I do care about communication. And a lot of what I'm saying does come from like years of already processing this, right?
Okay,
Uh,
that's fair.
yeah.
So I have like a few rapid fire questions, and then I think that's it for me. Um, so first, I'm gonna say, you brought up talking to Templeton. The Lego orgy wasn't your idea. That was something that was added in by Red. And then you're like, well, we think it's okay enough to put it in. However, it seemed like something that you're still uncomfortable with. Why wouldn't you just cut it out? I guess at that point.
Um, Reflecting back to the conversation I had with Alex is one of those things that like, okay, you actually put time and effort into this. Like this wasn't just like, I mean, we're paying for it, right? To the extent. And it's like, okay, well, you're looking at it and you go,
Well,
okay, it's pretty mature, but it's like, will YouTube actually accept this? And the fact that they like monetize it and use it and promote it on their homepage, like kind of threw us off. So part of it comes down to, okay, I didn't ask for it. This is not what I was looking for, but it's here. Can we push the envelope?
okay. No, I mean, you already can assume how I would think about just leaving it in anyways, based off our prior conversations. I think it should have been cut out. Because I don't want to assume, but was Red paid a flat rate or were they paid like hourly, I guess, for the amount of time they put into a project versus like, or were you just like, hey, we need this scene made, we'll pay you this much for the scene?
At that time, it was paid off the work that he did.
Okay. So was he already paid for that scene, like for that whole scene that included the Lego orgy scene?
He included his hours into the invoice.
Okay. Um, I guess at some point, I guess it's more so being charitable on your end, but like from my perspective, I would be like, hey, we didn't ask for this. Why would we pay you for doing this? Um, so that's my viewpoint on it, and I guess why didn't you go that direction with it?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very fair viewpoint. Uh, let's see here. When did that happen? That happened back in maybe 2013 or 14.
Okay.
So over 10 years ago. So I can only like fill in the gaps on what I can remember. And then at that
Yeah,
point,
yeah, understandable.
it also comes down to the idea like you kind of grow up and you look back on things, you're like, shit, I could have done that better. I could have handled that better.
So like again, yeah, you said that was 13, 14, so about let's say 12 years ago. Um, is that something like in hindsight you would have not done again? Like
No.
you would have addressed it like, hey man, like yeah, we need this taken out, or I'm not going to pay you for doing this work. We didn't ask you to do that.
I mean, I would have probably asked if there's a way that we could have added it. It's like, yeah, I'd be happy to
Made
pay
it
for a little extra work if you could just like make this less graphic.
okay. Um, well, because comparing that to what you're saying with in Soviet Russia, dog walks youth joke, and how you had him go back and make like the characters normally dressed instead of BDSM gear. Um, how far between were those two videos
Oh God, like
in
over a
terms of?
decade, like a decade.
Oh, really? So Soviet Russia joke was a lot newer.
Yeah, that particular
Oh,
example is
okay,
a lot newer. Yeah.
okay. So you'd say like more so you'd become like more firm in how like you ran things. Okay, that
Well,
makes sense.
I try to get better
I
at
still
those.
don't agree with you putting it out. I would say again, I still don't agree with you putting it out. But you know, I'll be charitable and say there's a clear indication that you did adjust to like being like, hey, this isn't appropriate. Let me not add it in. Um, so let's see. Um, oh, we already talked about that. So it was pointed out to me, like the Keemstar video. So and to clarify, so that one wasn't fully uploaded to YouTube, correct? That's when
No.
you had to put on Newgrounds.
Yeah.
So you uploaded like a trailer for it to YouTube, and then from what I was sent a screenshot of, you then did link to your Newgrounds.
Yeah, but Newgrounds, you have
which
to
I
like,
think,
in that particular situation, you have to like be like, yeah, I'm 18 years old. Like the way it's set up as a rating on Newgrounds, you have to put in your birth date, or you have to agree that you're 18.
well, I will be 100% transparent as like a young teen, like my Newgrounds account when I was like 14 was saying it was 18.
Oh God, you
Um,
should go to jail for
they
that.
get, yeah, terrible. I'm a terrible human for that. However, the point being is easily accessible, but um, outside of that one, because I can put it into the same bucket as the I'm Alex Mimulus thing. Um, what sort of like indication or direction did you give for the I'm Alex Mimulus one then, if any, through your main channel,
Um,
or I guess through your social medias in general?
I think I understand the question you're asking, but can you try it one more time?
Okay, so showing that you had found a different means, because you mentioned earlier that you could have uploaded the I'm Alex Mimulus video to Newgrounds, it just wasn't something you had explored yet. So that's why with the Keemstar video, you decided to put on Newgrounds instead of Pornhub.
Yeah.
So with that being said, you directed people to the Keemstar one on Newgrounds. So I'm asking, was there any clear direction you gave viewers to where they could find the Mimulus I'm Alex one that would have directed them to the like the Pornhub like link for it?
There was no direct link to the Pornhub one.
Okay. Was there any trailer you did on YouTube for the I'm Alex one, or I'm Alex Mimulus one?
I don't think I did a trailer. I could be wrong, but I don't think I did a trailer. I just made a video talking about the fact that we made that video.
Like on the Yo Mama channel?
Yeah. But that
Okay.
was like a longer video, and then that mentioned the video at the very end of that video.
So was that in the longer video? Was it still a full animated one, or was it just you guys talking?
Just me talking.
Okay. Um. Again, I guess looping back to that, like, do you see that as like somewhat irresponsible to direct, or I guess yeah, direct, because you're saying this thing's a thing. So if people go out of their way to find it, obviously the only place at the time that it was at was on Pornhub. I think now it's been deleted off Pornhub, from what I saw, but it's archived on Mimilus's Reddit.
Subreddit. Yeah.
Yeah, which I will also say, like, blanket, like, that's also irresponsible. I think Mimulus I'm Alex also had like a very like child fan base, or like older teen, like high school age fan base. So I think that's also irresponsible. So I just to that point of it, I guess is that one of those things that like looking back, like, hey, maybe I shouldn't have directed viewers to this video that's, you know, only on a porn site.
I think I understand what you just asked. Can you ask me that one more time?
So looking back on it, do you think it was irresponsible for you to direct your viewers, not even direct, but mention, like, if you're talking to your viewers, and mentioning this content, obviously they're going to go try to find it. Well, if these viewers find the video, it's obviously going to be on Pornhub at the time. So do you believe it's irresponsible to, sure, indirectly guide your viewers to Pornhub to watch a video?
I followed
Again,
YouTube's terms of service and community guidelines at the time, and we didn't show the video in that video. And when you acknowledge, like, yeah, this is a pretty intense video, that's the only place we could upload it. I mean, talking about it,
well,
it's
I'm just
kinda
asking
one
on
of
a
these.
personal level. But I'm not asking like terms of service. I'm not asking like corporate for the sake of the studio. I'm just asking on a personal level.
But as a personal,
Do you think it?
but on a personal level, that's how I operate. You know, I operate within the confines of the guidelines and rules given to me. Now, would I do that again? No, I wouldn't do it again. I would do it a little bit more. I don't know. It's one of those situations where, like, again, you don't want your mama jokes to be for kids, and you're like, you know, let me use a situation for like some really fucked up humor, and you're like, okay, well, you have a kid audience that watches you. Are you responsible for X, Y, Z? And you're like, yeah, bro, I don't really want to have a kid's audience. So at some point you do create content to where you're like, okay, just so you're clear, like you as a kid, you're not supposed to watch this shit. And you're like, okay, well, aren't you responsible for exposing them to X, Y, and Z? Look, if I was like a guy running Adult Swim, that'd be a whole different thing, right? Because I know my primetime spots, I know my hours, I know what I'm working with. I'm working with TV standards, I'm working with safety human teams, which we done with animating rap battles. Like we went through like this process before. You're asking me on a personal level. On a personal level, I would never let a kid watch YouTube. Period. Like kids should not be on social media. That's like, if I was going to shoot straight with you, that's my line. A kid should not be touching social media.
Okay, here, 1 second. So just to circle back, so did you mention where the video could be found, or no, to what you remember?
The meaningless
Like what
video?
site? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Like it's a
Yeah,
bad
yeah,
video.
it's on
It's not
Pornhub.
important. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Don't. Yeah. Again, I think at the end of the day, I think our conversation boils down to a difference of perspectives. I still see it as like I'll be very blunt. I don't think you changed my perspective on how I view it, like how your earlier content was conducted. However, I can at least appreciate that you going forward aren't going to include these third-party IPs or like child IPs in your
Yeah.
content, along with some of the bad practices you made. I will say, I sure, statistically, there's a lot that I can't just throw at you and back up claims. However, I do think there is at least some responsibility to be had and to hold accountability for when it comes to having that kind of content with very obvious sexual references. Not like a small joke in a SpongeBob episode that like you have to get into the weeds to understand it's a sexual reference, versus again just some of the over sexualized characters and everything. And I do want to point out too, when it comes to this, it's not just you. I can look at Red and say the same thing, because into looking into this, right, before I called in, like I can point out on Twitter, because correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like the character that Red has in his banner is one that is in your videos. Is am I correct on that? It kind of looks like the slime mama or whatever, or the slimy mama.
I'm
But
not
it is
familiar with this banner, but I will say like it is
I
true.
can
Like
copy
you
his
deal
banner
with
and send it.
Yeah, send it over. I will say there's like definitely been situations where I've had creatives like over sexualize characters in a way that I wasn't personally comfortable with. Um,
I just sent it.
or I wasn't even aware like they're yeah, so that's like his thing. It's not this
Okay.
yeah. And
It
so
looks
funny
very
enough,
similar, so that's why I had to ask. So
no, what's so funny is he actually suggested the slimy mom, and I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. Um, he's like, let's do this slimy mother, etc., etc. And then I learned over time, like, oh, this is like some sort of weird sexual, like, Rule 34
personal
thing. But,
fetish
like,
of his.
I don't think it's a personal fetish of his. I think he's just kind of making a joke. And
Okay.
I can't speak for him, but I didn't know it was like a fetish thing
Yeah. So,
in general.
but the point with that is like I can point to him having, uh, again, you have final authority for the channel, what gets uploaded. So I think overall with what's on the Yo Mama channel, I do think a lot of that responsibility is on your shoulders when it comes to it. However, like, man, I'll be 100% charitable for you. Like, it seems like Red also made a lot of this stuff. And then on personal platforms, which to my knowledge, you credited your animators, you credited your artists, directing them to these people. And Red himself also has sexualized content on his public page. It's directed that they could, users could find from your content or from the Yo Mama content directly. So like, I'm not gonna sit here and say you're evil, and 100% at fault. I think you hold most responsibility, but I do not think it is all on your shoulders. And I think Red is very trying to be dismissive of it, put it all onto you. So I'll give you that, man.
Yeah, yeah, just kind of add on to it because I don't really disagree with what you're saying. It's just such a gray area, and the only way I can like show like fine lines being drawn is like I know Paw Patrol is strictly like preschool bullshit. Never wanted to touch that. Could have gotten a lot of use for it. When you deal with things like Five Nights at Freddy's and Baldi's Basics, it's a little bit of a boomer thing where you're like, okay, you don't really know what the fuck it is, but you know like it has like a vast demographic behind it, like Minecraft does. Like I know what Minecraft is, I play with it, but like I'm an adult, and that's also like a kid thing too. And then I look back at like my own personal life and I go, well, I grew up on Adult Swim, Robot Chicken, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where they took like like C Lab 2021. They took a lot of things I grew up as a kid and they turned it to adult stuff because it repurposed animation cells. And it gets into this like really tricky thing of like, oh, it's bright and colorful. And because of that, it does attract kids. Like, that's just what it is. It's like a fucking McDonald's sign. Golden arches and all that shit. But at the end of the day, like my main goal is just make good Yamama jokes and not be tied down to an algorithm or just follow trends, which I did in the past. And I think by following those trends and listening to like a lot of those comments, because that's what we did, we animated comments, we end up having like a lot of younger stuff introduced into it. And I never realized like just what that demographic was 100%. Things I knew, I drew a line at. Things I didn't know, I assumed. But moving forward, like as a Yamama content producer, I just want to make like really fucked up Yamama jokes that kids are not supposed to tell.
Yeah,
that's my
and I think that's fair. Yeah, again, when you're mixing children's IPs, I feel like what that's doing is, again, as you said, it's attracting that audience, and then your style of content is then like pretty much the memification of sexual topics to them. So to an extent, it's normalizing like sexual topics to these children. And like, yeah, sure, like as a kid, I was making sexual jokes, or like teenager, right? Once I learned what that stuff was. But it's really just a matter of like doing your part to make sure that like, again, it's not being normalized as a joke, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So,
that's where it's
but
kind of
it
fucked
seems
up
like we're
because, like,
reaching an understanding.
no, I like this conversation so much because like I think one of the biggest issues that we deal with is platform responsibilities and whether or not they the thing is like a lot of these like you look at Roblox, right? They have like a big predatory behavior problem. And what they're doing is they're trying to use AI moderation to keep it cheap, but to solve that issue. And these are things that are not being properly regulated. So it's one of these situations where you're like, yo, I'm on a platform. I'm an older person. I want to create content that's more for my demographic or surrounding demographic. And then you realize like these platforms do not have proper systems in place, right? It kind of comes down to like YouTube. It's like YouTube's like, okay, well, if you're not family friendly, you're not getting ads. Okay, well, I'm not trying to be family friendly. I'm trying to cater to like a slightly more mature audience. And when you look at the way they moderate things, it kind of forces you to strip back certain elements of your humor or elements of your content that would make it easier to clearly say like, yo, my content is not for kids. And that's kind of the shitty thing with animation. Because like we don't really get that platform. Like Newgrounds is pretty solid, but you can argue like anyone can go on Newgrounds, lie about their age, look at some really fucked up shit, play a fucking school shooting game, like Pico's school shooting, whatever it's called. Pretty fucked up game. But like if you're an adult and you're enjoying, that's just who you are. The thing is like the internet makes everything accessible to everybody, and then you as a content creator find yourself in a place where like you feel like you have more responsibility than the platforms themselves. And really what you want to do is just create the content that you want to create and know what guidelines you can follow and hope that the platform does it best to like give you the demographic that you're actually trying to reach.
Yeah, no, and again, I think that's fair. Like, obviously, AI moderation's terrible, and it's going to be like it's gonna miss a lot more than like the human eye looking over something. Um, and yeah, I guess personally, I want to point this out too. Um, that Midge put in chat, pointing out that putting sexualized thumbnails out there of these characters. Um, Again, there's the ones that Red put in the doc, but I know there's other ones as well. Um, do you think that kind of contributes to some sort of issue when it comes to, I guess, and obviously you're one channel out of that's thousands, hundreds of thousands, right? Putting out sexualized thumbnails. Um, but do you think that attributes to that like that issue that YouTube has of having to have some sort of VAT or mass moderation to that issue?
I'm telling you, their moderation tools don't catch it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like, if they're investing more and more time into that, um, like I feel like it's contributing to an issue.
No, the issue is that okay, so YouTube recognizes your mama as a mature channel. That's just the way their backend data runs. It's a thing that has limited our reach since COVID. So they go like, your mama is a mature term. You as a mature content channel are not going to be promoted further than what we're going to promote you beyond. So like they cut down our potential reach by like 80%. What they're doing is they're like going to people that are like strictly like Roblox channels, for example. They're like, okay, you're just nothing but a Roblox creator. Roblox has like a mostly younger audience type of thing. We know what you're trying to do. And so what they're doing is they're targeting channels that are hyper focused on things that do have a larger kids demographic. And they look at a channel like ours and they're like, okay, well, you're your mama. Your mama's not for kids. We don't give a shit. So like what I'm doing doesn't matter because they've already moderated my shit from like a channel channel SEO perspective or terminology perspective. Whereas they're looking at things that can slip in from a channel terminology perspective or SEO perspective. And they're like, okay, well, you're creating I don't know, let's say you're making like fucking Roll24 Paw Patrol videos. No one would think to like have to moderate the term Paw Patrol, but then you start to look at the content and you're like, okay, well there's some weird shit in here. So there's like layers of moderation to it. And YouTube's auto moderation already recognizes the channel as mature.
I suppose to an extent, like during that I went on to YouTube on a incognito tab, not logged in, and one of your top videos, 100 new jokes not for kids, I'm able to see her watch with no age restriction. Um, Again, I don't know the content of the video, so I can't point at it and say that this has stuff that a kid could watch and it's evil. But the title does say not for kids.
Yeah, but just because it's not for kids
it's
doesn't
not
mean
labeled mature.
age. Yeah, but age restriction is a whole different category versus not being for kids, believe it or not. And that's where you start to get in like tricky terminology with like YouTube's community guidelines. I only had like 2 videos ever marked for like 18 plus under the Yamama channel of like 1,000, 2,000. I upload it, give or take. So yeah, no, like if there's something in there that YouTube does not like and they feel like it breaks community guidelines, they would let me know because their systems are there to catch that, and they will catch it.
Okay, so you're saying if it's something that's genuinely mature, that's where they would actually go in and put the banner that says, "Hey, you need to log in to verify you're of age to watch this."
Exactly. So I'll give an example. That Lego orgy scene was, according to YouTube for a long time, totally safe for YouTube. And then one year they updated their terms of service or community guidelines, and they're like, okay, yeah, you can't include content like this anymore without it being age restricted.
And what is the specific video name for the one that has the Lego orgy in it? It's like the Lego one, or Yo Mama's So Short, right?
Yeah, your mom's just short Lego.
Let's see. You know, so short Legos. Well, there's Lego and Legos.
Let's see here.
We have one with an S. One's 8 years ago and one's 11 years ago.
Yeah, the one that's 11 years ago would be the first upload.
Okay. So is the point you're making that it won't get recommended to children? Is that the point you're making? Because again, this
Yeah.
is one of those things I can still open it here, not logged in or anything.
Yeah, so like YouTube is just not going to recommend our content unless like you watch your mama content.
Is the one from 8 years ago just is it a compilation or is it removed the orgy?
Let's see here. 8
Because
years
it
ago.
is,
that'll be
45 seconds is
Yeah, that's a
okay. The
compilation.
Legos is 40. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to point out the most watched part of the video is the orgy. That's absurd. Like the bell graph that shows where like most people watch and skip to.
Yeah.
That's funny. But yeah, I think that's really all I got, man. I thank you for listening to my criticism. Again, as you said, as time's gone on, you've talked or you've thought about it. You mentioned that earlier. It's something you've looked back on, something you've thought about. So again, I really can't hit that more. I'm not gonna sit here and like tell you a piece of shit, whatever, you know.
But I am
But
a
again,
piece of shit. Tell me more, Daddy.
you're terrible, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so again, thank you for the time, man. I think Hamilton has a lot more to go over with the stock, so
Well, not a lot.
I don't
but
want to
we
take
still
up
have the
any more of
crypto
his
stuff.
time.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this Lego scene, and I'm just like, naked Legos don't matter, but like if we had covered up a little bit more, I feel like it would have been better.
For sure. Again, overall, I do not think it is. The whole thing is just too fucking absurd.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to figure
over-
out the horse mask. I guess it's like
the Lego horse head.
Yeah, I guess because like horseplay. Yeah, I could see where like she's leaning in trying to grab some dick. No nips. A lot of shine on the butt. Yeah, this could have been toned down a few different ways and still been kept. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. I can't believe we ever uploaded this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, again, thank you, Zach. You know, and yeah, Hamilton, if you have anything else for me, I'm
Yeah, thank you, Inut. I did have a question in chat that was a dono, so I should just go ahead and ask you. Did you ever set up your Streamlabs, buddy?
No, and I don't plan on it.
Okay. All right, get out of here, buddy.
Look. You know, little shill. Okay, and 200 more subs, so I can get donations on my own shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're all
200
excited.
subs on what?
He has a channel.
YouTube. I got like 300 subs, so like 200 more, I can get donos on my own shit. A little shill for Inut. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
All right.
So everybody loves Inut.
Everybody sub to Inut.
Again, thank you, Zach.
Thank you,
Zach, and I'll see you later, Hamilton.
All right. Thanks for coming, buddy. Okay. Okay. All right, Zach, thank you for... We've got a couple of screenshots of DMs, and what I will note is that this isn't really on the doc maker's part. This one is more on the people who, I guess, made the coin, who shared these screenshots that are very, very cropped. Seemingly some of them are out of context. So
Yeah.
I wanted to hear it from you. Walk me through the Yo Mama coin, how they approached you, if you guys struck up an agreement or anything like that, etc.
Yeah, so basically, I'll back up and give a little bit more context. So there's a platform called Pump Fund, where before Pump Fund, if you wanted to create a meme coin, you had to be some sort of programmer or developer. You would have to write what's known as a contract. The contract would dictate how the coin worked, how much supply there was, whether or not you can increase the supply, whether or not you can pull the money from the liquidity pool, all these different technical things. And so Pump Fund basically came in and said, like, yeah, let's just be the platform where you can click a button and you can make a meme coin instead of having to develop it or hire somebody. And so because of that platform and platforms like it, um, there was a lot of Yamama meme coins that were being made. And when I say Yamama meme coins, I don't just mean like a Yamama coin, etc. I mean like people using the branding, the characters, the actual like assets that were owned to create these coins. And it would happen all the time. I'm sure if I pulled it up, I could find it. But basically, there were so many of these Yamama coins being made. And typically, when these coins were made, most of the time, no one would approach me or talk to me about it. Sometimes someone would be like, hey, I made this coin. I want to give you supply if you promote it. I'm like, no, that's not really my thing. I'm trying to remember. I think it was last year around the Hawk Tua situation. I had a meme coin agency. I can't believe I'm saying that, but like there was a company that was built up just off of creating meme coins around content creators, and they had reached out to me to do Yamama coin, and I said no. And we can talk about that later too. So with these individuals, they did what everybody else did. They made a coin without my involvement. And over the course of a couple of days, I saw like people in my comments being like, hey, we have a Yamama coin. We want to give you the trading fees. And I kept seeing that over and over again. And I'm like, okay, well, this guy won't leave me alone. Let me just kind of reach back out to him. I'm just kind of curious. Like, what do you mean by trading fees? Like, what do you have going on here? So that was the thing I wasn't, like, I knew about trading fees, but I didn't know that Pump Fun as a platform now had like this tool where basically there's a sliding scale situation to it, but basically regardless of the coin goes up and down, the amount of volume, the amount of money that's been used to trade this coin, let's say it's like $100,000, you would get like, I think it's like 0.09%, 95% of it. So like for every 100,000 that was traded, you would get like $950 rewarded to you. Not because you own any supply, but because you created the coin, you get a creator fee or a trading fee. And so they basically said, hey, we have $1,800 in trading fees that we made off this coin. We'd love to give it to you. So I look at this coin. I see a graph. It goes up. It goes down. It's at like what we call a market cap level, total volume, total like, like value level. It's like $2,000. So you see that and you go, oh, okay, that's a dead coin. And you're telling me you guys made $1,800 off of it. And you want to give me that money if I give you my Solana wallet. Solana is what we call like it is a crypto chain. So you have like Bitcoin, you have Ethereum. Solana is one of those. So I give them my Solana wallet, and they said, you don't have to promote it, you don't have to push it, you don't have to do any, like there was no strings attached. But there was a string attached to it that I didn't realize until like after the fact. But what they would do, because it didn't happen to me, they did it with other people like Ed Bassmaster, who's an old school, like really old school YouTuber. And so what they would do is they'd create these coins, it would go up, it would go down, and then they'd be like, hey, we have trading fees, we want to give it to you. They get your Solana wallet from you, and then they're like, hey, we want to connect your Solana wallet to the coin so you can collect all future trading fees. And again, you see this and you're like, it's up and down. There's no way this thing's gonna have life again. But I guess like what you might refer to as like a Fortnite meta, or like any sort of like gameplay meta. In crypto, they call it a new meta. And the meta was like, if you can get a creator wallet to connect them to trading fees, it would pump the coin up again. And I was not aware of that. So that's a little bit of context. Like, yeah, Yamama coins were made. Never had any involvement on those. I was approached for Yamama coin by the agency. I said no to it. And my perspective, I was being approached for $1,800 in trading fees. Didn't have to promote it, didn't have to advertise it, etc. And I gave them my wallet, got connected to the coin, and then suddenly like $10,000 like came in from the pump from that coin, like being traded even more.
Right. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So Out of curiosity, are you willing to show the full DMs that you had with them? Because, again, these DMs that have been posted are like very cropped and there's potentially a lot of context missing.
Try to just take a quick smoke.
Totally fine.
Let me see here. Let me look at the. Oh shit! 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at your screen like I can scroll through it, and I realize I cannot.
No worries. Here.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got the names pulled up in front of me.
Well, that's the funny thing. We don't, at least in the document, we don't have who posted these. We have a reply to it, which is, this is proof of his wallet. You can see he is coin admin and fees receiver. So, I mean, maybe that's the person who was DMing you, but I'm not entirely sure because, again, we don't have posts attached to these.
I'll give you some context. So, the person called DCA here with the, I guess it's like an Asian woman PFP. Yeah, they made the coin.
Okay.
And they do that a lot. Like, you can look at their wallet, you can see they made like a shit ton of coins. And so I wasn't aware that they were like promoting this as like a hype thing. And then let me see if I can pull up this guy. Let me switch over to my other account. This guy, what is like bathroom mirror pick, was the one that I ended up speaking to. But I don't have his full name. I'm not able to pull it. Let me see if I can find it through like this DMs. Or let me see if I can just pull him up through like a group chat. DCAA. Here, let me see if I can find his reply to me.
Yep. Take your time. Thank you, Morale, for the raid, by the way.
Coin fees. Let me see if that pulls it up. No. DCA. Don't sell DCA. Okay, so they changed their, well, yeah, these crypto people get their shit suspended all the time. Okay, here we go. Let me see if it's the same guy. Yeah, it should be him. Okay, let me see if I can find his original message to me. So I don't like leaking DMs, so it's just kind of like a big thing for me. But what I could do is I could show you DMs.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what I would say is, like, this person has already leaked your DMs, but they've done so out of context. So I feel like more so than leaking, you would just be kind of providing, like, the actual context and, I don't know. It just, I feel like these DMs are attempting to frame the interaction in a certain way, and you showing everything might be able to dispute that.
Yeah, they're just kind of shilling the thing. It's more one of those things like, let me show DMs I'm having with the guy so I can like get the coin hype. Let me see what I got here. All we need from you. Okay, I'll send these over to you.
Perfect.
Let's see, what chat are we in?
We're in this, like, what once was a group chat.
Here, I'll send it in our personal
DMs,
chat.
that's fine. Yep.
So this was the initial exchange. And then it gets moved over to a group chat. Okay, yeah, there was a group chat made. Hey, Brody, creator 20, whatever. So this is the way the group chat was introduced to me. Let me screenshot that. Grab this. And then, yeah, they were asking. I think this will. So I got thrown into this group chat. Let me see if I got it. Oops.
Okay. All right. So while you're pulling up anything else, I'll just go ahead and go over these.
And then, yeah, there's a little bit more here.
Okay.
I mean, it gets into like other stuff, but like, hey, they acknowledge that they're sending fees over to me, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then, yeah, I also mentioned like don't do AI artwork.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So this is before what you call like a CTO or community takeover of the coin.
Right. Right. This is when you were initially contacted about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So as follows here. Hey Brody, we have made a Yo Mama meme coin. We are wondering if you'd be interested in endorsing it and making some big cash for yourself. Hey Brody. Hello Brody. We are looking for your forward to your response.
Yeah, make sure that was sent in order.
Right. It was. Then
Okay.
you respond, hey dude, just saw your comment. They say, hey, how are you? We would love to get you onboarded so we can transfer all the fees to you, a sign of our appreciation. Much appreciated. I'm actually quite familiar with the scene, even advised on a few projects myself. What would you need from me? All we would need from you is really your Solana address and for you to join the community we've created for you. Then we can get the fees sent to your wallet, and then also having you in the community, making a little post could really help push your token. Okay. And then, hey Brody, don't sell DCA is the creator of the coin. He will have all the information on how much in fees there has been, so he can also get the fees redirected to you directly. Hey Brody, so far there's been 14 Sol in fees, which is about 1,800 USD, but that's without you, the creator of the meme, even showing any support. If you make a Solana wallet and then show your support for the community/coin, I will reroute you all of the fees, and you will make somewhere in the 5 figures, 100%, depending on how high we push this thing. Just let me know if you have any questions. Do you already have a Solana wallet that I can send to and redirect the fees to you? If not, do you want us to walk you through that? It's pretty easy. Appreciate that. I just made a new wallet for it. Shows the wallet. Just making sure this isn't an exchange wallet like Coinbase or anything else, blah, blah, blah. I will send the $1,800 to that wallet. Yeah, it's a phantom made wallet. Sounds good. So sent the 14 Sol from the coin already accumulated. Going to get the fees redirected to you now. Gotcha. Got it. Much appreciated. Question: if I were to do this, would it be cool to avoid any AI generated stuff off the art? You can meme the shit out of the content, web images, etc. Just more so don't want to piss off the artists I've worked with. Okay, we'll make an announcement in the community for any AI generated things to not be allowed and keep it moderated so we have a good mod team. Just got the fees all sorted out, and now they're gonna go to this address you sent. Okay, so where is in the conversation, where does this DM happen where you say, I'll need to trim it down? That said, I roughed out the keynotes I'd need to hit to avoid backlash.
Let me see.
found this on the web for IC. Check it out.
Siri, shut the fuck up. Let's see. That said, I'm just trying to get a better sense of the image.
Yeah, I'm about to make it a lot bigger for you. Hold on.
Yeah, I got it zoomed in.
Here.
Hey, Bird, how's
Here
it
it is.
going? People are hungry to hear from you. Make sure it's in this group chat. So I joined the community. Okay, so what was it? Okay, so basically, this is where they wanted me to. They just want to make me. They wanted me to make a tweet in the community, so I'm going to send this over.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think I got it. So they're like, all right, join the community. Can you write something in the community? I'm like, yeah, I can totally do. And this is before I knew you could like, what's the function on Twitter? Basically, if you post to a Twitter community, you can hit like a little box that would exclude the tweet from going out to like your main timeline, and I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
So I was under the impression that anything I tweeted out would just like hit everybody all at once.
So, was that sort of the agreement to get the rest of to get you the redirection for the remaining fees, or like the upcoming
No,
fees?
there was like no. So obviously they're like, hey, if you support it, etc. type of thing. But the support was positioned to me like, yeah, just join the community and be like, yeah, I support this coin. Like I didn't have to advertise it, I didn't have to promote it.
Well, right. No, I totally get what you're saying. I guess it's just like, so this one message. Oh, here, and I'm seeing these new ones here over here, which will help for sure.
Yeah, because they're like, hey, if you support it, we'll just give you the fees.
Right.
But
Right.
they were describing support to me as like just be like, hey, you're not going to. How do I say it? Like, you're not just going to take the money and be like, fuck this coin. You know, it's more like, hey, this is going to be the coin that, like, you're willing to say, like, hey, they have my permission to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me.
It's like, basically, so this is me, like, giving my perspective, but out of, like, all the Yamama coins ever made, for them to reach out and be like, hey, we're going to give you the trading fees if you support it. In my mind, it's like, okay, well, yeah, if I get trading fees for it, then obviously, yeah, I make money from it. I'll acknowledge that. Like, okay, cool, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want with the coin type of thing.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, let me just read these, and then we'll keep on going here.
Yeah.
Could you write something to our fans, maybe, or just like an excited to be here type of thing, just for a pin post in the community? Next step for all of us would be to get you to make a tweet in the community. You can say whatever you'd like just to show your involvement. Yeah, exactly what DCA said. And then adding you, just from you joining the community with no confirmation, the coin is doing so well. If you could just type something to confirm, at least in the community on your main page, this would be huge. This is just off of you joining the community. So much support for you, Brody. Wow, people love you, man. Drafting something up that might work, though lengthy. Okay, take your time. Hey, how's it coming? People are hungry to hear from you. I'll need to trim it down. That said, I roughed out the keynotes I need to avoid backlash. I can include the CA2 in the midsection.
Yeah, CA means contract address.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so that's basically my way of saying, like, yo, I'm happy to, like, show some support for this, but obviously my audience is not the audience for this, you know?
Yeah. And, okay. Gotcha. So, let's see here. So you know, just to, let's see.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing about, because you and I already talked about this, right?
Yeah.
but I think for us to hit on it was this line of he was paid $10,000.
Correct. Yeah. So let's read that exact line, and then we'll talk more about the statement itself. So Zack was approached on 1/21/26 and responded on January 22nd, 2026, my birthday, and was directly involved in pumping the coin as he was paid up front. We know this thanks to the original poster who leaked private messages with Zack sharing his wallet. He was paid $10,000 and he is the admin of the coin and the fees receiver. So the way that this is phrased makes this sound like it's two different things. In reality, you were just made the fees receiver. You were not paid 10K up front. You were just paid what you were paid the original fees that had already been made, and then you were paid the rest of them, like it was linked to you so that they would just automatically go to you, correct?
Yeah. And there's nothing in these messages that show anything about 10K being paid up front.
Right. Yeah, the only thing that they say is that they will give you the original, like the already done creator fees, which would be around 1,800.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. Let's see. So okay,
the Solana loot boxing stuff, right?
Well, yeah, I want to go. Is that this part? Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and do that. So this allegation, essentially, they are saying that you were using some of the funds in the wallet that you received stuff for Solana loot box gambling. And then, so what's your response to that?
Yeah, that's factually incorrect. So basically, these are kind of like what you might refer to as like spam emails. So let me zoom in as well.
Yeah, and I can even screenshot it to make it just bigger in general.
Yeah, I zoomed in myself. So okay, on an example here, let me back up. So basically, when you look at a wallet like this, you're seeing all transactions. These are transactions that come in or go out, and they don't really define what that transaction is unless you click on it. So if you see the ones with, like, for example, those two with the red exclamation marks next to it, that's the system saying like, hey, this is spam shit. And what would happen is you would get, if you're like a wallet had like a lot of traction with like money coming in and going, you would get these little small transfers sent over to you, and these transfers would be like less than like a penny on a penny on a penny. And what they basically did is they acted as advertisement. And so in that same screenshot, if you scroll up just a little bit, you don't have to necessarily scroll up, but you see spam dusting. So spam dusting is the system coming in and recognizing it as spam and categorizing it as such. And so flip.gg #1 Solana Casino is a spam being sent over to me. And it's money coming into me as a way to advertise a platform. So no, I didn't spend any money on like casino shit, etc. It's more so someone trying to use my wallet to promote a casino by sending me like, pennies on the pennies on the pennies.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to do that, like if you look down at the very end, because I do have to acknowledge this, you see that they sent me like 0.41 Solana, which is a good little chunk of change. But then you see like 0.000005, and you see that again.
Yep.
And then you see that further up underneath spam dusting. Again, this is like spam advertisement. Like when you sent me over to the wallet, like when you and I talked about this behind the scenes, and I went through the wallet itself, I cannot find any Solana Casino shit in there. It's all been marked as spam dusting.
Gotcha.
And yeah, and just kind of give like a little bit more of a clarification on what spam dusting means. this here. Spam dusting in crypto refers to a malicious yet mostly harmless tactic where hackers send tiny amounts of cryptocurrency to a user's wallet to track transactions, basically to facilitate phishing scams. These amounts are usually too small to spend or are used to map out a owner's linked public wallet address. So spam dusting is basically, I'm just going to send you tiny, very fucking amounts to try to get your attention.
Yep. Okay. And so while we're here, I understand that there's some stuff going on behind the scenes, so answer however you need to, or, don't answer however you need to. But from what I understand here, like you received fees, you were the fees receiver, you received these fees, and then you transferred them into a personal account. It shows that you transferred them to another account. I'm assuming that was just a personal account, or...
Yeah, so there is a tricky situation happening behind the scenes with a third-party entity. And I'm not really allowed to talk about it right now. From attorney told me not to talk about it because I have to sign an NDA on this. But basically, someone really fucked up outside of my ecosphere, and they're kind of liable for some stuff right now. But what I will say is that I have... the fees that I get from my wallet that I transfer to, I do transfer that over to what's known as a cold wallet. A cold wallet's almost like a USB drive to where you can only access it when it's plugged in, so that creates extra security. But there's definitely some transactional issues there that involves a third party that has to kind of... I gotta be careful.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a legal situation there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So yeah, let's get to your statement here. So was this statement, was this the statement that you're talking about in the DMs? Is this your initial statement on the whole thing?
Let's see where you're at. You're on cryptocurrency. Let me scroll down. Yeah, that was my initial statement.
Okay.
If I'm looking at this correctly.
Okay, so in that initial statement, you do share that if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, it was made without your knowledge, already dumped, and you had nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
right.
Which goes back to what I said earlier. Like when I saw the trading fees being presented to me, and I looked at the coin, I'm like, oh, it went up and went down just to be dead.
Right. So by that time, it had already been rugged, essentially, right?
I don't want to say rug because rug is like a very particular term.
Okay.
When you rug something, that means like there's a few different ways you can rug. So the way you used to rug is you could pull the liquidity out of the liquidity pool. Basically, like the money that's there to be traded with, you can pull that out. That's a rug. Another rug would be if you own like a shit ton of the supply and you just dumped it all at once. That happened with somebody like a week prior, where somebody got in the same situation I did as an artist, like a big Instagram artist. They got like a shit ton of the supply as well, and they what we call one clip. So they just like sold all their supply at once. So that's a little bit of a rug. Yeah, so like rugging is a very specific term. It means like you basically pull all the money out and you leave, type of thing.
Okay. And so it's your opinion that it was more a bunch of people selling rather than just one person with a lot of liquidity?
So with it going up and going down, yeah, like typically when a coin starts, like you can have people like get in early and they can buy like a large supply pretty cheap, and then they can dump it. So I wouldn't say, so like typically when you say rug, you attribute that terminology towards the team that created the coin. But if you have someone that comes in that's not part of the team and they buy a large supply and they dump it, well, that's not a rug, that's a dump.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm not super. I'm not a crypto guy, so like this is. I'm probably misusing terminology and stuff like that. Like I'm a little out of the loop on this stuff.
No, it's not good.
So you already talked about the keynotes you're gonna hit and stuff like that. Offered the administration fees in exchange for talking about the coin. So did they see that post that you made and then give you that link for the whatever remaining fees happen?
Beforehand.
That happened beforehand.
No.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so walk me through what happened after you posted this. Did they get pissed off? Did they not like this?
Oh God, bro, you ever seen Okay, I just went through a binge watch of Pirates of the Caribbean recently. You're familiar with the movies, right?
Of course.
Okay, so in the very first movie, when Barbossa thinks he has like the curse figured out and lifted, and they're all still like fucked up, there's like a scene where he shoots like this one guy straight in the chest with the heart, and he's still alive. And all the pirates get like super pissed off at him, and they want to hang Barbossa because they're like, "Hey, you kind of quote unquote rugged us. You kind of fucked us over." Dude, the way those pirates interacted with Barbossa reminds me of like how crypto people can get. Like they're so excited behind you, and then like the moment something doesn't work out, they want to hang the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
And when I made this post, it was like, okay, I want to be as honest as I possibly can. And it pissed off a lot of crypto bros. And I had like one guy tell me like, I lost $17,500 because of this post. I'm going to find you and kill you. And I'm sitting there looking at this and I'm going, bros, I did not make this coin. I had nothing to do with this. Yeah, I took on it. They're like, well, you took on the creator fees. You should have known better. I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck half this shit means right now. So it's one of those situations where you're like, okay, well, if I didn't touch this, it would stay at 0. And because I took on the creator fees, you guys linked my wallet to the creator fees, and it pumped because of that, because you guys sold it based off of that. And because I didn't put out like a bullish weird ass post, be like, yeah, go buy. Holy shit, firework went off outside. They're like, oh, you didn't bull post it. You didn't like tell people to go buy it. Fuck you. I'm like, okay, well, that's pretty. I don't know. It felt like one of those Pirates of the Caribbean moments where like they just wanted to hang this shit out on me.
And so, but specifically the creators, did they reach out to you after it?
The person that made the coin.
Yeah, like the ones who reached out to you initially. Did they say anything to you after you made that post?
So I want to clarify. There's one creator and the other dude, Bathroom Mirror Pick. He was not a creator. He was like a holder of the coin.
Sure.
So I do want to clarify that. But no, not necessarily like reach out to me like fuck you. They were like, oh shit, that went pretty bad, and we felt like that was like a really solid post.
So they were actually happy with the post.
Yeah, because like I want feedback. I'm like, look, this is my position. This is where I'm coming from. But like, I don't want to piss off anybody simultaneously. And no, crypto people are really weird. Like they're very if you don't say exactly their key words, they get really fucking pissed off.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. What made you decide like when in this process did you decide to do a CTO, and what made you decide to do that?
So I started to go down my Rolodex, as we would say. Basically people I knew that was in the space, and they started to give me a list of questions to ask. Like, hey, this team, quote unquote team, do they have XYZ in place? And as I started to ask those questions, I realized, oh, this is not like a real team. This is like somebody who's just kind of shotgunning his way through things.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I'm like, okay, well, I'm tied into the creator fees. I posted about it. I could say fuck off and just like do whatever I want. But I figured, okay, well, if I did that, someone else is going to make another Yamama coin. It's just not going to go away. And I'm thinking, okay, well, this is an opportunity to actually take control over something that was made outside of you, but was given control to you. Like at this point, I have administration, I have trader fees. I'm like, okay, well, let me CTO this. Let me actually like take this over so that it doesn't just drop down to zero right away. Let me see if I can actually turn this into something. And a CTO is not just like a phrase you throw out. You actually have to contact like all these different platforms and submit. Like you have to pay like a $200 fee, and then you have to submit all this evidence and all this documentation, all these statements, and you're like, "Yo, give me control over this account, or give me control to like." How do I explain it? So, like, let's say you go to like Deck Screener. Deck Screener is like a platform where you can go through and look at all the coins being traded, etc. But there's like a profile with every coin, and there's all these links to it, like Twitter, website, etc. And it's pretty much you saying, "Hey, I'm the only person in control of all these links," so that even though I have trading fees and administration fees, I also want to make sure like someone can't come in and be like, all right, I'm going to change all the websites to something random and scam people, right? So it's pretty much you going, I'm going to take a little bit more responsibility and make sure like no one can come in and redirect anybody else a part of this coin towards something that's like really fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, again, like this is something I'm very unfamiliar with, but I mean, from the terms you're describing it with, it makes sense.
Yeah, I can pull up. Let me pull up Deck Screener real quick, and I'll give you an example.
Sure.
So Deck Screener is one of the first things you use CTO or community takeover. Here we go. All right, let me. Let's see. Yeah. So this link I'm sending over to you, you'll see there's like a website, a Twitter, a TikTok, etc. So when I CT over something, I make sure like I'm in control of those links, and no one else can like just upload or use a different link. Okay. So it's going to be over on the right side, underneath that little Yamama banner.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I can control like what's linked to that and make sure like no one else is going in and doing that.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Let's see. So for some of the people who have been criticizing this stuff, do you see how to like, I guess some of these like layman sort of people, or you know, just people who have been critical of it, that you linking the coin itself, even after all these things you say, kind of to, you know, show, you know, I had nothing to do with this, it's already been dumped, all that kind of stuff. Like, do you see how people would think that you linking the coin might seem like an implicit advertisement for it?
To some extent. So I think it's a pretty fair question. So I always kind of jump back to like, okay, you don't know crypto. Like, you know crypto, right, but you don't fuck with crypto, right?
Well, it's like I'm like, I guess somewhat neutral to the concept of cryptocurrency, but I don't have much of an understanding of it.
But like in practice, like have you ever bought crypto?
No.
Done anything with crypto?
No.
Okay. So there's nothing. I mean, you can tell me, but there's nothing in this post that would show you how to go and buy this coin.
Okay. Yeah, so like a layman wouldn't even be able to do that.
No.
Is what you're saying.
Exactly. So, like, if you're in crypto and you fuck with crypto a lot, then you know what a contract address is, you know how to buy it. And it's done in such a way like, yo, if you're in this space, this is the contract address. But I don't link to anything. I don't link to, like, an exchange. I don't upload a guide. And I get, not all the time, but, like, I have somebody be like, hey, you should make an education guide on how to buy crypto. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Like, if you're gonna get in crypto, your mama coin's not for you. Like, come on, like, fuck off. Like, this is not a thing for somebody who's never bought a Bitcoin or an Ethereum to get involved in. You know, but if you're in crypto and you truly understand what this shit is, then you're way beyond the common layman terms. You see a contract address and you're like, okay, I know what a contract address is. I know how to buy it.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Have you invested money or had any involvement after it was made with any of the previous IP coins that have been made?
No.
Okay. Gotcha. How did the kind of deal that you have with Trojan and like kind of promoting them or just collaborating with them, how did that come about?
That came about from somebody who, what we call bag working. Bag working means like, hey, I have a percentage of your coin. I want to help you. Kind of push this project out further. And basically, they had a connection at this company, and it was the situation of like, we're not paid for anything. We're just partnering up. So they handled the giveaway. They handled, the rewards, aka the giveaways. But no, it's pretty much a kind of scratch your back, scratch my back type of partnership.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. So how's the coin going now? Do you have any future plans with it?
No, it's going all right. Obviously, it gets into some other territory that we talked about, but basically, it's one of these things where I've always considered it like a long-term thing. So meme coins, they go through these cycles of like they pump, they dump, and there's only like 3, maybe 4 or 5 that have done really well long term. So like when I look at it at its current market cap, like people are like, oh, it's X% down from its all-time high. Well, yeah, its all-time high was when I was making tweets about it, and that's before I CTO'd the project and started to take it over. So like long term, I just wanted to tie in naturally to how I distribute content, how I create noise in crypto Twitter. And I create, like, in my mind, like, crypto Twitter is an entirely different platform than all Twitter or everything else, like, social media related. And I have some thoughts and ideas on what I want to do next. But I will say, like, the money it generates, like, even, like, its low market cap, like, the fact, like, it still generates, like, $6,000 or $8,000 a month. Fucking amazing. And that gives me the opportunity to readily invest into content in ways that I wouldn't be able to do before.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, long term, make more content, explore more ideas. But, God, I will say, like, crypto's, like, really fucking cheesy. They have, like, a really stupid sense of humor. And I'm like, okay, if I'm going to, like, get more involved in crypto, I would rather, like, how do I explain it? I would love to bring back like live Yamama joke battles. So like sponsored like people like insulting the shit out of each other on stage type of thing.
Like on a stream or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean we can get into like the whole conversation on another day, but basically I'll give you an example. There's this annual event in Miami, happens around the world throughout the year, but it's called Art Basel. In Art Basel, Miami, has a big crypto scene, and they have that big crypto scene because, like, again, it's just straight up artists, like this fucking tagging, spray painting, graffiti all over downtown Miami. It's a bunch of artists from around the world, and they have like a big crypto component. and they had like these really cool like activations, and I would go, I would love to do like a Yo Mama joke battle in a cultural space type of thing. So like, yeah, no, I think Yo Mama jokes are a big cornerstone of the culture, and if you can find activations that make sense where there is larger culture mixed in with crypto, then I would see myself like creating those activations.
Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. Okay. And so essentially you would use like those opportunities for like more Yo Mama content to like kind of further promote the coin and like get it further, essentially. Is it that's what you're saying? Just making sure I understand correctly.
Yeah, but do it in ways that where it makes sense,
Sure.
Because
Okay.
I just want to be, I don't know, crypto content's pretty cheesy, pretty corny, doesn't really work. But crypto folks, they have a good fucked up sense of humor. Believe it or not, crypto gets promoted a lot without people realizing it. Um, I'll give it a different example. So, like, there's a lot of these pudgy penguin gifs that are used, like these little cartoon penguins that are always used all the time as GIF responses, and they don't realize that's a crypto coin.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's ways that you introduce like the concept of coin, the main theme of it, but you don't promote the coin itself. You're just trying to integrate it to like mainstream awareness as like concept in of itself.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, promote your mama jokes more. You don't have to promote the coin more, but people in crypto will get excited by it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Pretty smooth with hitting that pen, by the way.
Yeah, it's just nicotine. I'm a dirty addict, dude. It's rough.
I feel you on that.
Okay, so just in chronological order here, can you explain your decision to talk about stopping a woman from getting raped in the middle of like kind of you getting some controversy with the crypto stuff? What happened with that? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I talked about it like I normally would have. The fact that I was in the middle of controversy, this was even before like it really picked up, but basically it was like a real life situation, and it was going to affect the way like I operated or engage with people for like the following week. And I was like, yeah, I got a pretty fucked up head injury right now. And what happened there was I was on my way back. I just got dropped off by a Waymo. I need to be careful with the details because I don't want to give away where I live.
That's fine.
But I was getting ready to enter my apartment. I heard someone screaming. And in this area, when you hear someone scream, you typically write it off as like someone on drugs or whatever. But the second time I heard it, I'm like, okay, this is pretty fucked up. Someone needs help. So I ran around the corner, a couple blocks away. And yeah, no, this guy was just, man, it was really fucked up. This guy was like hitting this woman and like pulling her, trying to pull her clothes off her. And I think this is, this is where I fucked up. I went and tackled the guy. I should have actually like tried to draw more attention to it. And he was bigger than me. He was definitely like stronger than me. And he slammed my face into the ground a couple of times. And like, it's like when you try to get up from that moment, you're like trying to gather your thoughts. You're buzzed a little bit from like a bar, and you're looking at surroundings, and you realize like, okay, he's not there anymore, and the girl, or let's just say woman, is like pretty freaked the fuck out. She's not really talking. And I didn't know how bad it was until I got home. So it's one of those scenarios where you're like, okay, I know where I live. I know cops are not going to show up right away. The person who got assaulted is not interested in sticking around. Because, like, that's the last thing you want to do is, like, convince somebody to stay there in the alleyway. She wanted to go home. So I figured I'd go home, too. I didn't realize how bad it was until I saw, like, myself in the mirror. And, you know, at that point, I had already stayed up for a couple hours because, you know, concussion and shit. You know, you want to make sure you don't fall asleep with a concussion. And no, it's just like a really fucked up situation. I was just talking about it.
So to clarify, like no authorities were involved at any point for this?
No, which is unfortunately pretty common in the area.
Okay. And so I mean, I think like the criticism itself is like that some people have is like kind of this line of like, you might disagree with me, but tonight I stopped a woman from being raped. Like, I think some people viewed that as almost like a trying to get brownie points off of that, almost like, oh well, you may disagree with me on some things, but look at this, look at what I did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see it that way. And I think I think it's pretty fair. My intent was like, I think regardless of political divide, I think a lot of people agree on protecting people. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, like when you look
mean,
at like the extreme
hope-
side of the political spectrum, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, I hope we can all agree, you know, on regardless of what your political spectrum is, like, you know, the most extreme on either side, like, rape is bad, right? You know, yeah, I think we can all agree with that.
Yeah, so like in my mindset, it was like, yeah, I got a lot of people that don't like me from a political standpoint, but it was something that happened to me, and I was processing it. It was pretty late at night. I think I posted this around like 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd already been up for a few hours. I've been able to talk to family about it. I've been able to talk to friends about it. So like, you know, oftentimes you do use social media as an outlet to kind of talk about things that you're not able to talk to other people about right away. And I know like I have like a lot of people that don't like me that follow my Twitter account, but my main thing is like, yeah, at the end of the day, like I say and do shit that people don't like, and I get it, respectfully, but I really do my best to put myself out there for other people in ways that I probably shouldn't. You know, what you might call like a hero complex.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, gotcha. So a pretty strange hypocrisy point is attempted to be made around this time here, which is that you replied to Just Pearly Things or Pearl Davis during this time with, Pearl says, 2026, we're getting in the gym, people. Too bad you're never getting any dick from you, which I think is quite funny personally, but can you describe in your own words who Pearl is?
I mean, she's an anti-feminist that basically tell women they don't have rights. I mean, that's just me talking layman terms. I think most people try not to figure out who she is because they don't really like her. If that makes any sense.
Right. I mean, like she's made, Holocaust fake songs, or like, why can't we talk about the Jews and stuff like that. She's a pretty clear like alt-right grifter. She's one of those like, it's a strange version of a pick-me girl in the alt-right where it's like, yeah, I think we don't deserve to vote, and it's like, okay, all right, that's all right. Like I don't see how. I have no idea how this correlates to any of the stuff here. Personally, I don't really get it. I think that anybody trying to like get an own on you and be like, you're sexually harassing this woman is like pretty fucking absurd. Like I think it's a little silly. I don't know. I mean, I think you're clearly just kind of like, I don't know, roasting her or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, just kind of
like,
with her.
Yeah, I don't really understand that one. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, look, I think it comes down to the idea like there are people that think like if you're woke, you're not allowed to make jokes or like just insult folks, and it's like, no, I don't give a shit. I'll insult somebody. I don't give a fuck. Like, make a joke. Fuck around with people.
Yeah, Right. And I mean, that's completely different than like stopping in real life, right? Like, yeah. No, I think we're on the same page on that one. Okay. So then this entire rest of the section is like just literally your paths with like NFTs and like other Web3 stuff. Again, if people want to look into it, the doc's here, and you can look into it yourself. It's very easy to find the doc, blah, blah, blah. But like, just for the sake of, going over it very briefly, can you just briefly describe your dive into Web3 previously, how it went, and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so basically, I guess it was the summer of 2021, my former co-producer reached out to me. He's like, hey, there's this platform, this is like an NFT platform. It's the first time I started to learn about NFTs. And I was like, okay, well, there's an opportunity here. I kind of see it. So I dove into it. And funny enough, like, crypto was like not new to anybody on the team, except for maybe Izzy. Because like, RedMinus has like a wallet that I found. Because like I paid him out for like the NFT stuff as well. It turns out he was like trading, like crypto and shit years prior before this even happened. So it was like at that point, like most people were already like trading crypto, and then you look at NFTs and you're like, okay, well, this is supposed to be like a way to create like digital ownership. And you're like, okay, well, I kind of see it, I kind of don't, but it's just like YouTube or most things. You dive into it, you learn about it, etc. So yeah, I did like a small NFT collection on a boutique. That's what they call themselves, a boutique platform. And then I did launch a NFT collection, but not like in a traditional sense. It's more so what we call utility. And so what I mean by that is instead of like dropping a 10,000 collection, 10,000 units of a collection all at once, I basically said we're going to do it like in small waves, and each wave has like an obligation for me to fulfill before I drop another wave. And that was like for me to like due diligence, trying to test out the idea. And the main idea was like, I want to work with intellectual property when in Web3 and help them develop like what they're working on. And then you realize, after working through that space, there's a lot of people that made a lot of money, but they didn't know what to do with it nor how to develop their intellectual properties. So instead of like producing more waves or dropping more waves of that collection, I limit it to like a smaller collection. And I'm like, anyone who owns this NFT, you basically get access to me at different levels. So like what I do today is I do a lot of creative development for projects that are like in the smaller stages. I define like their character bibles, their world bibles, their lore bibles, as you might there's different interchangeable words, but basically I'm there to like make sure they have a story that they can take to somebody and produce. There's a Hollywood producer that has an NFT collection where I work with him to give him better design notes or writing notes or, kind of creative direction notes to make sure like his content comes out a little bit more digestible. There's another one where they're a free NFT collection. So if you were involved in the community, you just got it for free. And it's like a very small collection of like 200 something. And what I do is I work with everybody to like develop the characters, turn them into 3D models. I've been developing a product around that. So what I do is, I got into Web3. I fucked around with it. You learn some shit. You realize there's ways to go about it better. But my main goal behind Web3 in those regards was like, okay, how do I work with projects that have interesting IPs and just give them some access to who I am and develop their stuff further. So that's what I do. Pretty much like a consulting thing without having to pay a consulting fee.
Cool. Okay. Gotcha. Alrighty. Okay, and then so I looked through the Yo Mama coin group chat leaks that were in the doc. I didn't find anything that was worth talking about. I'm sure that this is implicitly obvious, but what's the purpose of that group chat?
Yeah, just to raid tweets. So we do have like separate group chats. We have what we call like a well chat. A well chat means like, hey, you're somebody that owns like 1% or more of the coin. And so it is ideal to connect with those holders to understand what they're looking for and to, just make sure like you don't have a situation where someone like one clips like their entire supply. So that's a whole different chat. It's a little bit more professional. And when I say professional, like not everyone's calling each other the N word because those dudes got really intense. But yeah, the main point of that chat was to raid tweets. Like, hey, I made a tweet. Go rate it. Go like it. Go respond to it. And then it just turned into like a fucking, I don't know, Pirates of the Caribbean Barbosa scene.
Okay.
Everyone wants to kill each other.
Yeah. Okay, sure, makes sense. All right, so on to kind of this section, modern day controversies. I tried my best to kind of understand this and look into this. I have no fucking clue what the hell this is, to be honest. Can you explain in your own words what the deal with this registered agents LLC stuff is?
Yeah, I can explain it to the best of my ability. So, in my industry, we have a pretty much like a go-to entity called Semaphore. Semaphore handles everything from business management to accounting to taxes to even insurances. They are the company that people use. Like an MCN uses them. Preston Plays, Philip DeFranco used them for buying and selling entities. So like, from my perspective, this was a entity that Alex Negrete, my former co-producer, already worked with. And so when we set up the LLC, we continue to work with them. And then after Alex left and I bought him out, I continue to work with them, etc. So it's not uncommon for a company to outsource services to another company. So like when you do business registration, they outsource it to another entity.
Okay.
And what Kim is trying to do is say, like, I have this direct relationship with this entity that somehow, I mean,
The outsource entity,
so you know,
to be clear.
yeah, all
right?
this shit I have only learned about the first time when I saw her document. I'm like, I have no
Gotcha.
idea who the fuck this is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think after this part, right around here, yeah. So, one of the allegations made here is that, the only way that you can keep your copyright for the Yo Mama and Animeme content is by doing your compilations and re-uploads, and that's why you're doing it. Is that true? Is there any truth to that? What's the deal with that?
So that's not how copyright works. Your copyright typically lasts about 100 years. So that's factually incorrect. But what you do have is you have trademark. And trademark you do have to get renewed, I think, about every 3 to 5 years, depending on your class category. So class categories like, okay, am I doing food? Am I doing clothing? Am I doing media, right? And so when you renew a trademark, you need to show like you're actually using it and just not trying to hold on to it. Now, the compilations and things, that's not the reason for it. The reason is to uphold what we call the royalty agreement, which goes back to that whole like weird MCN thing that we talked about earlier. But the fact like I'm still active on any platform and uploading content, like it's me uploading on TikTok, that's enough to like keep the trademark, right? There is like an anime cartoon that I haven't released that I could release. But the fact is like anime is a bigger brand and the trademark renewal comes up this year. Actually, what month is it? It's March. Yeah, it comes up November. They're gonna have to review that, renew that. But yeah, no, I mean, it's like, okay, let me give you a better example, like Transformers, right? So Transformers, what will happen a lot of times is they need to trademark these names for the toys, and they'll consistently do like a re-release of like a toy, like let's say Predaking. Pretty obscure, but they have the trademark on Predaking. they re-release the toy, and they're showing like, hey, we're still selling a toy in this market, etc. So when we file for the trademark renewal, we can show like we still have that toy. All I gotta do is like show like I'm uploading content under one of these brands, and then I get renewal. It doesn't necessarily have to be YouTube.
Gotcha.
But copyright's a whole different thing than trademark.
Gotcha. And I mean, this brings me to my next question. Nice little segue. Are you...
Actually, before you do that,
Yeah,
I did
go
want to
ahead.
bring up this one thing.
Mhm.
So under page 66, he mentions like this anime token.
Animine Token LLC also has a similar story using LegalZoom and names that are already attributed to several other businesses that stopped around the time that NFTs went nowhere for them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna be clear, like anime token's not me.
Okay.
Nothing to do with me, has no affiliation with me. Yeah, this is not mine at all.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, so, right here, they're saying it's been revealed that you're not going to make any more Yo Mama content, and so I wanted to ask you about that. Are you planning on doing more Yo Mama content or anime content in the future? And if so, what?
Yeah, so context on this, I jumped into a DM with Chashington. That is a guy who definitely looks like his mom. I will say, like, he did not show, like, the full scope of the conversation. He definitely, like, cherry-picked it. He definitely left out a bunch of sections where he got really aggressive with me. But no, like, I'm currently in the process of producing, like, a batch of 10 new jokes. And it wasn't something random. Basically, Brock and I had, like, shared notes with each other over the past year. We noted, like, there's a big Yo Mama audience outside of YouTube. And one of the issues that I dealt with Yo Mama was like the animations were getting too long. They were just like getting too fluffed up. I'm like, I want to bring them back, to make them a little smaller scaler. And so now that you have these Facebook monetization, TikTok monetization that's doing a lot better, you have an Instagram monetization system that is now being rolled out as of January. It's no longer like a YouTube branded thing, right? And so what I'm doing is I'm creating like what I call like a batch of 10. So a batch of 10 means like, yeah, we're going to do 10 jokes. I reach out to Max, got his budget for audio sound design and engineer. I reach out to Brock. He says he's down for it. I need to finalize his budget. I finalized the budget with a new animator who's currently going through and updating the rigs. And basically the way it looks like is that each joke will cost me about $250 to $300 each, which I don't know, depends on who you are, whether or not it's a lot of money. But in my perspective, I'm like, okay, I'm going to spend X amount of dollars on 10 jokes. I'm going to upload those jokes, distribute them, make money off of them, see if I can even break even. And if so, like, yeah, I'm down to keep doing it. And if I can't break even, I go, okay, well, how much of a burn or a runway would I have if I produce 50 jokes a year? Right? So, yeah, like, I've always wanted to come back and do Yo Mama content. The Joe Mama stuff is so different because, like, when he's asking me, like, what's up with Joe Mama / Chapter 2, though, like, that's a whole different project than, like, Yo Mama jokes.
Right.
That's where I wanted to do things a little bit more of an actual storytelling perspective. And I know for a fact that if I went that direction, it would cost me like $25,000 per minute of animation.
Good God. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
Wow.
really fucking intense. Yeah. And I want to do it well. Like, I really want it to be like, yeah, like we do a mini series that would cost like $3.5 million. Like, I know exactly what I want to do with it. I have it scripted, I have it outlined. I'm always playing around with it. But it's like real fucking animation, not like a Yo Mama joke.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Alrighty. So then going down here, right here. Did you end up taking any form of legal action against LeDerp Silly, who, for context, is apparently some 17-year-old from Canada who I guess had your assets, it looks like? And
no, that
then
was
you
never...
respond under that and say, already contacted my copyright attorney in Canada.
Yeah, so there's a whole different thing behind that. Basically, no, that wasn't really meant to be directed at him. Like, yeah, I did respond, but in my perspective, I'm like, who the fuck is getting these animation assets and how? And I like really detailed it. Now, this is where I fucked up. Because again, if I fuck up, I fucked up and I know it. The thing that I fucked up on is that I did not note that I had a Friday Night Funkin' mod team that had access to these files that I gave to them. And I thought, personally, my opinion, I thought it was like RedMinus just like leaking out the files, be like, fuck this guy. Which was such a strong conclusion for me to jump to, and I shouldn't have. So no, like I was never, I mean, first off, if you're going to sue somebody, you got to know who they are by name. You got to know how to serve them by address. So
Right.
I have no way of knowing who the fuck this kid is.
Gotcha. And so really,
And
but in reality, you were wanting to go after whoever was actually leaking the assets, not who was possessing them, to be clear.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. All right, let's do this one. Okay.
I know you're getting tired.
No, it's not that I'm getting tired. It's like I know this one is really stupid to me. I think this is a really stupid one. So it's like it's kind of me rolling my eyes and being like, okay, let's fucking do this one.
All right.
So talk me through this commission story from Mimo, M3MO, whatever you want to call it. Did you? Okay, let's just start with that. Just walk me through it.
Okay. So,
Well, actually, Zach, before I do that, why don't I just give the audience the context here?
yeah,
So
give it.
this started with Mimo making this post, tagging Brody and Zack, and saying, "You still owe me $30 for this art that I made for you that you used, and you said you would pay me $30 for this, even though this is still tapping into our assets, which you use with no credit. My Cash App is this. Your move, bud." Okay, and then leaked DMs come out revealing this is not a commission, as it was initially assumed to be. Lamau, I love this. Could I possibly send you a tip or payment for making this? I know it's tapping into our assets, but I still appreciate the time it took. Thanks so much, Zach. How much were you thinking? I apologize for the way this might have come off. My mom saw the DM when you sent it and asked me to ask you out of curiosity. No need to apologize. Do you have a PayPal or something like that? I'll shoot over like 30. And then we have DMs between Red and this Mimo guy. Actually incredible. Go to hell and never come back. And Mimo's... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just laughing.
Oh, fair. Mimo says, "Oh yeah, Zach said twice he would pay me to do art and one of the Punch Yo local Nazi shit. It wasn't even a lot, like $30. Did you do the art? Yeah, I did it. Bro, that's insane, lol. Because he was my hero and I trusted him. It was the style accurate one up on his Twitter right now. He said he'd pay me $30. I never got it. Did you give him your payment info? Like, is there any reason that he could say that it was because you didn't tell him? I totally did. I have him my PayPal and he just aired it on from there. Welp." And so then we've got this follow-up here. "I made this post as a troll. I never intended for it to get like 3 times the attention that the archive post did. I genuinely only wanted to post it as a joke. He doesn't owe me shit. Obviously now I don't want the stinky dimes he's probably shoved up his ass, but I'm still up though." And then somebody was like, "Dude, I just want to know if this is real or not. I know these are going to be fake, so I want to know if it's true." And then he says, I worded that post wrong. I never got the intention of genuinely trying to get the $30 back, but I also never intended that the post would go as viral as it did because I made the archive post. I just wanted to gather more attention towards Zach and the stuff that he's done." And then we can talk about this in just a second. But so go ahead and walk me through in your own words here.
Well, I did send you over more of the conversation.
You did.
And you can see, like...
Let me pull that up here.
I don't have any payment information sitting in there. Nor does he follow up on it.
So
and the reason... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you first.
But I was gonna add this other thing, like Kim's post, to add on top of this. Like, the reason this got so much traction is like Kim literally pushed it out and said like, I didn't pay for a commission.
Right. And so, and she does address this here, which is, let me see where that is. Originally, when I had covered this, I was under the impression that it was a commission. However, I was wrong, and it was a tip. However, Zack did say that he would pay a tip of $30 and then goes to the artist. But the post is still up to this day.
Yeah, and I'll dive into that in a moment.
Yeah, Zack has now been attacking the artists using their poor wording against them, and then Zack also claimed never to get the payments that he did. And so let's look at these DMs now, and then you can go into more detail here. So Mimo says, forever punching our local Nazis. You say, Lamau, I love this. And then the conversation we've seen here. No need to apologize. Do you have a PayPal or anything like that? I'll shoot over like $30. That's August 6th. August 12th. Making something spooky for a friend. What do you think of it so far? That looks pretty cool. And then, so nothing here about a payment. You literally ask for the payment. I'll shoot over $30. Nothing for 6 days. Then this random thing. Then 4 days later, hey Zack, can I have the F&F style Brody Foxx FLA? I'm assuming that's like a file or something.
Yeah.
And then you say, hey there, I'm out of this house tonight, but I'll dig into the files tomorrow. Feel free to ping me if I don't circle around by the afternoon. All right, thank you, Zack. So no, and is that the extent of the DMs that you have with this guy?
Yeah.
So he never followed up with you, essentially?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
I mean,
so,
yeah, I left it on red to an extent. Like, I said I would get over a file to him. But, yeah, no follow-up.
And no, there was never an ask for these files. Also, thank you, Falgi, for the raid. Really appreciate it. But, never an ask for these for the payment. Again, there was no follow-up on the payment information, even though you asked for it. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, where are you supposed to leave? Where are you supposed to leave that, right? Like, I mean, and then he says, so here's the weird thing about this, right? Then we have, so are you claiming that Mimo was lying when they posted this tweet? I did send my PayPal. He's low-key just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. So, I mean, we're seeing the DMs, right? Like, I mean, obviously, I don't understand this. The impetus would clearly be on this Mimo guy to show proof or any form of receipt that he sent over his payment details, right?
So that's been the situation I've been dealing with. It's like, you got these folks like, okay, I get you're upset about crypto shit. Totally fine. Don't necessarily disagree with like people's perspective on that. But when people are upset about one thing, they start to dogpile all this other shit. And there's like no proof. There's like these really weird conclusions like, oh, you got paid $10,000 to promote something. You got these statements made from people, but there's no proof behind their statements. And so it's getting thrown back on me to be like, all right, bro, you're supposed to be Jesus. You should have proof in everything. Like, you're supposed to be a godsend. You're supposed to have like all these documents and shit. And it's like, yo, I'm in a he said, she said situation. And when I show like what I can show, it's like pretty clear. Like, no, I've been dealing with this shit for a while.
Well, and let's be clear here. In my opinion, something like this is more than a he said, she said situation, because it's literally like the impetus is on the accuser. If this guy's going to share DMs, right, that means that on his side of things, according to his story, he should have proof that he gave you his payment details. So the impetus is on him to show you that proof, right?
I agree with that.
So it's this is one of the weakest. There's some criticism in this doc that I think even you have said, like, I mean, these are criticisms that you're taking, that you're listening to them, all that kind of stuff, and that they're potentially like valid and good to hear, all that kind of stuff, right? But like stuff like this is just weak. This doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why this was included. I don't understand why this is being pushed further.
Okay, so that kind of goes back to her tweet that I linked you to.
Right.
So I got to be careful with this because anytime I mention anything with legal, people think like, oh, you're going to sue somebody, blah, blah, blah. Like, again, if you're going to sue somebody, you got to know someone's name. You got to know where to serve papers, right? And then that's the only way, like, a lawsuit moves forward. You have to serve somebody. And then if you even have the possibility of serving somebody, you got to ask yourself, is this actually going to lead to anything to me to where it makes sense to spend money on this, right? So to file a good lawsuit, a defamation lawsuit costs like $10,000, maybe $8,000, $5,000 on the cheaper end, depending on where you file it, like what state and law firm you worked with. But putting that aside, one of the things that I do is I have a bi-weekly meeting with what I call legal. And when I say legal, I mean like there's a variety of attorneys I work with that deal with different situations. And I had that whole like life in the tent thing that happened like, you know, maybe about a year ago. And I still have like that attorney on retainer. So I asked him, I was like, hey, I just want you to see this. Just give me your honest opinion about it. And basically it was like, yeah, this is defamation. So this tweet that she keeps up, which I don't think you have up right now, but the fact that she admits it's wrong and she's removing to delete her tweet puts her like in a further defamation case at her disadvantage because there's no retraction to it. So this tweet, let me pull it up myself. Brody Foxx scammed a 17-year-old out of commission payment. 8 exclamation marks. Spread this around. 3 exclamation marks. And it's like, no, she acknowledges that's not real. She's refusing to remove it. And you know, like I don't think this is like as like be honest with you, like give it like 6 months, someone's gonna give a shit. That's how the internet works, right? Maybe a few little fuckheads might care. But the fact like this actually damaged my reputation that I quote unquote didn't pay somebody for a commission. She spread this around and she made it like her fucking social media career choice to like try to bring me down. Which look, if you got things you want to talk to me about or like criticize me for, totally cool, totally get it. But as you've seen like throughout this document, she's jumped to like some really wild conclusions that were simply not supported by the evidence that she herself submitted. There's no $10,000 payment. I have no direct working relationship with registered whatever. This is not a commission. There's nothing to say I'm transphobic, which is a little bit harder to kind of argue. But like this right here is like the most pinnacle point of like a defamation example. And I say that because I'm not trying to scare her, but more so like educate people on like what defamation actually looks like. It's when you knowingly or unknowingly spread false information. And if you know it's false information and you acknowledge it's false information and you refuse to remove or retract the statements that you made in the same public setting that you made those statements, it can put you in a defamation situation. And defamation requires a lot of different things. One, you got to show reputation harm. You got to show there's a third-party platform involved, which in this case is pretty straightforward. You got to show there's an acknowledgement of the information being wrong, which we've seen. And then the reluctance of retracting that false information to limit damages from being further made. And unfortunately, the legal system is like all about who has more money and who can fuck over the little guy. And at the end of the day, like this is somebody who has no money. They're homeless, according to their own statements. They're just an art student. Makes no sense for me to make a defamation case out of this. And if I was going to, I would have to like hire a third party detective to figure out who the fuck she is, where she lives, how I can serve her, and that would cost like thousands of dollars to do. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. So it's like a really fucked up situation where someone can go out and just like make this claim, get viral off of it, get over 350,000 views off of it, and then they themselves have no repercussion from it. And
Yeah. Yeah, I want you to go on in just a second. I just do want to say real quick, just responding to chat here. So a lot of people are saying, and this is totally fine, and I'm sorry for neglecting to say this until now. So Mimo does say, I sent in my PayPal, which I've now deleted because I no longer want to risk my full legal name getting out there. So yeah, here's my response to that. Why didn't he contact Zack and just remind him about it then? Why did he go public with it? And that's fine if he had it in there and then he deleted it, but why wouldn't you just follow up with him?
And I also have no follow-up messages about it. It just like moved on to a new conversation.
So again, if that's your intention, right? And again, this is me, a guy who has said that I think that some of these criticisms have weight to them. Some of, these things are good to talk about, all that kind of stuff. But why would this guy not just follow up with Zack if he wanted the money so badly? Like, that's my thing here. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I understand that he could have had his PayPal in there, and that's totally fine. But he also could have just privately followed up with them and been like, hey, you said you were going to send this to me. Can you send it to me? Instead of blowing it up, right? Like, why wouldn't he just do that, right? Like, that doesn't make a ton of sense. I can understand why he would delete it after making a public post. I can even understand if he deleted it because he changed his mind and he felt a little dicey about it all. That's fine. Those are both fine things. But then, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. So.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's $30. Like, I mean, that's money for people. Like, I totally get it. But I would just pay the fucking $30. Like, I would not turn into a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that doesn't make a ton of sense. I think that this could have very easily been resolved with follow-up, right? And I think that the blowing up of it is pretty clear indication that this was, like, it very easily could have been resolved. I don't want to be a dick and be like, oh, this was so clearly done for attention on this Mimo person's end. But it's like, again, like, well, it could have just been resolved. It could have been resolved privately. It could have just been followed up on. There's a million ways you can go about this other than immediately blowing it up. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, and to kind of add on to that, like, people are like, well, why didn't you pay him after the fact? This guy leaked out my rigs.
Right. People were saying that in chat as well.
Yeah, so it's like, at the end of the day, like, why am I going to reward somebody for just being a complete, I don't know, fucking prick? It's like, I don't know, Friday Night Funkin', unfortunately, great community. I love their open source game. It definitely, like, gave people a lot of opportunities to, like, work creatively. But you got a lot of younger folks that come in there, and they're just, like, so emotionally charged. And those people, like, will turn any situation into, like, a dramatic timeline. Like, let me drop a Google Doc on somebody for being mean to me. It's like, no, they're just not. I don't know. I should have never done it. That was, like, my big mistake. I should have never given access to those rigs. I should have taken a step back and recognized, like, okay, maybe that's how the rigs got leaked. I forgot, but I should have sat on it longer. A lot of things I could have personally done differently, but I mean, it's $30 if you really wanted the money, follow up with me to leak the rigs because you think I don't have the rights to them, or because of the crypto thing is pretty fucked up. And,
right. Well, and I mean, like, ultimately, I want to make two things clear. Ultimately, the worst that you did here is forget about something, in my opinion, right? Like, I just don't... it just could have been followed up on. Like, this feels like a joke. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, are we really gonna like be like, this guy's evil because he forgot to do something?
Oh my
Like,
God,
in
I
this
would have
specific
paid the
case, it's
fucking
just like,
money. Like,
I just don't
fucking dollars.
I just don't get it in this case. And I want to reiterate real quick, so people who are more on the detractor end of things are very clear here. I am here to be a neutral presenter of this stuff. I am criticizing both sides here, and I feel like I have been as fair as humanly possible with this stuff. But I'm not going to pull back punches on either side. I'm going to give my opinions, right? Like, that's my thing. And if I haven't given an opinion on something, it's probably because I don't really have an opinion on something, right? And I'm just kind of letting the information get out there, because that's my my little chosen job here as the neutral presenter of this information. So it's like, I'm not saying this to shit all over everything that is, in this. Like, as I said, there are some criticism that I do agree with in this, but it's just like this in particular, this having, nearly 5 pages of screenshots and stuff dedicated to it. I don't understand it. So.
Yeah. No, it's just $30. Like, fuck. Like, no, it's shit. I remember, like, around this time, I was actually, like, leaving for a vacation with a family trip vacation. And, no, it's just so fucking shitty. Like, it's $30 fucking dollars. I would have paid it. I would have fucking paid it. The fact that it got turned into, like, quote-unquote troll posts, and then Cam blew it up as, like, me not paying for a commission, that's pretty fucked up, in my humble opinion.
It's just
like,
silly.
I pay my commissions. I pay my people.
It's just silly.
That's a fact.
It's just silly. I mean, ultimately, like, it's just a little silly, and like, there's more important things to talk about. That's my whole thing. It's just a little silly. Like, the only reason that I wanted to address it at all is because I just want to be as thorough as possible with this.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay, so let's move on to your social media presence section. So in bold here, Zack steals content and re-uploads it on secret accounts. This is something not many have discussed. I'll just read this real quick, and then you can give your thoughts on it. This is something not many have discussed. Zack uses other people's content and makes money off of it, which is ironic considering Zack is in the Jax Films Discord. I've included these posts here. Now, I'm not going to read all of these posts.
So, my question for you, and I think it would kind of like coincide what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in that shows that I'm stealing content?
No. I'll just give you guys the basics of these posts here. Like, I have a lot of other. He's saying he has a lot of other channels. He doesn't need to. It doesn't serve him to promote. He doesn't disclose them because he doesn't need to. It doesn't serve him to promote his new projects every 3 to 4 months. I make more money keeping it to myself. It's I'm often hired for consultant work. Blah blah blah. I either show off the channel, right? Okay, nothing there. I I held these thoughts for 3 months. Nothing here. I talked about this openly for others to share their thoughts and feelings. This post has done more good than any self-righteous, self-proclaimed harm. 5%, 95%. Nothing here. I build and run a network of YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook accounts that hyper-focus on different niches. Again, nothing there. I spent 15 years creating and growing social media profiles, but never built one dedicated to YouTube Shorts. 4 channels. Nothing here. I'm going to work one-to-one with people. Like, not even disclosing what kind of channels these are, what they're talking about, the kind of content that they're talking about. This last channel isn't broken yet. I'm hitting 100 times. Okay. Not with memes or crypto. It's YouTube. Just kind of showing off YouTube earnings and stuff. Only want to answer YouTube. I flipped 5K to a few mil with only one channel. Do I throw it into crypto? Sure. Okay, so again, not even getting into the content itself. It's not a meme coin, it's YouTube. This channel's on track for 15K a month. Here's the rev data for yesterday for blank channel. Nothing else on that. And then there you go. I mean, those are the posts that you've made. Nothing about these posts, even get into the kind of content that you're posting. So what's your response to that?
So I think like the main claim of like, oh, he's stealing content, he's like re-uploading it. There's nothing there that shows that whatsoever. Once again, this jumping to weird conclusions, providing quote unquote supporting evidence, not evidence does not support the conclusions. And to kind of answer it further, so I want to talk like, I'm just talking to everybody in the space. So in our industry, we have a side of YouTube called faceless YouTube channels. And what does that mean? Is like we produce content and we do so without having to attach our name, our face, our voice to it. We're not on camera. To some extent, Yo Mama is what you might call like a faceless YouTube channel, but not entirely for different reasons. But argumentatively, it is a faceless YouTube channel. So what I do is when YouTube introduced YouTube Shorts, that created like the easiest way to grow a YouTube channel pretty quick. And I was able to, so I started up like 4 YouTube channels. I dropped one off because like it wasn't working, and 3 of them hit over 100,000 subscribers. One of them hit 1 million, and they did so like in just a few short months. And YouTube Shorts is like such a different aspect compared to the rest of YouTube. And what does it mean to do YouTube Shorts? Well, basically it's short form content. Pretty straightforward, right? And always gonna ask questions like, what content do you do on YouTube Shorts, etc. Why don't you talk about it, etc. So one of the reasons I don't talk about the content I do on these different social media accounts that I make is that I do sell these accounts. So if you can make if you can make like $2,000 a year, let me back up. If you can show that you have like a YouTube channel that's been around for a year, and you consistently make like $2,000 a month off that YouTube channel, you can sell that channel for 2.5 times its annual earnings. So in theory, you could sell that channel for like $50,000 to $60,000 if you're only making $2,000 a month. And so one of the reasons you don't talk about these channels is because, again, you're not going to stick with these channels. You're building up something. You're building up an entity, an intellectual property, an operation, and you sell it. Another thing is you don't want like cross demographic influence. So YouTube is very much what we call like a viewership behavior algorithm. We kind of heard about it to some extent, but basically YouTube is like, hey, if you watch this type of content, we're going to recommend other content that you're most likely to watch. So they got a bunch of like people that love Yo Mama jokes suddenly watching my content. It can fuck up my algorithm. So it doesn't do me any benefit to get like 1,000 people that like Yo Mama to watch this random content I'm producing. Now, give an example of a couple different YouTube channels I have produced. Now that I got this out of the way, one channel I've done was like a comic book like explanation facts type video. Basically, I talk about DC Marvel comics in terms of like hot topic moments. I was spliced in like B-roll footage means like background footage or like in between footage, but like I would splice in like B-roll footage of like comic book pages, and I would talk about the comic books or characters or storylines I would talk about. Another one that I haven't released, which I'm happy to talk about because like I'll never release it because it's going to take too much time. But one channel that I've been wanting to produce for a while is a extensive documentary historical channel that would dive into the different prisoners of Alcatraz, like Al Capone, Machine Gun Kelly, Birdman. Basically, out of the 1,500 plus prisoners that were in Alcatraz, there's like 100 of them that are like really fucking fascinating. And in that case, what I would have done is I had these like hour-long documentaries, and they took forever to edit. So I got like 3 episodes in the bank. But basically, like with a historical YouTube channel, what you could do is you could release like an episode every week. You could make like depending on the time of year, you can make like a $7 to $10 RPM. But like
God
you've got like
damn.
a million views. Oh yeah, no, you can make higher. But let's say like you make like $7,000 a month off of a million views, and you can keep that going for like 6 months. You could sell that at like 2.5 times to 3 times the annual earnings. So that's like what I do. I build up YouTube channels on like really different niches. Sometimes they're short form, sometimes they're long form, and you sell them for like 2.5 times, 3.5 times, sometimes 4x like their annual earnings.
Okay. All right. I mean, okay. Gotcha. Just to be thorough with it, let me just pull this up real quick, okay? I imagine what your response is going to be to this, but I'm just going to go ahead and pull this up because, you know, somebody sent this over and was like, oh, this is proof of stealing content or whatever.
Oh, the meme shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the Facebook ecosystem.
right. So I mean, I guess people would say, if I'm trying to be like good faith here and like come up with like a conceivable criticism here, I guess it would be like you put your watermark on a meme image and that is bad or something. Like it's a meme image. Is this stealing content? Do we consider this stealing content? I don't know. I'm not one of these art people, you know. So I don't know if this is like in this ecosystem, this is considered like content theft and like evil or something.
No.
I see every single meme page I've ever seen in my life do this. So I don't really understand what the
Yeah, so I would agree with that argument. Like if I was like ripping off like comics being made by like actual artists, which you see all the
right
time.
or like a video or something like that.
Yeah, no. It's Facebook ecosystem. You see people like King Bots, or King Bat, whatever his name is, Ali A, even Wang, that long-haired Asian dude who's like always doing like guitar shit. His whole Facebook page is just like this. Permaban, someone who doesn't like me, her Facebook page, or him, I don't know, one of those weird VTuber dudes. This is just what Facebook ecosystem is.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're just pretty much like sharing memes and shit.
Okay. So let's see. That makes sense to me. Cool. We already went into what the nature of the channels that aren't attached to your IPs. We already did the stealing content thing, which I would say you're categorically denying that on that front with the actual channels themselves, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's get to the political discourse. So this, let me just go over this thing so the audience understands, and then we'll talk about it as usual. So on the Brody Foxx account, you posted on April 18th of 2025 that you have decided that your safety is worth the fight. I'll be lawful and exercise my First Amendment rights in D.C. as part of the 24/7 protest until Trump is impeached. I'll spend the next 2 weeks making arrangements in case I'm detained or worse. And you quote tweet that and you say, yes, I'm serious. I'll be in Washington, D.C. starting May 1st, where I'll join protesters at the National Mall 24/7 until Trump is removed from office. The simple fact is I can afford it. I'm privileged. As such, I'll speak up and be a voice for others. You've given me a life of success as fans, and I give that back to you. Then, so then this is posted at some point, some gimmick account, Brody Foxx protest when, 0 days protesting. You respond, I got pulled away to tackle a legal issue with Meta and the docs that got leaked after the tweet. I've since participated regularly in LA protests and engaged in other methods that I found to be helpful. So go ahead and walk me through this plan for the 24/7 protest, how it went awry, and all of that. And then I have a follow-up question for it.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's pretty straightforward in the sense, like, I knew what I wanted to do. Like, basically, like, okay, I'm going to get this Airbnb. So, like, a sublease. I was going to sublease a place in Washington, D.C. And I started to make those arrangements. And then three things actually happened. One of those I cannot talk about. It's personal life type shit. But two of those things we did hit on. So basically, I had an issue with Meta where I got locked out of my Facebook account. And the only way I could get back into it was by suing them. Like I had to like file like a lawsuit in order to get like any sort of help. And that goes like a big fucking rabbit hole. That's how I kind of got into the AI moderation issue overall. But it was like this thing like, okay, well, one of my big revenue platforms has got cut off from me, and I need to figure this out. And then two, that tweet caused the Soy Jack party, as they call themselves, to dox and start swatting me. And it created a situation to where the place I lived was no longer safe. It wasn't like safe, not just for me, but for my neighbors. And we already had like a pretty weird situation with a neighbor 2 doors down from us, where like cops were coming over all the time. And that's a whole different situation, which I did publicly talk about. But it was this weird fucked up situation where like suddenly I had to deal with a legal issue, I had to resolve like a revenue stream issue, and then I got doxxed and swatted. And then I had a third thing that happened that's like really personal, but it just made me realize like, okay, there's no way for me to fly across the country as I'm dealing with these three things. Let me deal with them here. And then when ICE enter LA, that's where I started to get more locally involved.
Okay. And so, and you, to be clear, you never ended up going to DC, period.
No, which I'm pretty pissed off about.
Gotcha. Okay. So let me.
And just so you know, like, I think that's the thing where. How do I explain it? So I believe in acts of public service and civil service are like really important. And that's where I find my most joy at. And even though it's like a pretty intense situation and it's things that people are processing at like a point of like it's stressed in their lives, like I find my most joy as a human being being in moments where I feel like I'm stepping up for other people. And to not be in that moment or to step up. Like so just so you know, like I actually have I'll send a screenshot over to you. But like I was communicating with people a part of that program or that protest, and I was going to do workshops and like speeches and things of that nature. So I was pretty heavily involved in the idea of like preparing for it. I had another person that reached out to me on Twitter that had access to members of Congress that would have given me the opportunity to interview and talk to these members of Congress that I didn't get to do. So a lot of it felt really, I don't know, it's like when you zip your fucking testicles in the damn zipper, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you think you know you're about to take a good piss and suddenly you fuck yourself up. I hate it. So like it bothers me a lot. Like I think, you know, standing up for civil services and like utilizing your privilege as an opportunity to speak up for other people is probably the best joy I have in my life, and not to do that really pissed me off. And I did send over that like email thread so you can see like I was talking about like doing the workshops and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so okay, gotcha. So I'm gonna ask something that's gonna seem a little unrelated, but it's gonna loop back in, okay?
Okay.
So you make this tweet on August 22nd, 2025. What? Okay. What? Okay. What? I'm so confused. Okay. I'm a little bit confused, but that's okay. So you made this post on August 2nd, 2025, where you show this girl who jumped off this bridge, this trans girl. Charlotte, and you say, this is why it's important to speak up. Every word matters. Every trans life matters. You're all important. Please stay strong. You are strong. So kind of explain your comments and your thought process behind talking about this. How did it work out? And I have a follow-up question on that one.
Yeah, totally. So for context, I've gotten a lot of DMs from people who are suicidal. And it's pretty heavy shit to deal with. Because, like, when you see a DM like that, you want to... You don't want to respond right away and just, like, give them, like, a bullshit response. Like, you really process it and think about it. And so I have a lot of those conversations where someone's suicidal, I talk to them about it, and they ask me follow-up questions. I give them life advice in a way that I feel is, like, appropriate. So that would happen a lot. And then I knew about this story because it was all over my timeline, day of. And I chose not to engage with it because I don't like jumping on shit to jump on shit. Like, I want it to, like... I need it to be something that I can have, like, a genuine... Either it's, like, one of two things. Like, either I'm going to fucking joke about it and, like, make a fucking riff off of it, or I'm going to be, like, super genuine about it, and I need to, like, really process it. And months later, I was... I kept seeing her, like, her fucking photo, like, sent to me in my feed over and over again. Because that's what people do. Like, they're like, oh, this trans girl, like, killed herself. And they would send me this image of the bridge over and over again. Be like, hey, does this view look nice to you? Basically trying to insinuate that I should kill myself.
Mm.
And what I had done in that moment of that, like, tweet, like 30 minutes beforehand, I realized, I'm like, oh, this is someone who actually fucking followed me. And this is someone who actually, like, DM'd me. And I didn't respond back. And it like, really, like, it made me question a lot of things pretty quick. Like, why did I not respond back? Why did I not engage with this person? I didn't know they followed me. And I knew about that, and it just kept, like, building up inside of me. And that was just me just being, like, open and exposed about it. Yeah, no, it really kind of fucked me up. And I'm still processing it, to be honest with you. Like, it's not... I don't know. It's, I don't know, people going through suicide and things of that nature, like, when they're, like, talking to you about it, it's really hard to kind of process and then try to engage with those people. It's a hard process to go through in terms of responsibility. Because I don't have a suicide hotline. I don't have any training. But yeah, no, it definitely fucked with me as a person. Like, it hurt me a lot.
So this is phrased later as you grifting off of a teenager's corpse. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's pretty fucked up. Like, this is what sucks about being an influencer. It's like, if you speak about things that are, like, that matter to you, and people don't, like, agree with it or see it right away, they're going to think you're grifting. It's like, no, this shit does matter to me. Like, you know, I have a pretty big family. Like, my mom has a lot of siblings, and because of that, you deal with a lot of different situations. And I had, like, a uncle that committed suicide, and I remember that night pretty clearly. I don't want to get into the story, but it was basically like it's fucked up. Like, it's fucked up. Like, I don't agree with it. I have a lot of different thoughts on it, but I don't want to get into a tangent.
That's totally fine. So you ended up getting a lot of backlash for that tweet, and you ended up kind of fighting with people on Twitter about it, and kind of, talking about how, you ended up fighting this person, saying that this person wasn't your Charlotte wasn't this person's friend. You ended up kind of doing your mama jokes at this person. What made you end up kind of engaging with these people?
So there's two different ways to like respond to this because it's two different situations. It's two different people. Vivi, I did reach out to, and I personally apologized to, and I made a public apology as well. And that kind of goes into this, and I'll segue into the next response. Sometimes you deal with what you call like concerned trolls. People don't really give a shit, but they're pretending to give a shit. And first person that we talked about wasn't a concerned troll. It's kind of like over attributed the relationship to the person. And I don't want to get into that respectfully. But the other person was like a concerned troll, like somebody who's like had consistently like engaged with me as like an alt-right personality who doesn't give a shit about trans lives, things of that nature. And when I have people that concerned troll me, like I fuck with them back. And then like when you take that shit out of context, it obviously looks really bad. I could definitely, I should have definitely done a lot differently. And I think in that case scenario, what I should have done is like made my tweet walked away, not become emotionally invested into the responses.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So one person was pretty legitimate. I apologize to. The other person was just being a fucking asshole to try to make me look worse, and I was just fucking feeding into it.
So I don't understand why this is looped into the protest stuff, to be completely honest. It's very confusing to me. Was there any sort of, I can't tell if this is just kind of worded badly, or if there's almost an insinuation that trying to say that you used the 24/7 protest to get out of doing more. I don't understand exactly what is trying to be said here. I tried my best to kind of parse through it. Like I don't know what the point of saying he says he wishes he did more, but the day she killed herself was the day after he was supposed to protest. I don't know, like, and then Zack used a teenager's suicide for this. I don't know if that's referring to using leftism to farm engagement, or I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it either because, like, obviously I made these tweets August 22nd, and then protesting thing. Yeah, that's not really. Let me see if I can find this. April 18th. So that's like, what is it? May, June, July. That's like 4 months before this even happened. Before I even publicly spoke about it.
Correct. That's why it's confusing to me. That's why I don't really understand the comparison.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I think it's like, I think it's just like jumping into like weird conclusions.
It kind of feels like a causation correlation issue, where it's like, yes, this tweet was made like April 18th, and then it was supposed to happen May 1st, and then Charlotte killed herself on May 2nd. So it's like there's the very simple like correlation of like those are 1 day apart, but I don't see how they have anything to do with each other. That's the part that's confusing to me.
Yeah, no, like all the meta shit happened within a week, but actually within a few days of me making that public. And the doxing SWAT it happened pretty much the same time period, like almost immediately. No,
Yeah.
I don't get it. I personally don't get it either. I can only speculate in tangent.
I'm confused. But might as well just move on then, because it's like, what's the point? Okay. Okay, and then this is really only the other tweet to address. I mean, it's just you went to Mexico like in August or something. I get okay.
Yeah.
And then it's being alleged that you chickened out of the 24/7 protest and you blocked people for bringing it up. Then it's just kind of you talking about politics, you talking about trans rights, and then okay, so this is the one that I wanted to highlight here. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Zack grifts off of the suffering of the left, especially specifically trans youth who want a place to be heard and be safe. He earns off revenue off of this a lot. In fact, he acknowledges it's a grift. He does it for profit and quite a massive bit of it. He ripped off a 17-year-old for $30, yet he earns nearly thousands of dollars from Twitter. So then we have this tweet. In all seriousness, thank you, Elon, for paying me to grift, right? And then so we have your payments from Twitter.
Yeah, so I'm going to link you to the original tweet.
Okay, perfect.
And then this is what Kim does a lot. She leaves out a lot of context because I do have replies underneath that tweet.
So you have replies. So let's look at this. In all seriousness, thank you to Elon for paying me to grift. Next tweet. And this is 100% super serious. I'm a millionaire from posting memes on the Twitter.x platform. Again, 1000% super serial. This is real and not a joke. I don't even like jokes. So this this comes off incredibly serious. This comes off super serial. I would say, yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty clearly. I don't understand. I feel like this is pretty. It feels a little malicious to, say oh, he acknowledges it's a grift, and then you're not going to show, it would be fine to make the argument oh, well, this is. It would be a stretch. Don't get me wrong, but you can make the argument. I'm not saying it's a good argument, but you can make the argument where you're oh, well, he does still acknowledge it, and he copes under it, and then tries to say oh, look at this. So this one was made at this one was made at 5:49, and then within a minute he regretted it. So then he coped about it, and then made it sound like it was a joke, but he was actually admitting it. Blah blah blah. Again, I think that's a giant stretch. I don't think that's a very strong argument, but it would be an argument to be made. But the problem is when you only show this, you make it sound like that's the only context available, and you're obfuscating the rest of it, right? Which is just that's not reality, right? And that's it's important context for people to be able to deliberate on whether you're being serious or not. In my opinion, I think it's pretty clear that this is a joke, right? Other people can think whatever they think, but that's all of the information is necessary to actually make an educated decision on what people think about that, right? And when you don't include everything, it's obfuscation, right?
Exactly. No, I agree with that. And just so you know, I took this screenshot just now. I sent it over to you. There's it tells me what I made off my total earnings. It's only 31. I guess you round up $3,200.
Yeah.
I did not make $80,000 at all.
Oh, so this was a Photoshop thing?
Yeah, I photoshopped it. It was such an easy Photoshop to make.
I didn't even clock that element of it. Okay.
So that's February. Okay, let me.
Because I know that there's some people who just earn fucking ridiculous amounts of money on X. So I honestly didn't even bat an eye at that. Okay. And so this is the screenshot you just sent is for your Brody Foxx account.
Yeah. It doesn't let me go past. Shit, I wish it would show me. Actually, hang on. Let me pull up. Let me figure out what I get communicated on. Let me see if I can figure out the email. I get X payment. X monetization, you got paid. Okay, so let me try to line it up with like one of those dates. Let me quote it so it comes in easier.
Well, and I think, while you're pulling that up, like, I think it's even more obvious that this is a joke when you see what you're quote tweeting, which is, woke up this morning to a weird right-wing conspiracy theory that I'm getting paid by USAID or whatever to promote left-wing ideology using memes in a coordinated attack with other Twitter accounts. Yes, it's true, all of it. I get paid $10,000 per shit post by Obama and fam. In an effort to create more transparency, all future left-wing sponsored posts will be marked with #ThanksObama. And then, what do you plan to do with all the money you get paid? I'm buying more Transformers. And then when you see this, the quote tweet, it makes far more sense, right? I think, again, like this context is necessary, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. So I'm going to screenshot this email.
Mm-hmm.
This would be for the payment period of January 3rd to January 31st. Which is Photoshop to make it seem like I earned $25,000. No, I actually only made $25.80.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So if you have like a keen eye, you can kind of see the zero. The last zero is not on the same level. It's a little bit off. But yeah, no, this shit's like super easy to Photoshop.
Right. Okay.
So I was just like joking, leaning into it.
And I'm okay to share this screenshot, right?
Yeah, you can share it.
Cool. Just making sure.
No, I appreciate it.
You got paid at Brody Foxx, $25. Wahoo. Okay.
Yeah, not 25,800.
Right. Okay. Okay.
God, if I was, that'd be fucking amazing.
Hold on one second. Just
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, unfortunately, Twitter doesn't go back as far. Only goes back to like a year, I think. Yeah, the most I ever made off of Twitter was... I was actually really surprised by this. I actually made like $986 in 2 months. But that was like at the end of December.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that was like a third of the revenue I made off of Twitter.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And I can show you... I don't know if it's going to do any good for you, but...
No, I think
So-
we've covered this thoroughly enough. I think so.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I make my money off of different platforms.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are on to the last section here.
Okay.
And real quick, little shill there. Hey guys, thank you guys so much for giving memberships. Hey, just remember, if Dasali gets a membership, I will give out 20, count them, 20, wow, I'm dying, gifted memberships, okay? We need Dasali to get a membership, guys. Thank you. Let's see. So, yeah, I was making this last night in a private little group, and I was just kind of talking to people. We were hanging out. And I read out this next question out loud, and I was like, I cannot fucking believe that I'm asking this. Okay, I cannot believe that this is actually a thing that I am going to be asking Zack here. But here we go.
So I gotta watch you live. I gotta see this live. I gotta see your facial reaction. All right, go for it.
Okay, do you believe in aliens? Explain your thoughts on them.
Okay, so this can be a very fun conversation, but I want to keep it like pretty straight to the point. So, do I believe in aliens? No. I think. Fuck. Okay, so let's give some context on this. How do we contextualize it? Okay, so when I hear the word, do you believe in something? It's kind of like a religion. It's like dogma. I don't have like strong religious beliefs. You know, I'm a pretty spiritual human being. I got my own, my own perspective on life. But that's just me, right? That's you're in the church, as somebody might say. When it comes to like this whole UFO thing, it gets complicated pretty quick because people like to drag in a bunch of like bullshit. Dude, this is where it gets really trippy. Okay, so in the government, in the U.S. government, and not just U.S. government, but like other governments around the world, like Japan, China, Russia, South Korea, there is a thing that's happening where we recognize that there's technology that's engaging in our restricted military installations or airspaces that we cannot identify. We just don't know what the fuck it is. And that's what we call UAP, or unidentified anomalous phenomenon, not UFO. And in the last 8 years, there was basically this big internal push where people within certain government programs began to come out and become whistleblowers. And what happened was you started to see, if you're into politics at all, maybe you might understand this, but like you start to see people that don't necessarily agree with each other start to talk about the same weird fucking topic. So a good example might be, look, I'm a Democrat. I don't like this guy, but you look at Senator Chuck Schumer, and then you look at Senator Mike Rounds. Mike Rounds is the freshman Republican from South Dakota. He's part of the Gang of Eight. Gang of Eight means like you are the 8 senators that are involved in like being aware of any sort of military situation happening in the country. Like you are the first 8 people in Congress to know about it. Well, the strangest thing is that these people began to come out as whistleblowers, and the Gang of Eight took it really serious. And I don't mean like a Republican took it serious or a Democrat took it serious. I mean, like, no, you had both Republicans and Democrats go like, yeah, there is a unknown technology engaging with our military installations that we cannot identify. It can get pretty quick, pretty trippy in a different way. But alien life, I think, is like such a weird term to use. The appropriate term that they use. And when I say they use, I mean like it's actually in their laws. It's actually in their congressional like documents. Like when they pass bills and things, they call it NHI, or non-human intelligence, or intelligence that we cannot identify readily or easily. It basically means like there's something engaging with us that we don't know what the fuck it is, and we need to be aware that we're not aware of what it is, and we need to be open to all possibilities. And it's a really tricky thing to talk about because you get into all these different rabbit holes. But basically, when you see when you see both sides of the aisle agree with each other, you can think one of two things. One, it's a big distraction. Or two, it's a real thing. And you know it's a real thing because you got people, when Matt Gaetz used to be a member of Congress back in the House, Republican group, Matt Gaetz and AOC agree with each other. You know, you got these people that typically don't agree with each other saying like, yeah, there is something really fucked up happening. So what does that mean? So like a UAP, it's not like an object that we just don't know what it is, etc. We're talking about objects that can do things that we cannot attribute any leading nation to. So if you have an object that can go supersonic speeds, but not create a supersonic boom, that defies all of our understanding of physics. If you have an object that can go in and out of the ocean or travel 80 feet out of the atmosphere down to the bottom of the ocean We don't have any technology that we can attribute it to. And for whatever reason, this topic has so much scrutiny around it that we're not able to like openly talk about it or get like proper research and studies on it. So do I believe in aliens? No. I think aliens like a very generic term. It's a very easy. And personally, in my opinion, Kim brought this up as a way to like discredit me and make me seem like I'm crazy. That's what people do. But when you take this topic serious, you attribute terms like UAP, non-human intelligence. You look at like what congressional staffers are talking about, and there was like a part towards the top of the document where she tried to introduce me. Let me see if I can pull it up. Who is Zack James? And she like pulled up my LinkedIn and shit, and she's like, "This is a guy who claims to work for the government, blah blah blah. Never claimed to work for the government. Never made those claims. That's not who I am." But what's funny is I got invited to New York City back in, I think, November by the producer of Ready Player One, Dan Farah. Dan Farah produced a UAP documentary. He was basically doing this documentary in DC in secret. He never told anybody about it. And I got invited out by him personally to fly out to New York City, be on a aircraft carrier museum, watch this documentary, and sure enough, I was sitting next to congressional staff members. And that meeting was what led to me to talk to Senate staff members about AI moderation issues. And that's how I got involved in like kind of government policy stuff. I'm not hired by the government. I do it on my own free time, etc. But yeah, there's a very layered complication thing where we have a national security issue. People are freaked out about it. We don't know what the fuck it is. People that look at it from a surface level perspective think aliens and UFOs, but that's not really what it is. And for whatever reason, my interest in this conversation actually led to me working with people within the U.S. Senate to advise them on AI policy moderation issues.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a big tangent, etc., but I just kind of like wrap it all back around. Like, no, I don't believe aliens is like in control of the world, but that's a very technical term.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, that's my follow-up question, just to be thorough. Like, yeah, do you believe aliens rule the world? Because that is somehow an allegation in here. Zack's conspiracy theories with aliens ruling the world. So and your answer's no. So there you go. Okay. So now we're gonna go through, the dono questions. And guys, before we wrap this up, if you still have a question for Zack that you'd like to ask, just please donate, and I will ask it to the best of my ability, as if it is not insane. Okay. So this is your opportunity. I'm going to start from the very top, so you still have your chance. Okay. All right. First question here. Do you know who Nicholas Diorio is?
I know of him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, somebody's asking if he's a Nazi, which we're not even gonna get into that. It's not important.
He's just some fat guy.
Yeah, he's fat. That's true. Can Zack give us a new Yo Mama joke on stream?
God, there's so many. I don't know. Narrow it down. Give me like a Yo Mama to make fun of.
So it's from this guy named Future Nightmares. So I don't know if you want to do like something about the future or something. I don't know.
God. I don't know. I mean, like, there's so many jokes you can take. Let's see. Your mama's so future nightmare. Your mama's so ugly. Every future you saw her in was a nightmare.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, he'll love that. Have you worn wigs? Have you ever worn a wig? Why is that a question?
Yeah, actually, I've worn a wig once for like a birthday photo shoot with like a ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, that's cool. Me too. Okay. Do you always talk like a lawyer?
Probably. I mean, I was offered a lot of scholarships, so I imagine there's something there at the foundational level.
Fair enough. This is kind of retreading old ground, and I'm sure I already know your answer to this, but hey, Zack, are you aware that Gacha Life is targeted to a young demographic? How come you made a Gacha Life Yo Mama skit if you claim that Yo Mama isn't for kids? I would assume this is same response as your others.
Yeah, I had no idea it was aimed towards kids. At the end of the day, you shouldn't let your kid have access to a credit card that's like, what, gotcha loot box and shit. And even the joke itself is like really tame. So like even if a kid came across it, it wouldn't be bad.
I mean, it's funny because it's also, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's pretty much just the same thing that you said about the others. Hey, Zack, are you ready to put the fries in the bag? Somebody says.
I make good damn fries. I should get paid for them.
Fair enough. Okay. Do IBE? I don't know what that means. I looked it up. I don't know what that means, so we're just going to move on. Then Inut said, here is 3,000 yen as a tip. Surely $30 isn't that deep and life-ruining for you to run a slander campaign, even though this was never promised and sent in goodwill. Which, nice. Okay.
I think he said it himself.
Thanks. And then we just have somebody reminding us that it's daylight savings time tomorrow. So, great.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Great. Yeah. We're an hour and ahead. We're about to be an hour ahead, which is great. Love that.
Do you have any questions you want to hit on?
Dude, I mean, I had 4 pages of them and you answered all of them. So, that's it for me. I mean, that's pretty much everything I found in the document that I thought that was worth addressing, and I think that's all of our dono questions as well. So
cool.
Zack, I will say I really appreciate you sticking it out. I mean, we've been here for almost 6 hours, so I really appreciate you sticking till the end here and answering everything, and just for showing up and being willing to have this conversation with me. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, totally. It was a fun conversation. I mean, it definitely went on for 6 hours. I can feel it. Yeah, I'm a little tired, but I guess my closing points would be, yeah, I see what people say. I don't discredit anything 100%. Like, even if I have like my own perspective, like I still take in like a different perspective. I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're gonna run a business with creatives, it's a fucking pain in the ass. It's going to be a pain, especially like a YouTube model business. It's a fucking son of a bitch. But yeah, no, I think the questions were fair. I think people's different viewpoints are fair. I don't necessarily disagree with them. I don't necessarily agree with them either. But it gives me a lot to think about, and I love just kind of processing things. And yeah, I'm excited to get these next 10 jokes out.
Cool. Yeah. It'll be good. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining, man. Get some rest. I know that, people who don't live stream, especially just for a consistent conversation between 2 people, 6 hours is a shit ton of time. So get some rest, and hope you enjoy the rest of your night, man.
Hey, you too, man. Hope you have a good night. Peace.
Thanks.